Here's hoping none of us meet Bareth anytime soon. I'd always heard they're more scared of us than we are of them. Zarups and Kith usually attack each other on sight. Dahingan's the exception. If I found a camp of friendly Zarups, maybe I could finally see what they're always dancing about. This place is in shambles. I don't think anyone's been farming here in a while. Win and Fjord, I guess. The squirrels will get plenty to eat tonight. Seems like a waste to me, but it means something to them. I'm no expert, but that looks like poison. You ever seen a backstabbing ogre? Didn't think so. That journal mentioned a Captain Ocierno. Bet they'd want to know about this. This whole thing rubs me wrong. Captain Ocierno ought to know. They've got the advantage. Unless you want to fight, give them a wide berth. She should try the Paradise Market. Plenty of soft touches there. Hope you don't start seeing other people's past lives or anything. I had no idea animancy was so personal. You're forgetting you're in hostile territory. I'd answer him quickly if I were you. I'd take her at her word. It's not about attacking civilian settlements either. Guess the Steel Garrote do things differently. Hurry, before they change their minds. How's that good news? Be honest with me. Have you ever in your entire life ruminated? Keep your guard up. I'm sleeping with one eye open tonight. You don't have to answer that. Sorry it'll be over so quickly then. She's as subtle as a broadside. He's been holding on to that one for a while, hasn't he? I may not love animancy, but I don't trust this guy at all. You don't settle an honest dispute by sneaking and sabotaging. Haven't had a battle like that in years. Though I didn't feel this many aches and pains in my soldiering days. Whatever they were up to, we put an end to it. Right? At least we came out of this in better shape than those guys. Yeah. Reminds me of what Rawatai built up when we went into Deadfire. You know, that's a smart idea. Look at you two, scouring the battlefield. Makes me proud. Yeah. Good. And if we see her again, that's why I'll let you two do the talking. Not bad for a day's work. I think we've all earned a couple ales back at camp. Maybe they've got some ale. Did she know what control meant? This reminds me of the garrisons Rawatai set up to invade Deadfire. This is why I was always in the trenches rather than the strategy tent. I can't believe you pulled that off. Now, let's get out of here before she notices my wood pistol grip. That's a lot of blame on people who can't defend themselves. You've got people waiting in line for their next meal, and you want to waste food on the dead? Are you volunteering us to hang out in a graveyard? Next time you want to tour graveyards, I'm staying at camp. We should help the living and let the dead rest. You made the right call, Envoy. We've all got to move on, right? Seems you can't go anywhere without stirring up talk. What? Surely that was just tempers talking. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I don't like it. That's what we're wondering. And you stayed here while he was still missing? It's not regrouping when you abandon your own partner. Better a coward than a killer. But not by much. You froze. It happens, kid. Combat instincts take practice. The real disgrace is tucking your tail in town instead of getting help and going back. Hopefully it's not too late for his partner. For both their sakes. This kid's got too much to prove and too little to show for it, but he doesn't seem like a traitor. Verano said the bandits were meeting some kind of contact. That's all I know. Monato's journal mentioned they went east, if that's worth anything to you. There hasn't been time? A traitor in your ranks is serious. You really think one of their own would betray them? Would they really turn on their own brethren? I've seen the type. Rash and proud. Nursing a grudge is one thing. Turning on your squad mates is another. I can't think of much worse than turning on your squad, except having to suspect your own people. We should help them. Envoy, I hope this at least lets them clean up their ranks. Did the kid really have to take the fall for this? You fight with the soldiers you've got, as the saying goes. You have a point. Come on. You can't maintain a fighting force with shoddy equipment and poor discipline. Hopefully when we find Monato, we can find some answers. Which do you think it was? Falling outs happen, but she's pretty reserved about it. Maybe that's just her way. So you killed him for it? Unbelievable. You've got a hazy picture at best, Dorso. The envoy was still killed in the street, and Ludwine's idea of pacified is anything but. About time. So you murder your own? More backstabbers. Then you disagree. You don't turn on your own. Backstabbing, you mean. You've got a strange way of doing that. We're missing something important, Envoy. We should look into that. You don't know the Steel Garrote, Dorso. They're not adherent regulars or magistrates. They're zealots. You can't trust a traitor, Envoy. Good. I was hoping to learn some local curses. Animancers fighting? This I have to see. A saint's relic? Where would you even fence something like that? It's a shame this had to happen. Some war wounds never heal. Don't leave out how tall, good-looking, and charming we all are. Galloway's tusks? Come on, it can't be that complicated. And I'll take your money, eventually. Well, that's one way to save your coin. I bet you 5 skates a Smith and Thirdborn would know what to do with this stuff. I know that's what I want to hear before I go for a swim. Giving up a memory. I almost envy you. We had one come to Paradise once. Thought he was a grifter. Especially since he only seemed to want tokens made of gold or gems. I'd watch what I say around this one. He's pretty literal. He reminds me of a lieutenant I served under. Led us into a trap because he wouldn't admit his maps were wrong. We should let this one go. Hey, let's keep this above the belt. Word has it? Wait, have we developed a reputation? Thirdborn's full of hardy types. Lots of former soldiers and mercenaries. A rough bunch, but good to have at your back. Back to Shatterscarp, then. Don't speak too soon. It's also farther from the Steel Garrote's base of operations. That's where I'd make my stand. Then we should approach carefully. They'll be on their guard after this. I was gonna ask which one you defended, but I thought it'd be rude. You're overthinking this. Invite her around for a cup of tea. I wouldn't have taken Ludwig for a walk-in-the-woods type, but who knows? I'll find us another bedroll. You two have that in common. I like her already. Banished. Must be nice that all the arguing isn't about you, for once. Tempers are high, but I don't see any assassins. Yet. Something's not right with her. The dream scourge. Is this how it starts? She might still be able to understand us. She watched that happen to him. God, at least she doesn't have to watch him go. Can they do anything? She's probably the ranger Fidelio told us to look out for. Poor kid. There's no way to be gentle about this, is there? That's about the kindest you could be. If nothing else, you'll spare her from having to see it. Maybe we don't look too soon. Give him a while. You know what I mean? I really do hope you can end this, Envoy. New recruits running off with each other? Oh, man. This brings me back. If you're talking about sinkholes, there's a new one. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Relax. Oh, Felipe survived his plunge. Tenacity of a scramble route, that one. I thought we only got people like him in Paradise. I'm all for your enterprising spirit, but I doubt he's got anything you'll want. Make sure you wash your hands after this. And this is why I don't take pets. Say what you will about mercenary and military life. At least your obligations end at death. Make sure she doesn't try to collect till after your death. Let's hope we steer clear of assassins for the time being. I'm remembering why people find this place unsettling. We can smell it, too. My idea of a well-behaved corpse is one that stays dead. I've certainly dealt with worse. And how's that risk-taking working out for you? Animancy? Grave robbing? People sure have fun around here. I don't like their tone. Careful, Envoy. I don't think your rank will help you here. If we're walking away, no reason to do it empty-handed. I don't like seeing the Steel Garrote here, but I suspect they've got us outnumbered. I heard Ludwig was causing trouble in the hinterlands, but this is bigger than I thought. Let's make sure we're long gone by then. Good call. He's Ludwig's problem. Not worth getting your hands dirty. Besides, he's probably more scared of what'll happen if you don't kill him. Speaking from experience, people don't usually unite as one after you've attacked their home. I say throw back the little ones if they're not in a position to do more harm. If you can convince her to hand it over, I'll be more than impressed. Keep looking, huh? I'm getting a bad feeling about what we'll find. If you keep encouraging her, she's going to climb you. I'd always heard Barris bells, but I like your version better. You're welcome to my shoulders. I'll try anything twice. Only if you let me be the little spoon afterwards. You do meet the most interesting people. I'm saying it now. I've got a few inches to spare if she changes her mind. So you are. You mean the godless ruins? Let's give her a hand. Don't worry, if the Envoy were going to put a curse on you, you'd know. I've seen punishment for deserting the military, but a settlement. Think they expect it to hatch. I heard Zarups worshipped dragons. Guess an egg was the next best thing. Easy. It'll come to you. This Razvan sounds like a visionary or a con man. Maybe both. I've never known dream thralls to be drawn to corpses. I've seen metal like that. Usually behind a very high price tag at a blacksmith's. That's the Dream Scourge, all right. Let's hurry. I played this game before. Got banned from one of the stalls in the Paradise Market. Some people can't be reasoned with. Seems some gods can't either. Careful, Envoy. If Solace is panicking, Something's very wrong. We've got to get you to the garden, whatever it takes. Before we worry about Ludwig, we got to stop your god from doing that again. I hate to say it, but whatever did that, whatever turned all those people into dream thralls, I think it was Sapadal. This isn't the first time she's died. It might not be the last. We got the Inquisitor. Almost feels too good to be true. How do you fall out of Shatterscarp and into a place like this? So the bridge is gone, but there's another way into the garden. I'd say we find whoever's in charge around here. If anyone knows about another path, they're probably in Solace Keep. Then let's head to Solace Keep. If we hurry, we can keep ahead of the Steel Garrote. We can always ask around Solace if we need to get the lay of the land. I'm sure the wardens would appreciate a warning about the Steel Garrote, too. I don't see an easy way to get there, though. That island with the glowing tree, that's gotta be the garden. Maybe there's something in that old godless tower. That's where your strange map was pointing. If there's another way, I'm not seeing it from here. And I've never seen a ship that would survive the acid sea. Let's look around. Maybe there's something in here. I like that trick a lot better before it led to all those trials in Naku Kubel. Steel Garrote ahead. Something about them looks off. That's gotta be the Dream Scourge. Be careful. Hey, you did your best. Marius, you told me Mount Forgia smelled like a basket of rotten eggs, but you should have told me it smells like a ship's latrine after a month at sea. It's okay. We're all here with you. Deep breaths. She had to know someone would catch up to her eventually. The evacuation's already in full swing up top. I don't fully understand what binds the Pargrunen here. But if destroying this place frees them, I say let it happen. Our business is elsewhere anyway. You left when you had the chance. The rest of the Pargrunen deserve the same. I don't fully understand what keeps you here, but no one should be bound to a pile of stones. No one should be bound to a pile of stones. Certainly not because of a centuries-old oath. If destroying Solace frees these people from a dead oath, let it crumble. These fungal growths look like something I'd have scraped off the ship in my Navy days. Let's keep moving. I'd rather not breathe in too many of these spores. Listen, I don't agree with the Inquisitor on much else, but she's right about this. Good. This island's got enough trouble ahead without an angry god making it worse. You know them best. If that's what you believe, I'll stand by you. I hate to say this, but she's got a point. Not that I trust her with the solution. From this mad god, you mean? Does your vengeful Oathbinder offer a better one? Well, it was worth a try. We can worry about her later. First, we've got to get off this mountain alive and track down your god. If that's how she treats her allies. No matter who controls the living lands, Sapadal's a danger to everyone who lives here. He's beyond prayer at this point. How do you want to play this? I don't see him backing down. Does that mean Kostya or one of his associates? How do you want to play this? I don't see her backing down. She's beyond prayer at this point. Alfear. I knew it. To fall to the thing you came to stamp out? That's a cruel kind of poetry. If I heard voices and no one ever told me why, I don't envy him. A watcher, but not as lucid as Runid. I'm not sure who he's talking to. I'd bet my next life that's dwarven. Take your time. I know how long it's been. You've charted your course. All you have to do is see it through. Careful. I think a part of him is already gone. He hasn't lost his sense of compassion, at least. That never works as well as you think. I knew it. I didn't want to, but I knew. I could have told you that from a mile away. He might not. With the Dream Scourge, that's one of the first things to go. The Steel Garrote would tell you otherwise. We have reason to believe there's a path under the keep. Be thankful you're talking to us rather than them. They were planning to storm the keep. There's plenty of Dream Scourge outside your walls, including a host of recently changed Steel Garrote. Well, the Steel Garrote found another way. We think it's under the keep. Any of this lighting any fires for you? They had a bunch of Pargrunen books. Old ones. Your call, envoy. Keep the list to yourself, or tell him the truth. Never knew libraries could get this interesting. I'd say that's the Dream Scourge, but this sounds different. Any day we save a life is a good day, as far as I'm concerned. Remind me not to get between the envoy and an ogre. You did remember to untie her, didn't you? Sounds like the one the ogre... Actually, never mind. What are the odds of this being a coincidence? We passed it a while ago. Or, well, what was left of it. She wasn't there. I'm sure of it. The ogre is sick. He's got her trapped until she finds a cure. We're trying to speed that along. Guess she doesn't meet many new people out here. Better his letter than Ludwig's. Vala could have learned a thing or two from this guy. Careful on the approach. Those two don't look like friends. I bet she's from the caravan. Be careful how you play this one. Envoy. Not the time to be tempting fate. That has to be Galeen. Walk slowly, and maybe don't make eye contact. Now this I have to see. Always a privilege to watch a master at work. You should see him when he thinks you're hiding something. You should see her when she thinks you're hiding something. You should see them when they think you're hiding something. Petru. Didn't we meet him in Fjord? Well, they did, with Ludwig herself leading the charge. Isn't this the guy Petru told us about? Isn't this the guy Petru told us about? You know, this probably isn't the time to discuss it. Not when they look ready to kick us into the volcano. I'm sure Fjord's rangers thought the same thing. The Steel Garrote almost caught Fjord unawares. Don't underestimate them. Politicians are alike everywhere, aren't they? You okay? You went away again, but this time seemed different. I've only heard stories of this place. Amazing. I thought what we had was special, Marius. The Dream Scourge is spreading madness, the Steel Garrote is sowing chaos, and you're worried about traditions? For the moment. Solace Keep is just a place. You're looking for a way to help your people, aren't you? That's the most sensible thing we've heard yet. Can't argue with them on that. Then why shouldn't they leave? That is an understatement. That's a sensible trade in my book. He's in a tough position. But I believe he's trying to do right by his people. He's been missing that long, and no one thought to investigate? Hope it's a strong one. She'll need it. It's a hard world without true friends. Good thing Petru's got her. Envoy, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. Another god. At least she's not in your head, too. That wasn't Sapadal, was it? You really do get the strangest messages. What was this one about? As long as your soul is in one piece. In the meantime, look at the water. We've seen it. All the more reason to find the garden. Fast. I take it this is news to you. Another mess to untangle, after we've found the garden. She's right about that much. All the more reason we need to find the garden. Hope you don't mind splinters. At least she came through the front door about it. I'd keep my nose out of it until we ask the wardens what's going on. Something tells me there's more to it. Word of advice? I don't think she'll take it well if you lie. You're free to roam. As you should be. This isn't right. That was some clever thinking. I'm starting to see why the Emperor made you his envoy. Usually the problem with bandits is getting them to leave. Wonder what Redoute will say. Or the bandits. Unless that's the Amalia you were referring to. So that's the bandit queen we ran into. We've got one of her banners. Principe used to negotiate over those. We could try taking more. If her banners are like pirate flags, she'll do anything to get them back. Think they could be a bargaining chip? She's running low on supporters. I don't think she'll have much choice. Her father made a promise. She's decided to keep it for him. First rule of any parley is to know who you're dealing with. What can you tell us about her? It sounds like she just wants to leave. I'm all for traditions and camaraderie, but this goes too far. Oaths and traditions should serve the living. If Amalia's struggling here, why shouldn't she leave? If it's not too late, I hope there's a way for her to leave on her own terms. Dead oaths shouldn't bind the living. Making her stay doesn't sit right. But I guess it's better than bloodshed. I wonder if this will open the gate for others, so to speak. Envoy, you've sent them to their deaths. You and your empire gain nothing from this. These people aren't trained assassins. They're just regular people with weapons. The spiders are just trying to survive. Maybe these people are too. I sense a Marius lecture coming. Bet that key opens the big double doors we saw on the way here. He was starving. I wasn't going to kill a man over a few rations. True. When did you become a poet? Still needs work. That key has to belong to that door over there. You're still mad about that thief. But we made it back to town, even without our supplies. You think everyone's out to get you. This is why you don't have more friends. So, would you have killed that thief for taking our stuff? Then he would have died. What were we talking about? As we were saying, I'm not sure killing Egwolf was the best idea. Dealing with the assassin should put us on Ludwig's good side, so there's that. Hopefully you made an ally here today, Envoy. I don't think I expected they would just turn themselves in. Unfortunately, I don't think your friends at the embassy will be happy about this. Tej, I'm surprised you're still gainfully employed. Hey, somebody has to have the envoys back, because you all sure didn't. Exactly. Amateurs. He started it. Besides, the arrowhead lodged in your gut tells me you can do plenty of that on your own. Well, come on, it's funny. Teach caused a ruckus last time he was slumming it at the Ballot Rock. You were trying to kill a man, if I remember right. I had to put you outside. You lived. Gods, Teach. The envoy doesn't need to know that. Yeah, but now you'll never think of Teach the same way again, will you? And now he'll never think of you the same way either. It was over a dice game, right? Teach here has a gambling problem. The bartender sleeping with your girlfriend. You sure about that? I'm not breaking up with her for you. Just so we're clear. Flatterer. You know I'm barely over 6.5. You know, all the fun people. What, the resistance? Sorry. Forgot you gotta earn that hefty pay purse of yours somehow. Not yet, anyway. Well, to start, there'd be a lot more brothels. Up to and including people. Home, sweet home. I like my current circumstances just fine, thanks. I don't think they see it that way. Well, as far as Navy brass is concerned, Adir doesn't really rate. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we don't think about you at all. Yeah, they tend to have that effect on people. Some folks get out from time to time, but they can't ever go back, and the ones who survive aren't eager to talk about their experiences. You have no idea. You sound like you admire them. Oh, did she take your money? Definitely. Andras Depps! Are you in love with her? Don't worry, Teach. I won't tell your girlfriend. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, Teach. You make it too easy. Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, but that's just one side to it. Imagine how a watcher feels, knowing what a threat they are to the status quo. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be keen on kings and emperors wanting me dead. Sounds like a lot of hassle. You're not wrong. The envoy is right. You're basically a watcher encyclopedia. He sounds defensive to me. Does he sound defensive to you, envoy? You get cold feet just when the interrogation starts getting fun. But you're right. I know you're not a watcher, Teach. You'd be better at dice. Exactly what a watcher would say. All right. She's a death guard. Well, that explains a lot. The envoy here has depths you would not believe. Fun bunch. What are they doing in Paradise? Clavenger Amon might have tolerated a little more chaos than the ambassador liked, but he kept this place humming. He's not someone you can easily replace, and not with one man alone. A couple of times, I walked by and seen him playing dice with the guards out front at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I guess there are worse ways to spend a life. He once fell asleep sitting up with a morning bun in his hand and tumbled straight into the fountain. He wasn't even drunk, but I was, aside from the people in trouble down there, which says something to the danger in that cave. Hey, come on, you're gonna give the envoy the wrong idea. We've got draft dodgers, courtesans, and revolutionaries too. So, which is it? That's certainly one way to characterize them. It's not exactly wrong, but it's not exactly right either. Wonder what he thought would happen. So it begins. I saw this in the Deadfire, too. I'm sorry, envoy. I don't envy your position. You played him right into the steel garrote's hand. Let's hope this doesn't come back to bite us. That's the priestess. She had no idea what she was getting into. Just when I thought this would be too easy. Hey, don't give Rawatai's admirals any ideas. They've sent fleets for less. I've worn a lot of uniforms in my day, but I'm just a humble scramble root trying to get by and help others do the same. Sometimes you gotta take what you can get. Happy to have been of service, nevertheless. Take it slow. We'll be right here. You seemed worried last time we spoke. Now I see why. He raises a fair question. She raises a fair question. They raise a fair question. And they're in good company, it seems. I've said the same thing after a flask of Eric. But I know better than to trust that feeling. I say we begin with a couple pints. This day's been stranger than most. Be careful where you go saying that. Nowadays, that kind of talk makes people nervous. Just watch your step. There are swaths of the city barely more civilized than this, and a capable one. Amon was no stranger to these wilds. Amon was no stranger to disturbances, inside or outside the city walls. I never would have expected him to be caught off guard. I hope that's enough for anyone, Ambassador. And out here, that's saying something. I'd hate to see civilization ruin this place. Out here, we like to think of laws as suggestions. Glad to see you're embracing the local culture. You all right? You look like you were in a trance for several minutes. What happened to that bear? Hey, not with that attitude. Right behind you. A little faster, and we might have been able to save Clavenger Amon, too. What are you doing? This could get her in real trouble. Slow down. What happened to Claviger Amond? That's the Claviger. What happened? Don't speak too soon, Ambassador. Well, I don't know how you handle bears, but that does not sound like a normal bear. Hey, I meant that as a compliment. If we're looking for priest types, the Temple of Andra has the biggest following in Paradise. Probably best to start there. Take it easy. He's going to walk away and leave you in peace, right? Everyone take a deep breath. No one is hurting anyone else today. Slowly, too. So you better hope he starts at the top. Slowly, too. So you better hope she starts at the top. Slowly, too. So you better hope they start at the top. Stick around. Find out for yourself. Listen, I get it. Times are tough, and you thought this man was easy pickings. Now, you know better. Can't help but think we'd all be better off if we were a bit more willing to band together on behalf of ungrateful idiots. He's only saying that because these fools wouldn't stand a chance against you. She's only saying that because these fools wouldn't stand a chance against you. They're only saying that because these fools wouldn't stand a chance against you. Walking through the streets of Paradise is supposed to be a safer proposition. Yet, our friend took an arrow that was coated in this stuff. So don't, under any circumstances, mix it up with moonberries. What makes you think they won't come back for you? Help us, and we can help you. Claviger Amond used to say she had the worst temper. I'd hate to be on the wrong side of it. Relax. We're not here for you. You couldn't have known how it would be used, right? This is why you always ask for references. Careful where you say that. The last thing Paradise needs is a deer in panic. A gang of bullies shaking down honest folk seems more like the cause to me. So, walk away while you can. Right? A poisoner from one of the temples. So much for the gods working through miracles and mysteries. On the other hand, Claviger Amond was cozy with plenty of mystics and oddballs. We could check out his estate for clues. I thought the perk of killing the biggest guy in the gang was scaring the rest of them off. Envoy! Hey, you could have a real future here if the envoy thing doesn't work out. Imagine how boring this place would be if we all agreed. Your reputation precedes you. You might not want to finish that thought. Glad to see you with us. I was sure you were already on your next trip around the wheel, but I brought you here just in case. What does this mean for him? Should he expect anything else strange? What does this mean for her? Should she expect anything else strange? What does this mean for them? Should they expect anything else strange? Hey, I'm sure you would have slung me over your back too, if our situations were reversed. I don't suppose this would be the same one you heard earlier? He's safe there. Probably cozied up with velvet slippers and a glass of something expensive. That's what everyone in Paradise is asking. Anything he should avoid? Anything she should avoid? Anything they should avoid? Ah, look at us, rambling on like you're still a bloodied corpse. If anyone can work a miracle, it's Liviana, though whatever restored you is beyond even her skill. Oh, his guards bundled him away to his embassy before you hit the ground. A voice. I take it you don't mean Liviana ordering me around. The streets have been less murderous since your ambassador and his guards took up residence. But your assassination is bound to upset that uneasy peace. The metaphysical heavy lifting, anyway. Other than coming back from the dead, I mean. Either way, I should go with you. Your assassination is bound to have stirred things up. I suppose following the chain of command will soothe his worries. What's he gonna do anyway? You've already died and come back. Strenuous exercise, hard drink, strong sveff. Glad to hear your soul's in one piece. Let's try and keep it that way, all right? Probably not the grand imperial entrance he was aiming for. Probably not the grand imperial entrance she was aiming for. Probably not the grand imperial entrance they were aiming for. Sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. Don't mention it. Besides, I don't want this to blow up any more than you do. The sooner we solve your murder, the better for everyone. Your troops are going to be on edge until your killer's found, and some of us still have to live here. Hey, my schedule was clear. Besides, I don't want this to blow up any more than you do. Don't worry. I know my way around, which is why I should go with you. Your assassination is bound to have stirred things up. And we should talk back at camp. I'm hoping you can help me understand what just happened to you. Sailors and our superstitions. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm not saying I'd risk it either. Hope you're limber and light on your feet Oh, and don't mind getting pecked. There. Adds a little culture to the camp, doesn't it? Looks like that broke off of something. Wonder where it goes. That looks like a piece of the thing you were fiddling with at camp. Bet that was part of something once. Did that artifact get warmer, or am I imagining it? That looks right. You feel that? Must be magical. Hope it doesn't give me weird dreams. Careful, don't give away all your tricks. Jago, don't you ever get tired of offending people? I was there. It was awful. And he remembers every detail. I was there. It was awful. And she remembers every detail. I was there. It was awful. And they remember every detail. If the steel garrote are onto you, you're lucky we found you first. You'll find that Paradise is very different from High Crown Envoy. This isn't just about you. Do you want to put your whole crew at risk? You do more for this city than they do anyway. Always wondered why a boat wasn't enough. Maybe I have simple tastes. Do you want me to answer that? Come on now, don't hurt the envoy. He's new around here. Come on now, don't hurt the envoy. She's new around here. Come on now, don't hurt the envoy. They're new around here. Juliana knows enough dirt to run half of Paradise out of town. The Sparrowhawks used to be bullies. Now that Adair swept them into this neighborhood, they're bullies with a chip on their shoulder. I don't think that mural outside leaves much to wonder about. And Paradise still isn't part of Adair last I checked. Let's just say the docks will be much quieter from now on. Makes you appreciate why the Empire sent him here. Makes you appreciate why the Empire sent her here. Makes you appreciate why the Empire sent them here. Careful. This shipment was smuggled for a reason. Shipment or not, it's about time someone took them down a peg. Good on you, Envoy. If only more of your countrymen were as reasonable. Was that necessary? Her business was no harm to you. If he didn't mean it, he wouldn't have offered. If she didn't mean it, she wouldn't have offered. If they didn't mean it, they wouldn't have offered. Don't blame the Envoy. The thing about emperors is, they make the rules however they please. The temple entrance is just through the cave there. With any luck, we'll pick up the expedition's trail inside. And given the Steel Garrote's particular allegiances, yeah. Okay, I see the through line. A lot of that going around lately. I gotta say, I'm surprised there's still a temple to Aethys standing after the Saints' War. But there's no accounting for taste. In my experience, the gods can't be made to answer for anything, let alone their sins. Hey, look at that. You just got here, and you're already turning heads. Good thinking. If we dug out fast, they might not even notice we're gone. He was injured, but we got him fixed up. Keep an eye out for him, and give him a hand if you can. I'm sure his brother will be anxious to see him. He was too far gone. We all go back to the wheel eventually. Well, we found the expedition. Something's not right here. Take a look around. Great view, isn't it? You can even see Fort Northreach in the distance. This looks like the path Offric told us about. Locals call this the Pilgrim's Path, but no one really uses it anymore. No blood, no wounds. Can you find anything on those bodies? Think someone gave up on this, or think the tripwire got them? Judging by this equipment, animancy may have something to do with this. Views like this remind me why I came to the Living Lands in the first place. That statue. How did anyone build that all the way down here? This reminds me of the strangle root. But how is anything this big growing all the way down here? I'm only a so-so carpenter, but even I can tell this is no ordinary statue. There's the relic. It can't be as easy as just grabbing it. Can it? Well, better a flood than a cave-in. What's stranger is there's not a scratch on them. No sign of what killed them. It's like every member of the expedition team just collapsed. Oh, like they've been completely drained of essence. They can't have come the same way we did. We swam here. An animancer could explain it better, but they're basically suits of armor brought to life by bound souls. I've heard of those, but I've never seen one. They're suits of armor brought to life by bound souls, right? You need to get out more, Marius. Animancers have been zapping folks for centuries. That's dark work. But animancers have been doing it for centuries. The Oracle couldn't have put the expedition's souls in the statue of Aethys, right? You think he's building what? A giant animat? Boredom? Loneliness? Mania? Whatever the Oracle has planned for that relic, and for us, it can't be good, Envoy. Aethys is a dangerous god associated with Eora's bloodiest wars, and he recently killed thousands of people in Deadfire. Now we have a piece of him, and we're about to face a maniac who wants it desperately. Tread carefully. There's still a lot of debate over what even happened at Ukaizo. Perhaps the Oracle knows the truth, or perhaps he's just as lost as we are. Right. Let's get the truth from the man himself. Yeah. I heard most of them drop dead at the same time. If you believe the priests and watchers, the gods ripped their souls clean out of their bodies after Aethys clobbered the wheel, but nobody's sure what really happened, and the gods aren't in a hurry to explain. Anyway, all we have to go on is conjecture. A statue of Aethys and a bunch of Adiran corpses. So, we're doing great. Could be he's a special case. Well, there's no godlike and no Adiran functionary I'd rather be trapped down here with than you. Whatever the reason, I suspect this whole island's lucky they didn't take you. Looks like they've only been dead a few hours. But how did they get in here? You think he's a cannibal? So you don't like animancy, but you're fine with eating people. All right, here's another idea. Could he be building a giant animat? Here's an idea. This temple is full of old animancy equipment. Could he be building a giant animat? Or Aethys was already gone by the time it happened, so he couldn't take his godlikes with him. Somehow, I don't think the professional cave delvers died of fright. Something killed them, and it's just us and him in here. Hey, that spear looks Adiran. Let's look around. A scout near your embassy mentioned a missing expedition. Hey, that spear looks Adiran. Based on that letter, this must be where your expedition went missing. You know, I heard about a missing Adiran expedition from a scout near your embassy. I think this is the cave they got lost in. If it weren't for the creepy oracle and the invading roots, this place would be kinda nice. Zarabs. Want to sneak or fight? The bridge is out, but that looks like the way to the relic. 6 years in Dawnshore, and I never knew something this big was under our feet the whole time. A shrine to Aethys. Must be lonely, worshipping a god everyone hates. Dream scourge ahead. I hate to think it reaches all the way down here. Good eyes. No one said anything about tight spaces. I don't know what this guy's capable of, but I've got your back. I see someone. Be ready for anything. That must have opened something. I was just hoping you'd tell me he couldn't. Oh, too soon. That diagram details some kind of mechanism. That earthquake must have knocked something loose. That did it. Doors open. Look alive. They've seen us. Now we know why the expedition team abandoned that puzzle. Guess his work on that statue didn't leave much time for renovations. Never thought I'd be so relieved to see parodies. Supposedly they were after some kind of relic. I see light. I think we can swim through. Nothing, huh? On the bright side, at least the Oracle's not around to see this. It's hard to believe Aethys is really gone. What do you think, Envoy? Can a god really die? Can you imagine how inconvenient that would have been? We've already got the Dream Scourge and tensions with Adir. What's the resurrection of a murderous god, really? Hey, Envoy, you okay? Were you hoping it would work? Aethys always was the love 'em and leave 'em type. Let's say I'm sensing uncomfortable parallels to your situation with your god, whoever they are. I mean, you tell me if I'm hot or cold. Like God, like godlike. Fair enough. I won't bother you about it anymore. What? You worried you're going to become him? To start, he was 600 years old. That'll make scrambled eggs of anyone's brain. And Aethys had a special way of driving his people nuts. I think it was all that unconditional love paired with the constant wanton atrocities. And if we know one thing about your god now, it's not Aethys. So, as long as you don't go building any murder statues, I think you'll be fine. Look, we didn't really do pep talks in the Navy. You wouldn't know it, but this is actually me growing as a person. Don't mention it. Anyway, I'll work on my pep talks. Promise. Anyway, that sounds like a question for a priest. It's all a matter of finding the right weapon, I guess. Well, with the Oracle dead, I guess we should get going. Right behind you, Envoy. Look at that. Blood and a broken tripwire. Someone got clumsy. Blood and a broken tripwire. Maybe Offrig's squad passed through here. Didn't realize the head of the Steel Garrote was into antiques. Poor guy. After years of solitude, he finally gets visitors. I guess that's justice. Why couldn't he have just stuck to sculpture? Who's ready for more? Something's off about him. I don't think he gets out much. I guess we're looking for that relic. Maybe we'll find the Adirans on the way. That spear looks Adiran, all right. Guess we're on the right track. The Oracle soul is in the machinery now. We've got to pull the lever to siphon it into the statue. An expedition? You know, treasure maps, matching outfits, campfire songs, the works. That's all very poetic, but it doesn't answer the question. Is this place special to godlikes? If you're about to ask us to tidy up, think again. My place is a much bigger mess. You've trapped them in there. I don't trust this guy. Better that we grab the relic than leave it lying around for him. Look, I'm all for second chances, but restoring the god who started the Saints' War and left a trail of corpses and dead fire? What are you doing? This is a ploy, right? Blink twice if you want me to shank him while his back's turned. Come on, we can run for it. He's hundreds of years old. He can't be that fast. What? I've always believed in second chances, but I've never seen a change of heart like that. Even I can see that's a bad idea, and I can't imagine a worse fate than spending an eternity as one of those poor souls stuck with him. I've heard I can change him before. Believe me, you don't want to put me in there with a god. I'll only make him worse. I guess your emperor really did send someone special. Come on. You don't have to do this. And once you're dead, we pull that lever to put your soul into the statue. We push the button, then pull the lever. You got all that, Marius? Great. Then you'll be in charge if anything goes wrong. Something's moving in the main chamber. If Adir's medics are anything like Rawatais, we'll hear your screams from 3 blocks away. Can't say I blame them. People still fault Aethys for the Saints' War, and that was 25 years ago. If I were the earthly avatar of everyone's least favorite god, I'd go into hiding too. Not much. He doesn't get out often. But I've heard he's hundreds of years old and only speaks to godlikes. Why don't you just tell us what happened, kid? Take it from me. Around here, the rumors always have some truth to them. Take it easy, kid. But I wish it had turned out differently, kid. I really do. Don't do this to yourself. I know what abandonment looks like, and you did the best you could. Hey, come on. It was worse than you know down there. They were already gone, Afrique. They probably went quickly, if that helps. Envoy, believe me, there is nothing in that cave that's worth risking your life again. They didn't make it, Afrique. I'm sorry. You know what? Don't ask. I wish things had turned out better for the rest of their crew, but I'm glad they made it. Wait. Let me guess. Mermaid's Den. So, most people don't go there anymore. So, he probably hasn't seen much company in a while. One of them may even get a happy ending. He deserved the truth, Envoy, not false hope. Higher-ups always grumble about something. Envoy, you gonna shake the kid down now? Don't you work for the same emperor? We never found him, kid. If they give you a rough time, just remind them they can come out and look for it themselves. Hold it together, kid. We're nearly there. Sorry, I'm all out of potions. I don't know any healing magic either. The kid's in bad shape, but he's not too far gone. I think we can help him. See? You'll be back on your feet in no time. That's just the medicine working. And look, you're halfway to lucid. And your wounds are closing up. If it works, don't question it. And look, your wounds are closing up already. He's not making any sense. Must have gotten caught in a trap. Not with that. No. Oh, you mean healing him. He's fading, Envoy. Damn. He's gone. Okay. Next steps. The kid said the expedition team went deeper, looking for the Oracle. Focus. The free expedition score. Where are they? Take it easy. No sense getting yourself into another scrape. Come on, kid. Don't get starstruck now. Great. He's old. Anything else? Yeah, we've seen the same traps and crumbling buildings you have. Relax. You're not the first person to have a bad commander. Has she been short-tempered? Distracted? Can't be sure, but it sounds like the dream scourge to me, Envoy. That was probably blood loss. Still blood loss. Seems like a good kid. Glad we could give him a hand. So, the kid said the expedition team went deeper, looking for the Oracle. He's in a bad way, Envoy. We can't take long. Maybe one of Juliana's girls will, too. I say we head after him. 2 guards, wine, and a dead body. There's a story here. He's staying at the Grinning Ballarrock, not far from Liviana's infirmary. We just take the main road east to the market, then head down the stairs and cross the canal. With that settled, we should visit Runit. See what she can tell you about your soul. Not many get a chance to solve their own murder, you know. Marius is from the Tusks, about the harshest and remotest place the gods ever created, even by the standards of the living lands. I can tell you're skeptical, but Remember that you're an outsider here, and a lot of kith aren't exactly thrilled to see so many adherents in their midst. No, but this is the Paradisans' home. They're very good at hiding here. Blend in, for one thing. Tracking down mysterious assassins with a godlike who returned from death, all while the rumored dream scourge spreads? Yes, my pistol. Jammed. Probably all that dank air in the cistern. We can head to the Eastern Gatehouse when you're ready to go to Fjord. And with the assurances you gave them, I doubt they're expecting another surprise visit. I know someone who could help. A dwarven tracker named Marius. Kith or beast, there's little he can't find. Rough part of town, even by the standards of Paradise. Let's just say no one survives out there without picking up a few skills, the kind we'll need if we're going to find hidden assassins, especially if they're from the streets of Paradise, as you've seen firsthand. You could use some local help, especially if we really are after Paradisans. Can't say I'm prepared, but I'm ready. How about we start with Marius at the Grinning Ballarok? Besides, I could use a drink after all this. You're no slouch, but you don't know the city like him, and a second pair of eyes can't hurt. All the more reason to strike first, or so the thinking goes. You sound like a Rauatayan admiral. A lot of disputes arise because people here have a strong aversion to being told what to do. He's right about that much, Envoy. And I can't keep dragging you back to Liviana's. And you wonder why you aren't making more friends here, Ambassador. Do you really need Marius and me here for the groveling, or... Oh, boy. You did put him in charge. You did put her in charge. You did put them in charge. And that is how a lot of people like it. For better or worse. They're a fun bunch. Crazy, but fun. It's okay. We've all heard that one before. Is that, her? He's got more backbone than I would have thought. You don't waste time, do you? And Marius is good at finding things that want to remain hidden. Glad to see him getting a second chance. Might as well enjoy the city while we can. As long as she's not on our scent. Hopefully, your handling of Egwolf brought us some grace with her. Given how angry she was about Egwolf, probably best we give her a wide berth. If they're lost in those caves, odds are they won't last long without help. At ease, soldier. You adherents sure do take these things seriously. Grave robbers. Reincarnating as rats would be a step up. Come on. You're not still mad about that hunting knife, are you? So you do care. I knew you'd come around. You miss me. Well, this should be good. The only thing standing before us is a bunch of well-armed people. Let's take this slow. No sudden movements. Normally, I'd say if someone tries to kill you once, don't give them a chance to do it again. But he does seem contrite. That's sad. The Inquisitor's gonna have fun with him. An apology. Mighty big of him. Let's make sure you don't die a second time. Yeah, what he said. That may not be the whole story, but it's part of it. Normally, I'd say if someone tries to kill you once, don't give them a chance to do it again. But I think he's actually come around to something. It's rare to see a real change of heart. Rarer still to have the opportunity to give someone a second chance. Don't squander it. You really are full of surprises, Envoy. Relax, Marius. You think he'd give the Envoy a nice set of armor just to ruin it? Impressive. I'm starting to see why your Emperor trusts you. Relax, Marius. If he wanted the Envoy dead, I doubt he'd send us away with presents. Careful, he could be a messenger. Or this could get interesting. If he wasn't thinking about it before, he sure is now. Paradise just wouldn't be Paradise without people like him. Brood. I was going to warn you not to trip over yourself. Hey, don't ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to. This kind of thing makes my skin prickle. Let's get out of here. She's accurate so far. That guiding hand, whatever it is, must be what brought you back to life at Liviana's. Word travels fast. Hey, we don't need to make this all about me. You ever meet people who have too much free time on their hands? If you want to run, now's our chance. Thirdborn. I spent a few years over there. There are certainly worse places to start over. You're in good company. That's a tale many here share. If everyone in the living lands had to answer for the mistakes of their past, this island would be as empty as the godless left it. A lot of people come here running from something. Most want to leave it behind. Maybe you could look the other way on this one. What are two fugitives to an empire anyway? I wish more of your officials were as understanding. They'd certainly find a warmer welcome. It's rare to see a real second chance. Rare, but refreshing. Adherents in the shantytown. I doubt they're getting a warm welcome. Most of the people there are paradisans run out by Adir. Ending with flattery is a nice touch. I don't think you need to play it up for the crowd, Envoy. Don't know who you've met, but I've known explorers who'd feed you to the sharks for a skate. Don't worry. Sansa loves his curios, but he won't stuff you for display until you're actually dead. You should have been out there with them. What happened to pulling with your crew? I thought I remembered more people arguing in here. Oh, hey, Sansa. Well, that's our marching orders then. Comes on a little strong, that's all. He doesn't bite. You know how many so-called adventurers I've saved out there? 3. This month. What kind of first mate would I be if I told you the truth? Everyone's entitled to their opinion, even if they're wrong. Tack's better, too. A junk could outrun a galleon any day. It's not the power. It's the firing speed that makes all the difference. Should we tell them about the biting, or... No, they'll figure it out. You know, sometimes it's kinder not to give people false hope. How big are we talking? Even Marius is a big, mean bastard compared to you. Big? No offense, but I've eaten chickens bigger than you. Oh. Did you do that all on your own? Time to find your killer. I don't think they'll go nearly as peacefully. For now, that's got to be finding out who killed you. You're finding admirers everywhere. Clever. Catch a little fish to bait a bigger one. Or you could just get us out of your hair before anyone else takes too much notice of our being here. Your people, huh? Guess we're doing this. I hope this isn't how you usually make friends. I hope you're sure about this. Your people already tried that. Well, at least she wasn't rude. Why do they always choose that option? Nice work, Envoy. Let's check out the Claviger's estate. I've got a feeling Aemon might have known something. I don't like this. She's hiding something. We just can't prove it. Unless you're hearing that from a handsome stranger in the bathhouse, that's usually an invitation to trouble. You're doing great so far. Really menacing. Hey, that's not nice. Hey, it's all right. You're talking enough for all of us. Long sea voyage will do that, you know. Nicely done. Good. I was getting tired of listening to them anyway. Well, I can see which of you two is the poet. Unfortunately, you're both short on common sense, and not as fun as the kind you get into in the steam. Easy. We don't want people thinking you'll put a curse on them. I'm not saying violence is never the answer, but she's a little too keen to deploy it. Not sure she'll take it to heart, but even one good example helps. Sounds like someone wants to hear she made the right choice. I thought all paradisans were protected citizens. Real generous with compliments, that Cynric. If you're sure, I've got plenty of reach. It's true. It looked just like you. Not sure they got your eyes right, though. Come here for a better life and find a worse one. Wish I hadn't heard that before. You gotta do better than that. Fake watchers are like seashells out here. And here I thought we were getting along. That sounds ominous. What? No parting words from me after all the time we spent together? So he didn't tell you either, huh? You know, if you just tell me where the Claviger is, I'd get out of your hair. With talk like that, it's no wonder the Adirans think we need a little civilizing. At least I'm in good company now. Right? Now there's a good idea. Uh-oh. Get ready to be disappointed. You're doing great. Nice. Most people out here aren't fond of established hierarchies and titles, so we made up some new ones. Leaderless and rudderless is the natural state of things in Paradise anyway. Nonsense. There's a small army of pickpockets, smugglers, and scoundrels between those walls who'd be happy to take it off your hands. Where did you say they went? Because I've got an idea. You need to find the ambassador, and I need to find the Claviger. How's about we partner up? Claviger Aemon helped me get on my feet when I came to Paradise a few years ago. Last time we spoke, he sounded worried about things. If he's gotten himself into trouble, I owe it to him to help out. Name's Kai. I've been a soldier, a sailor, and a halfway decent baritone. I knew you had a soft spot for me. If there's one thing you can say about Rowattians, we're no backstabbers. We handle our disagreements face to face with lots of yelling and violence. You'll vouch for me, right, Captain? That's the nicest thing you've said about me all day. Better yours than mine. See, Cynric, I knew someone would appreciate me for me. The Rowattian Navy didn't teach me fancy words, but I did learn how to count. Out here, people are more likely to think I'm trying to rob you. I didn't survive my military days by being the slowest one in the squad. I did my time in the Rowattian Navy. We'll have time to worry about Ludwine later. Keeps things interesting. I'm good, as long as you talk real slow. We don't see many lordly types. First, we've got to find your ambassador and my claviger. Right behind you. We've got to find your ambassador and my claviger before something else does. I'll bet you're glad to be on dry land after that voyage. Come on, let's get you some fresh air. Paradise's mayor, more or less. That's certainly what they'd like you to believe. Sounds like their reputation back home in Adir isn't any better than it is here. Anything juicy? Well, Dehangan's the only one who can make sense of it. We should talk to her. Really? That doesn't sound like Dehangan. Maybe we should talk to her. She's usually down by the docks. Maybe it has something to do with that wall painting in the other room. Let's check it out. I don't remember that mural from the last time I was here. Why don't we ask Dehangan about it? It's her house. She ought to know something. Dehangan might be able to tell us more. Looks like an elf and Zarup holding hands. What do you see? If she's not here, she'll be at the docks. You'd know better than me. Take a look around before we go. I'm no art critic, but I've never seen a mural like that. A friendly Zarup. Don't see that every day. Wait, isn't that... Oh, too late. I agree. He's not hurting anyone. I don't speak Zarup, but it definitely answered you. What made him come this way, though? In fact, we're near Dehangan's house. Maybe he's the one who made that mural. Of course, you don't see them fighting their friends every day either. Eye sharp. Dream thralls ahead. Must have been stragglers from Eagle's Reach. They weren't ready for this. Some of them are still wearing third-born homespun or Adiran armor. Can't imagine having to kill one of your own, even after they've turned. Those barricades are new. It looks like they've already seen action, though. Hear that? Sounds like a fight. We have got to put a stop to this thing, Envoy. So many of them. Sailors, soldiers, fisherfolk. All turned to monsters. I still remember the first time I saw these dunes. In the heat haze, they looked just like waves. I used to patrol out here. I swore I'd never come back. I must have done 100 shifts on those watchtowers. I never saw so much third-born blood under them. I used to love stargazing up here. Camp on one of these buttes, and you've got a defensible position. Those dream thralls are at Thirdborn's gates. Come on, we gotta help. I explored these caves years ago. I had no idea they went so deep. Is it just me, or does it feel like we're being watched? I heard something move below us. Let's check it out. Be honest. Did you figure it out, or was that a lucky guess? Tama lost his badge near here. Well, the walls are still standing. Let's see who's still on their feet. I'm guessing she hasn't had company in a while. Think they're welcoming us? Ringram seems fun. We gotta get into that tower? I hope Yatsley brought her ladder. Outstanding. How about breaking this cold spell while you're at it? Hey, don't sound so surprised. Never underestimate the tiny ones. I thought Ringram was all about illusions. This place is cold. I never thought the storm-lashed shores of Rawatai would seem so welcoming. What happened to traps and hired goons? Skeletons. Now this I can handle. I was prepared for heat, sandstorms, monsters. Not this. In my day, we kept an empty bottle on hand. Even Almawa don't have bladders that big. You need to go to a camp. Here. What were they thinking? Manu. Hope whatever got you was quicker than the dream scourge, old friend. Kiri. He used to sneak sips of my Eric when he thought I wasn't looking. Who brought the poor kid here? Always used to boast about her family's military history. She was better with a hammer than a sword. Look alive! We got more of them! Don't relax just yet! I used to fish and drink with these people before I left. They weren't soldiers. I didn't realize how bad things had gotten here while I was away. I think I saw a cairn across the lake bed. That must be the place. Fair winds and following tides. Whoever you were, he's on his own. Nothing we can do for him. I got a feeling he's going to punish himself more than we ever could. You know, the responsible thing would be to try a sample. To make sure it's safe, of course. You've already got a god in your head. No drugs are going to top that anyway. Poor decisions and questionable substances with crewmates. This takes me back. That just means you need to try more. Reminds me of the time I tried to buy coral snuff and Deadfire. Pretty sure it was sawdust. What matters is we tried it together. Well, I am. Marius, I promise, we'll tell you all the stories if things get interesting. I thought you'd never ask. Thirdborns really come up in the world. You used to have to go to the big city for that kind of dysfunction. I almost forgot you three grew up together. Almost. You used to break up tavern brawls and heated quarrels. You sound like you've heard this before. We're sorry to have to tell you like this, but something happened to Aiko. Now you're, what, supervising everyone who's guarding the walls? Aiko, your brother used to think east and west flipped after noon. You really think he's sending anyone anywhere? Obviously. You're lucky you still have a nose. Uh-oh. They're rubbing off on you. Aiko, the last time you got an enterprising streak, you were trying to pass off rotten eggs as Greengill Shark Row. Just when I was worried Thirdborn had changed beyond recognition. Trust me, you two have plenty in common. Aiko, out of all the schemes you've cooked up, this is by far the dumbest. You mean your identical twin, who used to dive into the bay with you at low tide? That Aiko? If that excuse were any thinner, you could tie your shoe with it. I won't tell him if you don't. Really? When you came down, you said you saw a flaming bear. This should be good. Someone really should have kept you two apart. For both your sakes. I've eaten moldy hardtack that gave me more of a thrill. I wouldn't call a spider bite stupid, just preventable. I used to think your worst quality was a lack of good sense. Hajime's going to be after you for this. Consider it revenge for all those times you tried to light his ears on fire when you were kids. We're sorry about your brother, but it's a wonder your own schemes didn't do that sooner. No point in wasting time. Last time you said that, you tried to take Tomoko the tower. For your own sake, don't do this. I'll take the drink. What did this? To train soldiers. We need to find the person in charge. I don't recognize Rutaska, but I know Thirdborn. And it used to be made of sterner stuff. Protecting civilians is your duty, soldier. What's gotten into you? At ease. The envoy's more than capable, and I know my way around Shatterscarp. Even if it's been a few years, something's off. The Thirdborn I remember had more backbone than this. Relax, Daran. The only strange dreams we've had involve your mother. I'm with the envoy, and we're against the Dream Scourge. That's basically hello around here. Which we would love to share with Temerity if you'd let us in. Relax. When did you get so uptight? Law and order. This place has gone downhill. I, left without saying my goodbyes. So, how about you quit wasting it and let us in? There's a battle up ahead. Come on, let's help out. I meant to stop by, but I guess time got away from me. Think she's trying to stop the Dream Scourge too? Look on the bright side. If we survive this, it'll make a great story. Better to march into danger than have it take you by surprise. Besides, this is the right crew to do it with. You tell them Kai sent you. That should still carry some weight. It can make you stronger, but you never have to like it. Don't forget that. If Shatterscarp is like this now, well, we should get going too. Shatterscarp was always rough. It wasn't whatever this is. So much for hospitality. Where I'm from, hospitality usually involves a mug of cold ale and a plate of warm cookies. Look at her. Making new friends, learning new spells. They grow up so fast. If you gotta deal with an archmage to stop the Dream Scourge, so be it. Good thing we've got our own wizard. Can you get us in? All right. We're in this together. Mangled statues and bitter fables. None of this comes from a healthy mind. Or soul. I promise we'll get into the right amount of trouble. You've got your hands full, envoy. I'd bet a few skates all our gear is gonna smell like perfume. So why couldn't you just put that on a sign? These ice corpses are excessive. I can't imagine wanting to. I hate to say it, but she's right. If only they'd known to put them on a higher shelf. Yatsley, you must have been a Rawatayan admiral in a past life. Keep your guard up. Let's get this over with. Then I'll let you hold it. Hey, I may let you go first, but you're definitely not going alone. I'm just glad we're all still in one piece. And as long as nothing's burning, we're still ahead of Ludwig. Never thought I'd be so relieved to head into ancient ruins. I don't get it. Ringworm's powerful enough to conjure a frozen realm in the middle of the desert. Why toy with us? So there's a perfectly good reason she lopped off the head and the hand? I've had enough short, messy flings to distrust people who play games to avoid a real conversation. Is there any chance our next step doesn't involve that creepy statue? Yeah, the headless, disemboweled statue. I was afraid you'd say that. Keep your eyes open and your hand on your hilt. Nothing about this place feels right. Maybe you could help out those of us who've gotten hit in the head too many times? I'll say. Watchers say the souls of the dead travel through Audra to the beyond. So, 3 missing pieces, and it looks like you found 2 of them. That doesn't make any of this less strange, you know. And why force us to make that choice? Why the cruelty? This is how ghost stories start. Now I'm feeling underdressed. Looks like that piece you found fits in this statue. Here goes. Whatever happens, I hope it leaves our parts intact. Yet here I am, playing along anyway. Doesn't give me a good feeling about whatever Ringram's built here. But be careful with this Ringram character. This place has given me a bad feeling I can't shake. If we don't find the garden and stop the Dream Scourge, it will be the end of the living lands. We're not getting through that on our own. This can't be real. This is one of Ringram's tricks, right? Either they're not really here, or we're not. We need Yahtzle's help with this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Ludwine's right. Fighting a superior force is one thing, but fighting a god is another. Is she really suggesting that? You can't be entertaining this. Not after what we've seen. The frozen corpses, the twisted riddles. Andra's depths. Can't this wait? This isn't about Sapadal. This is about every man, woman, and child in Shatterscarp. After Fior, you expect us to believe you'll protect Thirdborn? Those ruins are crawling with dream thralls. Why are we arguing about a pile of rocks when Thirdborn's in danger? The Dream Scourge is a tragedy, but she's a monster. You can't leave Thirdborn at her mercy. I hate what the Dream Scourge has done to Thirdborn, but letting that Archmage snuff out even more lives is worse. Destroy the ruins, Envoy. Whatever comes next, at least it's something people can fight or flee. What? This is your solution? You two can't be serious. I don't know what you and Sapadal were jawing about, but it must have been juicy because the Audra started to shake and hum. First, we've got to get out of here alive. Steel yourselves. Stay sharp. The path to the ruins is swarming with dream thralls. At least we can be sure Ludwine hasn't beaten us here. They really didn't need to go through all this trouble just for us. They're coming out of the walls. So, who's going first? There can't be that much more, right? Those spirits are lucky they're dead already. Well, this is new. Looks like a crowd on the plateau. We've got to hurry. There must have been a battle here long ago. See those metal corpses? We saw them around Nakutadek, too. We'll need Yahtzle to get through that barrier. Overgrown ruins with one exit. We're fumbling in the dark without Yahtzle. Yahtzle's in her element already. Saw this? Marius can help us out, if we make it out of here alive. Galawain's tusks. That's out of the fire and into the volcano. Ludwine. Guess she got tired of tormenting Heelguard. Doesn't look like any map I've ever seen. But I'll take your word for it. Even my hardhead's not breaking through that barrier. We're gonna need a wizard with real skill. As long as you're volunteering. Looks like that slowed them down. Think those are keeping us out or something in? It's almost eerie how you do that. That puts the coral masonry of Rawatai to shame. Someone in Thirdborn should know more about it. I hope. So many dream thralls. You think something's drawing them here? Maybe you just gotta soften them up a little. Lay on the charm. I'd wonder what they're hiding, but we can see right through them. For now, I'm getting a different picture of what really killed the godless. I hope you've had your fill of godless ghosts, Yahtzle. Still, I wonder why they fell. Were they overwhelmed or taken by surprise or something else? I'm no wizard, but that barrier must take an incredible amount of power to maintain. I get the feeling they're not done with us. Let's go. Before more show up. Think they're really dead this time? Keep your guard up. I don't like this. If they're last visitors with the Magfolk, I can see why. Make no mistake. I'm sure it's hostile. Come on. We should see what's left of Thirdborn. At least she's not turning those guns on us. Yet. No ambiguity there. Even if these spirits don't kill us, Yahtzle definitely will if we do this without her. Wisdom, huh? Afraid this one's all on you two. No offense, Envoy, but I'd feel better if Yatsley were here for this. Why do I not feel comforted that this is our last trial? We can't do this without Yatsley. I think she's already slipping away from us. We've got to stop this plague, Envoy. I hope Thirdborn's good to him. I can think of much worse places to go. Warms my heart to see somebody keeping these wilds honest. I mean, trying. But still, you are getting funny looks, and it's not just your colorful features either. Chico? When did you get so tall? I almost didn't recognize you. Me? You don't know what you're saying. Believe me. But Capo, he's the real deal. That old salt's a monster slayer. But Capo, he's the real deal. Always been just as crusty as he was with you, too. Don't listen to that. They're hurting. Let's just give them some space. They're gonna find out sometime. Might have been better coming from us. Poor kid. I always liked them. Shame it had to come to this. Better Chico hears the truth from Capo, right? They need time together. I love the story. Even if the fish gets bigger every time, still all brine. Wouldn't have him any other way. I knew you still had it in you. Come on. Throw him a bone. We had some close calls. I gotta give him that. We did ignore the bones everywhere. If that's your idea of a good time, remind me not to go drinking with you. You've been busy, old man. Does Chico know what you've been getting up to down there? That's no excuse. Do you realize how much Thirdborn looks up to you? Old man Capo. Glad to see you're still kicking around. Your eyesight finally going? But we didn't come here to talk about my handsome mug. That Nakai of yours still getting underfoot, I take it? I think a person should be allowed to return to the wheel on their own terms. Besides, we've seen the Dream Scourge. This is a kindness to him. And Chico. Hasn't this place seen enough death? You gotta seize every moment you're given, old man. You owe that much to Chico. You gotta give him more of a goodbye than this. Hard to gainsay something like that. It's true. That story's always been a favorite. At a certain point, it felt like it belonged to all of us. Envoy. Thirdborn is strong enough to survive the truth. They deserve it. Envoy, he's right. His story belongs to Thirdborn. We can't rob them of it. Capo's been busy. I should have known he couldn't sit still. I always knew Capo wouldn't take to retirement. Considering he fought a Leviathan, I'm surprised it looks this good. That's really it. I never thought I'd see it in the flesh. If that bear's above us, and this water is beneath it, then... First rule of life at sea, never wear anything you can't wash. The left one opens the door, but the sign... All right, Capo. Good one. As places to hide valuables go, you could do a lot worse. There's not growing old quietly, and then there's whatever this is. Bandits, probably. Bet they had no idea what to expect. All the years we heard that story, and half of it was a lie. We thought Mpara just left. Part of me wishes I still did. No trap? Maybe he figured if we made it this far, we'd earned it. Did I see something move up there? All right. He's overdoing it now. Wouldn't want to be near those when they fall. That's one way to make a bridge. No, thank you. I like having fingers. Something tells me the Godless didn't bar that door. You're one of those people who takes requests, not orders, aren't you? Better to be lucky than smart. That's a cheerful thought. Fair warning. Capo has an eccentric approach to decoration. You Adherents have such a way with words. Coward or not, I feel for the kid. No one prepared him for this, but Thirdborn's in trouble if this is what a scout squad looks like. I knew Ruiki. She built houses. Only living thing I ever saw her strike was her own thumb. From what Hasui told us, I think you already knew that. Hang on, Naoki. We didn't agree to anything. This kid is gonna wish we left him for dead if I have to keep listening to this. Can't help but feel he's getting off easy. There's more to warfare than gusto and vigor. I wish you could have learned that some easier way. Spending the night here isn't what I'd call wise either. We found it. She had her doubts about Naoki as well. That's not much of a squad. Thirdborn used to have proper scouts with real training. Well, that explains how things went sideways. Thirdborn always remembers when it comes to paying debts. I had a feeling we'd pay sometime. You brought numbers. That was smart. Shame it wouldn't help you if you actually wanted to pick a fight. You really don't have to. But there's no easy way to say this. He's practically an adherent citizen. Maybe the barkeep should cut him off. We followed him through some rough seas, and we're not ready to mutiny. Yet. We followed her through some rough seas, and we're not ready to mutiny. Yet. We followed them through some rough seas, and we're not ready to mutiny. Yet. A lot of crews drift apart. Not many come together again. Never thought I'd meet a sailor deserving of a good keel hauling. A Rawatayan exile, brokering with the adherents in Paradise? He's a gun runner if I ever saw one. Probably not my dignity. I know I'd trust my friends to decide what's best for me. Sounds like what he wanted was a ship's dog, not a crewmate. Another victim of Ringram's spell. Check and see who it is. We'll have to give Nagunu the bad news. You should see how people around here talk to their enemies. That's the trouble. He's got one, above or below board. Cut him some slack. He did have to get over being killed first. Cut her some slack. She did have to get over being killed first. Cut them some slack. They did have to get over being killed first. There's always someone. It's just a question of whether you can hold your nose long enough to do the job. He might not be how you remember him. It felt less like asking and more like a duel. Far be it from me to get between a man and a good time. Was the least we could do. Why don't we go back to the swordfish? See if the others made it. No, but his whole village did. He's got a lot of souls to grieve. Another of Ringram's lost souls. Think that's Taue? Poor Taue. We'll let Nagunu know. I'd hate for it to happen to him. I'd heard Onakaza fed her enemies to a pair of white tigers. It depends on who's winning that day. His sounds pretty well done to me. I don't know about that, but I'd wash behind my ears. Or it could mean they chose not to tie him down well enough. Let's go. We can try again when he's had time to collect himself. Easy. We just came to say your captain wants to see you again. You've got people looking out for you. Take courage in that. You figure this is the homestead Nagunu told us about? Poor kid. He doesn't need anything else to worry about right now. You do that. But remember, you've got friends waiting for you. Why don't we go back to the swordfish? See if the others made it. Poor Koa. Check the body and make sure. No survivors. We should tell Nagunu Koa's dead. You're nothing if not efficient. The envoy here was assassinated. Don't worry. It's not contagious. I understand running. But that's not the whole story, is it? Well now, that's one creative Zarab. Look at its spear. That should suit her fine. Until the next Borling comes along. The politics will work themselves out. Where do we come in? That was the Steel Garrote. Besides, we're all on the same side against the Dream Thralls. You had to know this was coming. And cut Thirdborn off from its first line of defense. I'll let you do the talking. You can thank us later. That went better than I expected. I still think you did the right thing, Envoy. Even if no one else sees it that way. I hope this doesn't come back to haunt us one day. I used to hear stories about cave-ins up there. Watch your step. Clearing out dream-scourged spiders. Sounds like honest work to me. Much time. You... Shit. Envoy, he's gonna blow this whole place down. You're with the Garrote, aren't you? You're here to sabotage the deal. Avert war? What do you think will happen when Thirdborn finds out? I don't know about this. I think he's lighting a powder keg. In more ways than one. You're with the Garrote, aren't you? What are you doing here? Envoy, this man is an idiot. But he's close enough to being right about one thing. These mines are about the only desirable territory in Shatterscarp. If they stay open, it's only a matter of time before the sulfur in them gets used against something other than Dream Thralls. Time to start running. And my people are no better than yours on that account. Destroy the mines, so that none of us get any bright ideas. Careful. Thirdborners used to warn their kids not to play up there. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? No one can swing a hammer like you. All right, I said she would. You said she wouldn't. There's your bet. Over there. Someone's hurt. If I were setting traps, I'd leave myself a safe route. Question is, where? That switch had better do what I think it does. God. Were you breathing? Was I breathing? Enemies is bait. I remember when Rawatayan soldiers had standards. This looks clear. Here's hoping they finally ran out of supplies. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I'm not exactly a featherweight. Never did like climbing rigging. My head says no, but my stomach says yes. Glad we didn't take our chances with that. That was too easy. Careful. There's bound to be something waiting for us. That damn spell. Trusting the Archmage was a mistake. Supplies like darts and gunpowder. You're well informed for someone who sits out in the sand all day. Anger like that can make you blind to just about anything. Katoa and Hayako? If they need supplies, they must be planning something good. Draw them away. Of course. Thirdborn's lucky to have tacticians like them. Stand down, Hayako. There's clearly been a misunderstanding. Katoa and Hayako. Careful, Envoy. They were some of the Ranganui's best. I know how it looks, I promise. The Envoy's not your enemy. He'd wonder why we're fighting each other when the Dream Scourge is enemy enough. I'm starting to see why Moapo left out so many details. Why did they? Well, no sense wishing things had gone differently. There was a time where you would have been able to reason with them. If relations are this bad, well, I'm glad they didn't have to get hurt. He's willing to talk about this if you're willing to listen. She's willing to talk about this if you're willing to listen. They're willing to talk about this if you're willing to listen. The Envoy's right. You two are chumming the waters you're swimming in. You'll bring trouble to everyone in Thirdborn. Envoy, we can't let them continue. They'll make trouble, and Thirdborn will pay the price. An inch higher, and he'd have bled out. He's lucky we came when we did. You'd think Moapo would have known this route was dangerous. The Adirans will be on edge if they've got missing troops. Tread carefully. There might be more to this. For the same reason we're not using Audra to cure headaches. Whatever happened to buying someone a drink? Good. She can still talk. If we work fast, we might be able to help. A dead village. Voices. Feels like one of Giada's ghost stories. Hold on. We're not through here. There are worse things to find at the bottom of a well. Dream thralls. Now I'm worried about who's locked them up. A dead village? A well? Feels like one of Giada's ghost stories. I hope they're at rest now. Someone's living down there? Something's not right. Okay, I don't want anyone complaining about my tent being a mess ever again. Water's precious here, but I don't think that's why they locked it. Right. Who's going first? Nothing good ever comes from a locked lab in a place like this. Oh, great. Now we can get closer to the source of those screams. May Bareth guide them back. This was for the best. Okay, we're definitely in a ghost story. You made it quick, Envoy. There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. I'm just wound up, waiting for the battle to start. Getting to see that vision of Tama did me good. Like, I finally let go of something I'd been holding too long. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I can't say that I'm prepared, but I'm ready. Though it's hard enough to tell what's real here without a belly full of drink. I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry. Now that we're here, I'm eager to see this through. Nothing worse than holding your breath and waiting. You've listened to all of us. How about you? You've been through a lot since you arrived, and yet you've kept yourself and all of us together. How are you really doing? Let's take this in for just a moment. Against all odds, we've survived the living lands, crossed an acid sea, and reached the prison of a god. I don't think it's core training. There's something about you. When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we can't take a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then I don't know where we can. Sleep well. Tomorrow we finish this together. Tempting as it sounds, if there's one thing I've learned from you, it's that running from problems only lets them fester. That may be true on the battlefield, but not among friends. Who are you, and what did you do with the real Marius? Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming. Same. I'd rather have good company in a prison than paradise alone. As often as people say that, you'd think I'd have learned. You've been shipwrecked and assassinated, harangued by gods, bureaucrats, and a death guard. You've had your soul poked, your loyalties questioned, and your sleep regularly interrupted by a god with no respect for privacy. But then I saw how you handled that dream thrall bear. shook off your own death like a bad cold, and then you confronted your own killer and let him go. And then you hunted your own killer and put him down. And then you found your own killer and turned him in. And then you found your own killer, lulled him into complacency, and handed him over. It takes a special kind of strength to stay your hand in a moment like that. It takes a hard head or a thick skull to face something that almost ended you once. It's rare to choose justice over vengeance, especially in the living lands. You're shrewd. Even here, where you should be out of your depth and out of your element, you stayed 2 steps ahead, but you stood by your principles. I think that's where you get your strength. He's right. She's right. They're right. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living lands suddenly at peace. It sure would be easier. With this view, I can think of worse places to retreat. I wasn't worried until she said that. Let's get out of here. If I could think of one good reason to desert a battle, this is it. That's Ludwig ahead. I'll guard your back from here. Good luck, Envoy. Lead on. I'm with you to the end. I've got your back. Now and after. Look at the size of those things. The mighty Inquisitor sounds worried. She's desperate, Envoy. This is it. This is what we prepared for. No quarter. She's done for. But we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together. Don't worry about the Eastern Gate. I'll protect your back. I'll hold the line here. You do what you gotta do. Come on. I couldn't have kept him out of the action if I wanted to. Come on. I couldn't have kept her out of the action if I wanted to. Come on. I couldn't have kept them out of the action if I wanted to. Take care of yourself, Liviana. Paradis is gonna need you when the dust settles. Liviana? Don't you ever take a break? The roots tearing into Paradis notwithstanding. The siege won't end until Ludwig does. And none of you know how to kill her. I wasn't exactly eager to risk our lives fighting her. If she'd won, the Dream Scourge would have continued. So you let the Paradis militia go it alone? Careful, Envoy. Adair may still have a part to play, but don't let loyalty blind you. Don't do this. I followed you to the ends of this world. We all did. Rawatai built its empire from colonies like this. Many have become centers of culture and prosperity, backed by the protection of a strong navy. It's still a gamble, but I think it's the safest bet. We'd get the benefits of imperial trade and protection without losing all of what makes this place special. Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing. Setting up your own is another. We can worry about the future when it comes. This at least gives us the backing to survive and rebuild. Time to stop the steel garrote. Lead the way, Envoy. I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time. Fighting a battle together is easy. I just hope everyone's willing to stick it out when it comes to the politics. All right, let's keep the similes to ourselves. Thanks, Hilgard. Real helpful. Let's not put pleasure and Ludwig in the same sentence, all right? I thought we were a crew, Envoy. But you're betraying everything we fought for. It won't be an easy transition, but it'll be good to unite under one banner. Eventually. But don't risk our survival on an idea, either. But I won't follow you here. Of course, it can take decades to get there. And this road isn't an easy one. But Adair won't be the only empire eyeing this place. A formal agreement now could protect us from something worse later. There's no way of knowing what it would mean in another generation or two. But right now, it gives us the security and stability to recover. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk. Between the Dream Scourge, the siege of Paradis, and destruction we've seen on the way, we're gonna need time to rebuild, and we'll need more than principles to do it. If Adair can give us the support and protection we need, I say we take it. I'm for a grave room, after everything we've been through together. To end up like this, take care of yourselves. It was good sharing the journey while it lasted. I can see why his people trust him. He's a natural leader. I'd say all this has finally knocked some leadership into him. I'm sorry, Envoy. There's no way this ends well. Let's finish this. Together. Then what are you waiting for? You can tell Wodaka yourself once we've sent you back to the wheel. Cauterized. Your troops have nearly burned Paradis to the ground. Envoy? What's wrong? What are you saying? This isn't you. Envoy, come back to us. You can walk away from this. You can't leave me like this. Not after everything. Please. You're a born commander, Envoy. Sound advice. A good commander knows when people are at their limit. Time enough to rest when this is over. However it ends. I hope we don't find ourselves needing them here. You're a natural commander. Sometimes the obvious advice is best. We know what's at stake. Now we fight to win. Sansa. How did you make it out here? Easy. You're here now. Where did they come from? Was Ludwin with them? Right now? That's a good thing. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here. How many? We should move. Let's hope the Garrote hasn't made it to the Balrog yet. Easy. You're here now. Where did they come from? It's never too late. It wouldn't be the first time she's come back. Either you're made of iron, or a deer in armor is better than I thought. Sure was. I was sent out as soon as I was old enough to leave home. Look, Marius, if you ever want to talk about anything, you know I'm here, right? How about you? What is it you like so much about ghost stories, Giada? Uh-huh. And, what kind of story are you looking for, Yardsley? That was after my time, but... Wait. Why do you want to know? Ngati's children, as they're called in Deadfire. Once, the seas were choppy, and we scraped the edge of a reef. Pretty far from any of our bases, unfortunately. No, we went fishing and harvested fire kelp. Why? You people read too many adventure stories. Doesn't the thought make you queasy? What research? Besides the part where he came back, I mean. Besides the part where she came back, I mean. Besides the part where they came back, I mean. Nope. Just lots of blood and lots of shouting. There were rumors of a cult in Deadfire that followed, Nemnock. Some kind of tyrannical monster. Those sound like campfire stories. You can't believe everything you read. And so will the rest of us. I've never stayed in one place for very long, but settling down with someone sounds nice. You don't think Sapadal will work their tricks? For me, it's pie. Pie all the way down. I heard they turned on their neighbors. Aothasians, animancers, anyone suspicious. I heard a rumor he loves candied nuts. How does that work for a floating skull? Good evening to you, too. And, yeah, well, the first has always stayed with me. Is that what you wanted to know? Once, at sea, I heard moaning coming from the ship's lazarette. I think I just need a drink. Don't mind him. He tells that story at the Balrog to trick travelers into buying him around. Giada, are you talking about ghosts again? I think I'll stay by the fire. Just remind me never to get on a ship with any of you. It had a timeless charm. Like it was plucked from the hills outside Salona. The Defiance. I'm surprised you remember it so fondly, given where it got you. Did I what? The higher-ups with fancy hats were looking for it, but that was all above my rank. Definitely sounds like the kind of thing the fancy hats would have been interested in. But why are you so curious about something on the other side of the world? He can sleep with his eyes open. Says it's a survival trick, but I think he does it to avoid my war stories. Either way, it's loud. I don't usually lend it out. Why? What kinds of modifications? What? Are you serious? Why would you do this? Giada, I promise on my life and on every life my soul has ever lived, I will never touch your diary again. And I'm very, very sorry. I will be. Hey, Giada, how are you holding up after seeing those, plant people? Don't worry about me. I just want to know how you're feeling. Knowing's one thing. Feeling okay about it's another. As long as it doesn't turn into a ghost story, I'm here if you need to talk. Be glad it wasn't a shimmering dream beast. Those are nasty. No. Your stories are very good. They're just feeling a little too close to reality right now. A couple of times. Plenty of mercenary contracts out there. What about you? That's where your people came from before they founded Fjord. That's probably why there's so much work for people like me. Nope. Too unpredictable. And the last thing you want is your navigator hearing voices, or your hull catching fire when one of those devices messes up. Alive to tell the tale, thank you. You're gonna give them a lot more than a piece of your mind. Save some for the rest of us. So do I. Glad it won't just be me now. Don't mind at all. It's good to have you. Tell us a bit about yourself, Giada. What will you miss the most, Giada? Believe me, you'd know if I'd eaten it. Guess we'll be here a while. Marius, I'm sorry for enjoying your special cheese. That doesn't prove anything. Then you must be bringing out the best in him. Okay. There's an establishment in Nekataka called the Wild Mare. I went with some buddies, and after a few drinks we found ourselves on stage belting sea shanties. Come back anytime. Let me guess. Kai's been raiding my snacks. Or, Kai's one handsome, fresh-smelling bastard. That one's not really a Marius story. I may have embellished a little, but the important parts are true. Sure. Ma'am? Oh, I wasn't, I mean, you do look lovely, but, m'lady? Sure. Why do you ask? I like to think we're naturals on the battlefield, but I got my training in the Rawatayan Navy. It depends. Sometimes I'll leave them at camp. Sometimes I'll keep them for later. I know enough to patch a hull or mend a sail. Why do you ask? Always. Helps pass the time, gives your work a rhythm. Why? Depends who's asking. I was drifting. Guess I needed a change of scenery. And Thirdborn doesn't have tailors, just sailmakers with time on their hands. Why? Sure I do. What's wrong with it? Probably. What did I do this time? Sure. But why? You know spells that'll knock an ogre on their back. Yatsley, I've got a favor to ask. You just gotta soldier through it a few times. Builds character and a strong stomach. Yeah, found you a new spot. You mentioned the ground was rough on your back. I noticed a soft patch. You got it. No surprises. Any tips for scales? No matter how much I scrub, I never feel like I'm getting the dust out. It's a date. I'll take care of the claws so they don't snag your outfit. Well, he led our patrols and defenses. We had a lot to talk about. Our whole squad was pretty tight-knit. We had to be to work as a team. In hindsight, I guess that clears up a thing or two. I had a whole squad. I count myself lucky. He was a good friend and mentor to all of us. Thanks. I should probably, see to the fire. I didn't even realize. How'd you notice? Well, guess the Navy left me with something useful after all. As if you'd need my help for that. We've got trade guilds and universities. Our best scholars wind up at the Lore College. What brought this on? The storms take care of that for us. Oh, then I'll leave something else behind. Never been one for collecting stuff anyway. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's boats. Yesterday evening, you were busy with your fur maintenance routine. It's an elaborate process. I figure you got your reasons. And I could use a favor next time someone gets mad at me for snooping. It's busy enough to get into trouble, and big enough to get lost in. After you've spent as much time on boats as I have, you cherish dry land. Why settle in fewer? The Living Lands has godless ruins everywhere. What, you figured out he was the love of your life all in a day? I just figured it was one less piece to wash. My gift to the world. Would you rather eat a live swordfish? They're traditional Rawatayan dishes. We have to get creative with our ingredients. Next time I cook, I'm cooking for 3. Oh, yeah, I whittled that. After our chat, I thought you'd like it. It's a rose warbler. Seemed like a good fit for you. I like rose warblers. They're curious and chatty. They make good company. More or less. I found some shortbread cookies. I've gotten rid of most of the evidence. Fair enough. I'll teach you to shoot if you teach me some spells. I found them in Marius's pack. He can't know. Ooh, what does that one do? No one ever plans anything nice in a hidden war camp, do they? I'm so sorry. I've left a few homes over the years, but I've never lost one like that. Paradise is big enough to get lost in. When you're starting over, sometimes you need that. Thirdborn's rough around the edges, but it's full of good people. I've lost people before. You're right. The grief is never easy. What was it like? I've only passed through a few times over the years. Pleasant and abundant. Sounds like the fables old trenchers used to tell about Deadfire. A paradise. I've got some cheese. Want to share? Maurice's pack. It's full of snacks. I figured he wouldn't miss a little cheese. The only thing I regret is the noises my stomach made afterwards. After all this time, finally returning home. How you doing, Marius? Marius, I know Solace was a lot of things, but it was once your home. It can't be easy to see it fall. Marius, did you leave a cleaning manual in my pack? I'll remind you of that next time you interrogate us about your missing cheese. I can think of worse things than a little normalcy. Are you that worried about a pact with Adir? It's saying goodbye that's the hard part. Takes a lot of strength to go back to face something like that. Yes, traditions should serve people, not the other way around. We're here. Stay with us, Marius. The feeling will pass. Same story everywhere. Though, much of Rauatai's history is recorded in chants, so half our debates are sung. Relax. We won't embarrass you too much. At least I've washed them. Only if you say please. It takes a real talent to gulp them all at once. I hate to break it to you, but regular laundry is a common courtesy when you're traveling with a group. Sweat and midday breezes don't count as washing, you know. Thanks, Marius. That's helpful. What Orlin girl? Oh, yeah. Nice eyes, chipped tooth. Thinking about her again, huh? We could see her again if you want. I think she liked you. Some women like the brooding, mysterious types. You just gotta work on your small talk. Huh? I wasn't grinning. That's just how my face looks, Marius. Hey, you got something on your mind? Something you want to talk about? Well, now you're being funny. It barely even counts as a scrape. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Okay, if you insist. My training was a lot bigger on stomping than stalking, unfortunately. I'll remind you of that next time you start playing your flute at camp. They might show up to get you to stop. On second thought, maybe that's what's keeping them away. Since when do you worry about being rude? Weren't you telling me not to wash my clothes so much? If this is about the time I burned your favorite pan trying to bake sweet pie in it, I'm still sorry, and I'll still get you a new one. You know, if there's something you want to say, you can always talk to me. Thanks, Marius. That means a lot. It's not leaving. You lost everyone when you were young. That must have hurt. Every loss hurts. There's no comparing them. Thank you. Really, I appreciate it. Something on your mind, Marius? That's what friends are for. We're here for you when you need us. Anytime. There he is. I'm not falling for that again. Tell me what it is first. My digestion is doing just fine. Well, you've done most of the cooking. Go easy on the peppers for a change. I'd prefer candied ginger, but thanks. I didn't ask, but I'm glad you know so much about what to do with your mother's tongue. Besides, who names a plant something like that? We should pitch our tents on either side of Marius. The drone really helps him sleep. I'll take your word for it. Or whatever this is. Don't worry. They'll find their place there. They'll have your back when you need it. What I didn't know how to deal with was the shame, knowing I'd failed them. I've seen people fight for much worse things than freedom for their home. Still, this is one battle I am proud to be part of. So, the Living Lands is going it alone. It's exciting, but I wouldn't break out the good stuff just yet. So the Living Lands is finally joining the rest of the world. I didn't think the Living Lands could stay wild forever. Or we'll just take it back, like the Deerwood and Raed Saris. Or we'll save them the trouble. This island isn't exactly known for cool tempers. Then let's focus on the battle ahead. Ludwig's enough of an enemy for all of us. You want to split the rest? I really shouldn't eat it all myself. It doesn't resolve our feuds, but it does make them more entertaining. I've heard stories, but never met one. They're rare everywhere, but revered among the Wana. Strange how. Oh, that's delicious. I don't know about the gods, but people sure are. Never went down there again. One moment, I'm asleep, and the next, I'm staring down the barrel of a pistol. It misfired, and I ran him through before he could try again. This was in Deadfire. We were boarded by valiant privateers in the dead of night, but I'll never forget the look in his eyes as the light faded out of them. Now that you mentioned it, that's the only one I want to learn. Still, as long as the steel garrote's out of the way, I think we'll manage. Either way, we should focus on the battle ahead. Ludwig's the real enemy. A part of me will miss the frontier days, but the comforts of civilization will be nice. Still, Ludwig's our common enemy. That much unites us all for now. Adiran ships won't be the last ones on our horizon. I noticed you mending some tears the other day. All this time on the road, and you look as fresh as springberries. I just wondered how you do it. If there's another, it's pretending I know what I'm doing. Especially not after the cheese incident. If he asks, you saw rats. Yatsley, how long have you and Quilici been together? She built a frozen graveyard. She would have let her skeletons tear us apart. Yatsley, you seem quiet. Something on your mind? How do you make that work for so long? Over all that time, how do you hold in the parts of yourself they'd never accept? Doesn't any of that bother you? I don't trust anyone who treats others' lives so callously. Just be careful, Yardsley. How do you contain all your worst pieces? If you ever change your mind, the offer stands. Anything I had from Rawatai has long since turned to rags. I don't know how you fit a cleaning manual in your pack anyway. We were good enough that we got half the bar to join us, and a few of the newcomers thought we were part of the entertainment. We didn't see any reason to let them down, so it was a good night for everyone. Don't they give you nightmares? The chills? After I hear a ghost story, I can't stop imagining something behind every strange noise or stray breeze. Guess I'm more comfortable with things I can see and shoot, if needed. And a sailor, when you spend months at the mercy of the sea and whatever's in it, you learn a healthy fear of the unknown. We learn the basics, just like anyone else. Believe it or not, we don't all become soldiers. You really would have sacrificed the people of Thirdborn? People we both knew, to save a ruin? I'm still thinking about Thirdborn and what we did to them. After all that, you're still thinking about your studies. I don't understand. Has Ringram already sunk her hooks so deep in you? I don't know what to say. I don't have to like her to think she was right about this. After your voyage, it must be nice to spend the night on dry land. Personally, I've always found the rocking of a ship to be soothing. As long as I've got my feet facing the bow, that is. Hilgard doesn't seem like the kind of man you'd send to the frontier, does he? You seem much better suited to it. You feeling okay? Seems like you were having a strange dream the other night. A cup of tea might help you sleep, unless you need a nip of something stronger. I'll be honest, after seeing your murder, it's still strange to see you walking around like it never happened. I'll get used to it. I'm glad you're okay. I haven't seen this much excitement in a while. Perhaps I've got you to thank for bringing it with you, Envoy. I do, Yardsley. I just wish this didn't make us the people who attacked Thirdborn. Anyway. Come and get me! Stand back. Try a better weapon. That's not hitting hard enough. Your weapon's not doing the job. Your armor's too weak here. Gotta find you better armor. That armor won't hold up. Quiet as the depths. Unseen. Unheard. You take lead. You're not looking so good. Time to rally. You okay? I felt that one. Shake it off. Give 'em just as good. This one's mine. Try that again. Take your best shot. Let's get 'em. Charge! Send 'em to the wheel. Need a hand. On my last legs. Not looking good. Another down. Ha! That all you had? Bullseye! You see that one? Point for me. Nice shot. Next one's mine. Point for you. How'd you do that? Glad you're on my side. Remind me not to spook you. Watch your back. Behind you. Coming from the rear. To your left. Left flank. Watch the left. Coming from your right. On your right. Right flank. Still recovering. I need a minute. Let me catch my breath. What's the target? What am I hitting? Aim where? Still recovering. I need a minute. Let me catch my breath. I'm back in the fight. Thanks, soldier. Back on my feet. Another win. But who's counting? Good fighting. We make a good squad. No point in wasting bullets. They should thank us. The better part of valor. You're a good friend. Ready? Aim. On it. You got it. Affirmative. Where's my mark? They're luckier than they know. Nice. Another one down. Quick and quiet. Good one. Perk up, Envoy. That's one for us. Oh, no, you don't. Just like the good old days. Another glorious battle. Together, we'll show 'em. Give me a second. Nice and clean. I'm fading. Let's see what you got. Hey! Over here! I can't keep this up. I'm down. That's it for me. A little help. It burns, it burns. Here I come. Make way. My turn. Try me. I got this. They won't get past me. Go where? There's nowhere to go. I don't know about that. Where now? I'm not sure about that. Give me a target. Hold on. I can't. Hot, hot, hot. Ah, ah, ah. Out of the way. Nothing's stopping me. I won't let them through. Oh, ah, oh, ah, ooh, ah, oh, That's more like it. Coming in hot. Aye, aye. Here it comes. Right behind you. Your turn, Giada. Beat that, Marius. How do you like that, Yardsley? Didn't stand a chance. Nice. Who's ready for more? I was just getting warmed up. Nothing like a win with a good team. You've got better aim than a sharpshooter, Giada. Not bad, Marius. Yardsley, remind me not to make you mad. There's always the next one. After him. Let's do this. Is that all you got? You're mine now. Here we go. Show me what you got. Let's get him, Giada. Atta, Marius. Do your thing, Yardsley. Everyone okay? We'll get him next time. There are worse ways to end a fight. Better on our feet than in the ground. We've got other battles to fight. I think we've lost them. There's gotta be a way to turn this thing on. Let's look around. You don't need animancy for that. Just rum and a crew on shore leave. Godlike, Imperial Envoy, Research Assistant. Who knew? Ah, finally, some time to rest my feet. If that's where her parents died, I'm glad we can spare her from having to go back. I can't blame you for avoiding a place like that. I thought she was being polite. I've heard that story too many times. This land takes more than it gives. Make sure the envoy doesn't run into anything head first, you hear? A city up in flames? You tell me who your coin is on. Something's burning. Doesn't look like the city, but let's make sure no one's hurt. Some people don't find out who they really are until they leave home. I love a good ghost story. Just not the dreams I have afterwards. This feels like one of those times when getting answers doesn't mean getting closure. Once was enough for me. If anyone's going to lead the way for animancy, I can't think of a better fit than you. Good for you. Even with all you've been through, there's nothing like going home. If Liviana's clinic is anything like the last time I saw it, it could use your help. Starting over's never easy, but you'll find your way. I'm happy for you. This is almost as bad as Ringram's creepy sculptures. That's 4 questions. That's the best kind of example. Glad I'm not the only one. Okay. But if something goes bump in the night, I'm waking you up. It's surprisingly colorful. I'm not sure what I expected. Every other culture I've come across reveres the gods, even if they give them different names and pictures. We gotta see what's down there now. I'm 2 out of 3 anyway. Like I could go for some pie. Hey, happens to the best of us. You were out a long time. We gotta start bringing pillows. Are you sure about this? Wait, don't tell me you haven't. I got a headache just thinking about it, and I'm not the one with the god knocking around in there. Welcome to the crew. Then that's where we start. Finding a secret entrance and discovering a new god. Not bad for a day's work. Come on, there's a way up those stairs. Ouch. What's on your mind? Tama helped me out when I first came to the Living Lands over a decade ago. I was still figuring myself out. He was my commander and thirdborn, but he was more than that, too. A mentor, a friend. As for what we'll find, I don't know any more than you. All I know is he said it was his most prized possession, and seeing as he was on his deathbed at the time, I wasn't of a mind to ask. Where to start? The man couldn't carry a tune, but it didn't stop him from trying. He'd have the whole tavern singing shanties with him nearly every night of the week. He had a vexing habit of saying the thing you most needed to hear when you were least ready to hear it. He'd give you the shirt off his back and the meat off his plate. But the selfish bastard left the rest of us a world without him in it. Hey, you're not the one who did the leaving. That obvious, huh? That's why I've got to put this to rest. Hey, we all go back to the wheel, right? No, same reason I've got dirty dishes and unmended trousers back home, I guess. And here I thought Rawatayans were supposed to be uncomfortably direct. You know how sometimes you leave a thing unfinished for too long and it just grows bigger and bigger in your mind? I just need to see what he left me. Whether it's one of his old books or one of those fossils he was always collecting. Right. Exactly. Enough from me. We've got a long road ahead. Yeah. That's it. A sharpshooter would envy your accuracy, Envoy. I never thought of it like that, but yeah. You know, I'm starting to feel for your Emperor. It can't be easy having someone this direct at court. First you call me out for dodging. Now this? You don't give any quarter, do you? There's no getting anything past you, is there? Hey, I'm impressed. You're right, anyway. Guess that's why you're the dignitary, and I'm the drifter. I'd rather have Marius come at me with a blunt needle. I'm hoping for a good baking mold, but who knows? To a house full of his books, his dishes, his clothes, without him in it? Look, if I wanted this kind of honesty, I'd write home. Next time you get assassinated, Marius will be the one stitching you up. What gave it away? My finely pointed teeth, or the striking blue of my scales? I usually hear that from someone who's enjoyed the height or position to fully appreciate it. Fair enough. My people are known to roam, but I'll never turn down a compliment. Almost as much as Marius's more far-flung brethren outside the living lands. Rauatai's hardly a hospitable environment. Many of us end up settling elsewhere or making a living on the go. That's where you get the popular image of the Amawa bodyguard or mercenary. That certainly doesn't hurt, nor does the fact that many of us are excellent singers. If you ever find yourself in Tekoa, visit the Lore College to hear the chanters. In Deadfire, the Wana water shapers can sing the waves into incredible sculptures and devastating salvos. Then you must have come during our sunny season, lashed by storms and battered by waves. We call it the rough country, and old trenchers say it's made us who we are. That's what I said when I left. We do a lot of digging for irrigation, drainage, warfare, the occasional village tournament. Anyone from Rauatai has spent enough time in some kind of hole in the ground to be on a first-name basis with the worms. Those of us who leave are scramble roots, hardy weeds that can survive just about anywhere. A thump on the back and a crack on the skull from a brother who says you should visit more. Don't sell me short. I've also been a drifter, a middling carpenter, and a terrible card player. We should play sometime. I'll show you. Keep going, and I'll have to tell the story of the time you stumbled into a Zarp camp in rutting season. It's complicated. I guess home usually is. Then it won't surprise you that many leave. And not just because of the hardships. The land can't support everyone. You'd fit right in with the Ranganui's inner circle. It's true that the same things that make Rauatai a difficult place to live have shaped our people and our kingdom. Our coral masons have built living harbors and fortifications along the coast to protect our ships and shelter our cities. We value struggling and striving together. It helped us survive and build one of the most powerful navies in Aora. For all our shortage of fertile soil, Rauatai's land is abundant in saltpeter, copper, iron, most of the other materials you need to outfit your military with weapons and cannons. And the scattered kingdoms we've absorbed in the process have joined one of the most advanced nations in the world. You're not wrong. Though my countrymen would point out that we had to expand to find fertile land to feed our people. And that's an interesting point coming from the Adiran Emperor's representative in the Living Lands. And that's what I like about the Living Lands, where most civic concerns are about as nuanced as a wall of sharpened stakes. Until recently, anyway. It's been hard-won across a variety of conquests, cooperatives, and trading colonies. Some of the traditionalists worry that prosperity is making us as complacent and soft-handed as our rivals, same as traditionalists everywhere. Me, I prefer the simplicity of the Living Lands. Kill the thing that's trying to kill you, and hope it has some edible meat on it. Not that we don't do our damnedest to beat it into shape. Don't be jealous that you only know me by my rugged jawline. As rare as we are in many parts of the world, it's nice to be appreciated as something other than a magnificent bruiser. The real question is why not? You know where to find me. Get some rest, Envoy. Holler if you need anything else. Check your bedroll for fangworms. My favorite subject. Good thing you're asking the expert. So did my commanding officers. Should I break out the booze? Then I've got answers. Some of them may even be true. Shoot. Ask away. So, trenchers. Yeah? Like what? Okay. Hey, now I know I can't stomach rusk snout milk. Yeah. I've watched your form as I've gotten to know you, and it's excellent. You're smaller than I am, but I picked up a few tricks from seeing the way you move on the battlefield. I'm happy to return the favor if there's anything I can teach you. Some of that is sheer stubbornness, but I can give you some pointers on your stance, too. It's all about using your weight. Here, I'll show you. I've noticed. Like I just woke up with a hangover. Every feeling, every memory I tried to keep a lid on is sloshing around, and I'm struggling to keep my balance. But I'm also remembering moments I hadn't let myself think on in a long time. Feeling a warmth I couldn't get close to. It's a process. I wish this were another burden to conquer. That would feel easier. It's hard to imagine grief ever being a comfort. But I'll have to take your word for it. Thanks. I'll get there. And thank you for seeing this through with me. Yeah, after I ride out the worst of it. You've heard everything I have to say about our crew. You're asking me? I'm not much of a gossip. Okay, who do you want to know about? Sure. You know, just when I was thinking our little group was getting too solemn and serious, we met her. She's got a lot of heart, and she's loyal to her people and their principles, even when it costs her. Long enough that he's got a good roster of stories about my blunders in the wilds. But out of all the people I've fought alongside, I haven't gotten to know many of them as well as you. I'm well past seconds myself, if we're counting. That must have been 6 years ago now. I joined up with the Rowatine Navy as soon as I was old enough. I guess I was drifting, looking for a change. You remembered? Oh, yeah. A settlement called Thirdbourne. It's a rugged little place, lots of Rowatine expatriates. I was living in a settlement called Thirdbourne. You're pretty nosy, aren't you? Don't be. He's got a soft heart under that gruff exterior. He feels things more deeply than he lets on, which he'll remind us of constantly. If he burns the stew one evening, maybe don't mention it. Sometimes I think she lives in her ruins and grimoires rather than in the real world with the rest of us. I'm not so sure about the new friend she's making. Ringram's a dangerous maniac, and I don't like the influence she has over Yatsley. And I couldn't believe how ready she was to sacrifice Shatterscarp as part of that Archmage's spell. But she keeps things interesting and keeps us on our toes. I'm still shaking that one off, to be honest. What's more, she's a good friend to Giada. And Giada's a good influence on her. I'm pretty sure Yatsley flirts with everybody. I don't read anything into it. Don't get me wrong, she's a striking woman. But she and Quilici have a good thing. I'd never get in the middle of something like that. That's just how he shows affection. But don't tell him I told you that. Seriously. Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, and both of those subjects fly way over my head. I prefer dealing with things I can see and make sense of. I just hope she keeps some part of herself grounded with the rest of us. She's brilliant. But I worry that the real-world consequences of the forces she plays with are academic to her. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay, but only if you let me turn that question around once I've answered you. I think you've been trusted with a nearly impossible task. Yeah, given everything that comes with being an envoy, I bet that's especially refreshing for you. He's deeply loyal to people once he gets to know them, and he likes companionship more than he lets on. He just has a funny way of showing it. I think he left Gallowayne's tusks suddenly, and under unfortunate circumstances. Losing home, losing the people who gave you a sense of yourself, it leaves a mark. He's never spoken directly about it, but that's what I put together, and it explains a lot. Give him time, and don't rush the process. Think of him like a skittish little cub. He just needs to get used to you, but he'll come around once he does. Definitely don't tell him I said that. And don't worry if he starts badgering you. It's his way of showing he cares. Giada's lost her home but kept her resolve. It takes a special kind of person to weather what she has and emerge stronger for it. She'll have a lot to figure out after all this, but she's gonna be okay. She's young. She'll get there. Until then, there are certainly worse things to be driven by. I don't. It's creepy, it's dangerous, and it's driven by more bad ideas than good ones. What's more, too many of the people behind it are more interested in seeing what they can do than wrestling with what they should do. But my reservations aren't going to put an end to it. And Giada, at least, is a voice of reason. I noticed that too. It says a lot. I can't say what I'd want the future of Animancy to look like, but there's no one I'd trust more than Giada to figure it out. The offer stands if you change your mind. When we first met, I thought that was because you made some powerful enemies back home. But as I've gotten to know you, I think that if anyone can stop the Dream Scourge, it's you. What's more, you've got your head and your heart in the right place. I don't always agree with your priorities, which is no surprise by now. And there you have it. Your turn now. Letting Ringram wreak havoc on Shatterscarp was a terrible mistake. More importantly, though, you've been a true friend to me. I think you let your beliefs get in the way of common decency too often. At the end of the day, I'm proud to fight alongside you, even if I wish you and I understood each other better. You haven't let your duties or loyalties get in the way of being decent and reasonable. Oh, well, that's, nice of you to say. If it lets us cure the Dream Scourge, it's worth it. I've been accused of only letting my stomach drive me, but thanks. That one means a lot. That's about the highest compliment you could give me. Thank you. Really. Wow. I don't mean to be rude. That's just more praise than I've probably earned. Enough about me, right? There was a time I would have brushed that off before you helped me at Tama's memorial. Thanks. We've all got to be able to enjoy a little peace at camp, right? Yeah. Something like that. It really was. Anyway, we were talking about something else, yeah? I can see how you and Inquisitor Ludwig got along. And I thought that Inquisitor was intimidating. Things just didn't work out there. Let's leave it at that. Even decent people make mistakes. And the rest of us can grow, with a little time and grace. You always know what to do. It's like you've got an internal compass guiding you. You challenge me, and I mean that in a good way. I never thought I'd feel this at ease again with anyone else, much less myself. After drifting for a long time, I finally feel like I belong again. Thanks. I feel the same. So are you. I don't say that lightly. Me too. You... Oh, wow. I feel like an idiot. More than usual, I mean. Sorry, you just caught me off guard. For the longest, I never thought I'd be able to feel close to someone again after Tama. But don't get me wrong, I've been with plenty of other people since then. It's just never been more than a quick bit of fun. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this. I'm staring into the rocks, aren't I? What I'm trying to say is, I didn't think I'd be able to feel this again. But you've seen me at my worst. I've told you things I never admitted to anyone else, even Tama. And if you want to be with me after everything you've seen, and if you still feel that way once we've finished our journey, I want that too. I was part of our campaign to establish a foothold in the Deadfire Archipelago. We were returning to our ancestral homeland, reclaiming fertile soil that would feed Rawatai. Additionally, we were helping Deadfire, bringing organization to the pirate-ridden archipelago and civilization to our distant Wana cousins. I was young and naive, and maybe that's no excuse. Yeah, the Wana didn't want us there. We spent almost as much time fighting the tribes as we did pirates and Wilder, and it was hard to see how any of our fighting and dying was feeding people back home. I'd always heard that war was supposed to temper us, strengthen us, but I didn't see that either. I deserted, and I bounced between different mercenary companies for almost 10 years. Hey, not all of us catch on so quick. Besides, there were only so many options for a Rawataian deserter with no training and anything else. As a mercenary, I figured I could at least choose my battles and my crew. I ended up here, didn't I? It was more of the same. The only comfort was being part of a squad. By the time I came to the Living Lands, I'd seen enough. Had enough. I did. Yeah. For a while, I did. I found a good home in Thirdborn, and a place in your squad. Look, if I can give you some hard-won advice, stay on your toes. You're in a difficult position. Whatever your role asks of you, make sure it's something you're willing to give. Anyway, if this place can't give us misfits and screw-ups a second chance, what hope do we have? If I had to list them all, we'd be talking all night. Maybe so, but I'd rather be disappointed now and then than lose all faith. Even if it weren't, I'd rather be wrong than cynical. Not that long before, but yeah. Back then, we weren't even making pretenses at our purpose there. Part of a long-term effort to reclaim our ancestral homeland and feed Rawatai from Deadfire's fertile soil. I believed in that mission. Starting out, it was exciting, purposeful. I believed in our mission, to add bringing order and civilization to our lawless frontier. Then I hope you learn from my mistakes faster than I did. Some fell apart. Some bought into the cruelty that our continued presence required. Others didn't buy into it, but went along with it anyway. And that bothered me more somehow. That's why I never returned home. Yeah, it just took me a little longer to figure that out. Being part of a squad kept me going. For a while, anyway. You figured it out faster than I did. Yeah. Though, in a lot of ways, it feels like I didn't really start living until I got here. Because you're the one who has to live with the consequences. Hey, advice is easy. The hard part's all you. I figured. Yeah, it happens. Sharing the road and sharing each other's battles. Even when we disagree, I learned something from you. Not many people have such a clear sense of direction, especially in situations as complicated as these. But you helped me face loss, regret. Thanks. It's a new feeling, but I'm getting used to it. So whatever you need, whatever it takes to finish this journey, I'm with you. To the end. No, it's not that. Not a chance. Please, just let me get my bearings. Sorry, I just need a minute to get all of this through my thick skull. Yeah, sorry. You know where to find me when you're ready. That's it. You got the hang of it? Have you decided what you want to work on? I look forward to seeing what you can do when we get back out there tomorrow. In the meantime, get some rest. What's that you got there? That's Thomas' badge. You found it. Thomas Memorial. Never thought anything could contain that man, you know? Thomas Memorial. Sorry, I'm not ready for this yet. You went by Thomas' old house, yeah? What did you find there? When you were out in the shark's teeth, you didn't happen to find a badge belonging to Tama, did you? Giada told me. We got to gossiping, and I may have mentioned I was looking for this. I let him down. He was always there when I needed him. But when he needed me, you don't pull your punches, do you? I can't ask him now, can I? I'm sorry. I don't mean to take this out on you. It really was out here all this time. Right where we left it. As soon as I was out of there, I just walked. And I kept walking. I couldn't stand it. At least I'm in good company. I wouldn't know what to do with something that fancy sounding, even if you did. There's a memorial site with some cairns on the cliffs east of Thirdbourne. One of those cairns is Thomas. We passed by there before. It's time I said goodbye. Not since returning with you. It reminds me of old times. Long marches under the desert sun. Yeah, it is. His most prized possession. Damn you, Tama. Damn you. Yeah, I carved this for him years ago. I had no idea he'd kept it, let alone. And he tells me like this, leaving me with nothing but a piece of driftwood I gave him years ago. When he's long gone, the man kept a journal of poetry. He never had a problem with words. And we knew each other for years. We were close. I trusted him with things in my past. Things I don't talk about. Tom always saw right through me. He knew what I was. Did I tell him? A coward. You wouldn't say that if you knew. Never mind. I was a mess when we met. I'd been through the battles in Deadfire and a handful of mercenary campaigns since. I was a chewed-up piece of flotsam drifting to the living lands. Oh, I don't blame him. You're damn right. Vulnerable. That's not the word for it. A coward who failed him. If he really did, he would have told me. Sometimes I wish you weren't so damn perceptive. What do you mean? You know I'm not one for dressing up my words. Tama was the same in a lot of ways. I should know. He spent most afternoons with me. Sure, but that's just the kind of man he was. He made time for me. He always knew how to set me at ease when old ghosts crept up. Knew when I needed a blunt word and when I needed space. I'm sure it's different for you, being a court fixture. I make up my mind pretty quickly. I spend my time with the people I like and don't waste it on the rest. Oh, I do. I wish I had such an easy excuse. I'm a coward, Envoy. I always just thought he was good. Better than I deserved. The problem is, I'm a coward, Envoy. Damn it. You don't know the half of it. He was a good man, Envoy. What's so mysterious about that? I'm sure he made time for me. Knew when I needed a blunt word and when I needed space. That's just who he was. He was always like that with me. Yeah, well, I'm struggling to see what those might be. Would be if he just told me. I never gave him any reason to be coy. All this time, I never knew. I used to carve things like this all the time. There's no reason Tama would have cared about it. Unless he cared about me. I loved him for years. I never knew he might have felt the same way. Yeah, I do. I recognize that. That can't be. What's that you got there? Guess I shouldn't be. I was here when he lost it. He was the best of either. Scouting runs through sandstorms so thick we had to tie our tunics over our mouths. It sure is. Oh, he was an incredible bastard. He'd wake us up before dawn with the most off-key singing you've ever heard and a pot of burnt merc brew. He kept us marching until we had sand in every orifice you can think of, and a few you didn't know you had. Just when it felt like we were going to collapse, he'd call it and we'd make camp. And somehow, we'd all find the energy for a few rounds of cards or songs or stories. Led the defense of Thirdborn, which meant he also led most of our patrols. He did. Coming back here was a mistake. I don't know what we're doing here. As the runs after bad hagfish, only once I realized he was burning it so we couldn't taste how stale it was. I don't know. This won't bring him back. This won't change anything. About what? He's gone. Talking won't bring him back. Closure. I never understood the term. It just feels like swallowing the thing that makes you sick. Here's the truth. I led a patrol. We were ambushed. Tama came to our rescue, and he suffered a fatal wound in the process. No. He hung on. He was the color of an eel's belly. But the stubborn bastard made it all the way back to Thirdborn. We did our best to keep him in one piece while we hauled him back. We got him a sickbed, but we knew he didn't have long. I wish I could believe that. I'm sure of it. Not much got by him. You ever had to watch someone fade away? When it's slow and agonizing, no glory, no din of battle, no distractions, then you know. It's like sitting still while someone drags rusty nails over your skin. Count yourself lucky. I take a keel hauling any day. Sitting there, I noticed that he was missing his badge, and all the time I'd known him, I'd never seen him take it off. Cruel irony, isn't it? To an old trencher like him, a badge means honor. Fellowship. You'd be surprised what you notice in a moment like that. To an old trencher like him, that badge meant belonging. Honor. It marked his service to Thirdborn's defense. He comes to our rescue, and in the process, he loses the thing that marks him as a soldier. I just couldn't imagine him without it. He told me to stay. I said I'd be right back. That's what I said, anyway. I walked away, Envoy. You're right. I used to think it would fade over time, but guilt's like a fine wine. Now you know why I never went back to his house in Emerald Stair, why I never came back to Thirdborn. It's pretty simple. He was dying. I couldn't face it, so I left him to face it alone. Of course I'm not. I'm finally being honest about this. How can I remember him without remembering that? Is that on me? When I didn't even know what to do with myself? Dust yourself off, then go back for whoever you can carry. Guess I never really did that second part. You really are too much like him, Envoy. Anyone ever tell you there's such a thing as being too observant? It's downright eerie. Careful, or you'll give me second thoughts. Let's get some rest. Let's go. Wonder if I might have helped. Things in Thirdborn might be a little better if I'd stayed. Never thought something could be scary and comforting at the same time. Yeah, you know, he helped build our little squad into a community. Losing him felt like losing all of it. Guess I never realized I was the one letting it all go. Guess I've wallowed in those enough, huh? He died pulling my ass out of the fire, and I still let him face it alone. I fucked up. I did. I let him down, and he deserved better. He'd tell me to pull my head out of the muck and look to what's ahead. That I messed up, but that's no reason to keep messing up. And he'd probably do it over a cup of his awful Merc brew. I never realized I'd let my failure change the way I remembered him. It doesn't change anything, but it feels right to say it, like I'm putting down a weight after carrying it too long. I guess I stopped thinking of him as anything other than the dying man I left behind. He was all those things. I never forgot it. Don't sell me short, Envoy. I'm nothing if not tenacious. Because if he was right, that just makes what I did worse. Do you always have to be this clear-eyed? Andra Salty Depths, you sound just like him. I fight what I can see, Envoy. This feeling. How am I supposed to fight that? If I could relive that moment, I don't know that I'd do any better. Together. The way you say it almost makes me believe it. But running from the issue is the surest way to repeat it. You sound just like him. Couldn't imagine anyone would be too happy to see me after everything. No. You'd have come back. Then you get it. Yeah. Oh, I've been dealing with it. In exactly the way I've earned. Okay then. He was the best I ever knew. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, I did. Don't think I ever said it out loud. But I abandoned him. You don't have to go easy on me. Straight to the point. It wasn't so bad. At least Tama was easy on the eyes. So much for reminiscing. Shark's Teeth is where I lost him. I was leading a patrol. We got ambushed, and Tama came to our rescue. You'd be surprised. With the right company, even a storm-tossed journey can be a good one. And Tama, he had a way of making even the roughest patrols feel like a romp. It was sunburn on your top half and chafing on your bottom half. But, yeah, and Tama, those were good days. His badge. It was a marker of his service to Thirdborn, like the ones we were issued when we served Rawatai's Navy. Hard to know where to start. Marius knew I was looking for this. I'd mentioned it once after too many pints at the Grinning Ballarok. Yatsley told me. I still don't know how she got me to tell her about it in the first place, but she's a talker. Call it a hunch. It was a marker of his service to Thirdborn. This badge reminds me of old times. Long marches under the desert sun. Now he's under a pile of rocks. That booming laugh, that bottomless appetite, boundless energy. To be alone? With my thoughts? Oh, Envoy, that's the last thing I want. This is where you're supposed to distract me, lighten the mood with a wisecrack or something. Well, you didn't have to give me the truth. It doesn't. But I appreciate the effort. You're just making this more real. Too bad that's the only part of him I know how to find. Trying. I thought I was doing a pretty good job. Don't be. I don't know where to begin either. I usually count on my friends to be worse influences, you know. How can you say that? I'm finally looking this thing square in the eye. One of the things I loved about Tama was how he gave us all a fresh start. Maybe I'll go back to help Thirdborn recover. In whatever way I can, and whatever way they'll have me. Once we've found the garden, and dealt with the Steel Garrote. Once we've stopped the Dream Scourge, and dealt with the Steel Garrote. I've got some things to sort out, but it feels good to have something to look forward to. I'm sorry, Envoy. I haven't talked about this in a while. No. But it means a lot to finally have his badge in hand. There's just one last thing I've got to do. I actually think he would have liked a spot on the cliffs overlooking the sea. He used to complain his house in Thirdborn never got enough of a cross breeze. Envoy. Never mind. You know, I always thought it was supposed to be the other way around. Still. I hope you're right. I hope so, anyway. That's kind of you to say. Thank you. It's the least he deserves. Especially after... What can I say? I guess I never liked graveyards. But just having his badge in hand means more than you know. Thanks. There's something I didn't tell you. About Tama's death. Remember how I noticed he'd lost his badge? I went out. I told him I was going to go find it. The truth is, traveling with you and Marius, getting to know Giada, it's felt easy. Too easy. I've gotten comfortable. Okay. Not that part. I'm not a joiner. I'm good for a skirmish, some war stories, a few drinks, but I'm not someone you keep around. Better than the alternative. I let people down. I let them down when they're counting on me most. Self-compassion. That's a balm for outbursts and hangovers. I know what I am. I'm finally facing it. Or maybe I learned plenty. Of course not. Don't hold back on me now. Tell me what you really think. But he's not here, and that is because of me. I'm finally owning that. Except he's gone. There's no making it right. I gotta own that, no matter where we'd come from or what we'd done. I drifted to Paradise, but never thought about where I'd go from this. I came to the Living Lands running. From storms, from war, from all the things those forces of nature make out of you. Tom always talked about the places he hoped to see. The islands of Deadfire, the tundras of Nasitok, the ancient cities of Old Valia. Maybe I'm done running away. I don't know what that means I'm running towards, but I think I'm finally ready to figure it out. Maybe I ought to see some of those places for us both. As a traveler, not a soldier. It just feels right. One way to find out, isn't there? Funny how something can be so simple, yet so hard. Sounds like something he told me once. Yeah, you got me. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, I know I'm not. The world is full of every kind of selfish, greedy, cowardly bastard you can imagine. Doesn't make it any better to be one of them, but I'm not someone people can count on. Why deny it? Come on, you know my story now. Oh, come on. You have the trust and ear of an emperor, but me? Oh, come on. You sniffed out the plot to raise Fjord and you stopped it. Oh, come on. You're a veteran of one of the most famous military units in Aora. They don't take just anyone into the tall grass. I just figured I owed you some honesty. Don't get me wrong, it's been nice. But the truth is, traveling with you and Marius, getting to know Giada and Yatsli. But facing those threats with you all makes them seem beatable. Together. Yeah. And that worries me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need some time with this. Don't be. I reckon I could use a little more truth. Let's call it a night. I could use some rest. That's probably for the best. Let's keep moving. A little fresh air will clear my head. You and I haven't spent much time together, but I'm not one for dressing up my words, Envoy. I appreciate you listening, especially since we haven't talked much, just the two of us. I haven't talked about this in a while, so thanks for listening. It means a lot. Especially since you seem to have your head on straight. I'm not always sure about the way you handle things, but I appreciate you listening. Let's call it a night. A little fresh air will clear my head. You and I really don't talk much outside of planning our next move or moments like this. I never thought I'd tell this story again. But there's something about the way you've led us, the clarity you've kept. To be honest, I'm not sure why I'm spilling all this to you. I don't always agree with what you find important, but I'm not sure why this is spilling out of me all of a sudden. At the end of the day, I respect you. I guess that matters more. Something about you that inspires confidence. Kind of like, the fact that you and I don't talk a whole lot has made it easy to get along and get by. You're so clear-headed, so easy to follow, that I've been able to fall in line and back you up. I don't always agree with you, but I've admired your resolve. That's made it easy to fall in line and back you up. But I'm not that guy, Envoy. I don't know what it is. It's not like you and I have spent that much time getting to know each other, but following you makes those threats seem beatable. But I've come to trust your way of handling those threats when we face them. I don't always agree with you, but your resolve makes those threats seem beatable. And that worries me. You're clear-headed. You have your priorities in line. I find myself ready to follow you. What? That's not true. What? No, I didn't. Okay. You got me. But you're right. Okay. You win. He was right. And so are you. So much here reminds me of Tama. It's strange to be back without him. I still can't imagine what he wanted me to find. Say, what's that you're holding? I've run from this for so long. Maybe it's what I deserve. Feels like some of these plants have it out for us. Those dreams seem to be getting worse. How are you feeling? Is it just me, or does the night seem darker here? Nudge me if you hear anything in the woods. If you get up in the night, don't wander too far. Who knew plants could be so threatening? You know, I've heard dueling is popular in the Valian republics. I hope you're ready to sleep with one eye open, because I doubt Ludwig sleeps at all. She knows who she is and what she believes. She's got more clarity and conviction than I had at her age. Hey, I am a willing victim of my own delusions. Believe me, I meant that as a compliment. I wish I could say the same. Living landers can be contrarian and combative. That's what sends a lot of us here in the first place. But it's still hard to swim against the tide with your own people, especially when it means getting them to face a hard truth. No doubt. That's why I admire the resolve. Maybe not, but it makes for a spectacle. He's right. I'd rather drink salt water than have a hard conversation. That's what I admire about Giada. This is what I like about you and Giada. Not a whole lot, and I've been happy keeping it that way. Playing around with essence, poking at souls, trying to move them out of and into places they shouldn't be. Oh, it makes me queasy. Though, if we're going to understand the Dream Scourge and your godlike lineage, I suppose we'll have to get comfortable with it, despite what we've been able to learn from it here. Not the same way Adherents do. We've got no laws against it. I've just always felt more comfortable with things I can see and grasp for myself. Yeah, and that's the part I like to leave to people with your predisposition. Don't get me wrong, most animancers are nice enough people, but even nice people get strange ideas from time to time. Then I guess it's better that you're the one with a connection to something in the beyond. Then I guess it's better that you're the one with the connection to this strange new god. Hundreds of years ago, if I remember my history. I can see why your people outlawed it. True, but at what cost? There's a reason Animancy's failures are more famous than its successes. For every maniac it's cured, it's created dozens of corpses, or worse. Still, I'm happy to leave those pursuits to other people. It's been years. It was always green and overgrown, but I don't remember it being quite this. Yeah. You remember the first plants we met here tried to kill us, right? Exactly. Something about Emerald Stair has always been unsettling. Everything in the living lands grows wild, but it's different here. And troubling. Those giant roots, whatever they are, I don't remember them being quite as big or close to the settlement. Maybe. Either way, stay sharp while we're here. Marius is right, and I don't usually say that in front of him. If you see anything that looks like it's trying to hug you, draw your weapon, or run. I don't like reading that much into things. Maybe that's why I'm still a bachelor. Either way, when I wake up with night terrors, I'm waking you both up with me. Well, there's a thought to keep me up at night. What was it she said? The Steel Garrote will ensure the safety of Adheran interests? They aren't going to make you any friends, that's for sure. You and Ludwig may have been close before, but I don't think she's going to be happy to see you anytime soon. They aren't interested in building alliances, that's for sure. They're barely willing to cooperate with Heelguard. Yeah. Get lost or get skewered. I thought they were supposed to be working with Adheran forces, not setting up secret encampments and chasing you away. I've got a feeling you've spared a lot of people more grief than they'll ever know. You could have fooled me. Ludwig talks to Heelguard like a wayward cabin boy. I wonder if he's got the backbone to withstand her. I can see why your emperor sent you. Your kind of clarity is rare. To know in the moment what you've got to do and do it. Don't let it go to your head. Envy that. Yeah, but mine only leads to pie. You two are gonna make me blush. And purple's not my best color, but thanks. Just be on the lookout. The Steel Garrote isn't likely to forgive and forget. If not for the overgrowth, you'd almost think you're in the republics. Trees are tearing at their walls, but they still find time for a good debate. Not sure these walls are keeping much out. Did you hear that? Never mind. Keep your eyes peeled, Envoy. You ever get the feeling something doesn't want us here? Seeing this place makes me wonder what else is lurking beneath us. Did that tree just move? How far down does this place go? Watch your step. Feels like this place was hidden for a reason. Come on. There's no time to lose. Poor Giada. To lose a home like this. I don't know how you come back from something like this. We need to find survivors. Decades of building a home here. Gone. A big if. Stay sharp. A storm's brewing. And better if we can find it before it finds us. Yeah, he did. I don't know. But it can't be good. You can let them do the rowing, but you're still going to get hit with the spray. I'd like to be wrong, believe me. But in my experience, a volatile ally is more dangerous than any enemy. I hope you weren't looking to rekindle things with Ludwig. Not after the send-off you gave the Steel Garrote squad waiting in that cave. And after the send-off you gave the Steel Garrote squad in that cave, she'll have it out for you. Normally, I'm not big on turning on your own, but the Steel Garrote take their beliefs too far. I'm glad you didn't let them do it here. If she has her way, she's going to teach you what the sharp end of her sword feels like. That's for sure. If that's the case, I'd wager she's the one holding the leash, and he's the one on his knees. I wouldn't be surprised. Whatever agreement they have with your people, they're Wodekins first. Not you, though. You didn't hesitate. I hope you know a good armorer. Or a good healer. In all honesty, though, I'm impressed. Not with your predilections, I mean. You wouldn't think a public argument could feel as brutal, but I'll be damned if Giada didn't draw blood. You make the Wild sound downright peaceful by comparison. I'm with you both. And Giada. You seem to have turned out okay. You and Giada, come to think of it. I'm impressed at anyone who can survive that. Or break out of it, like Giada. You can't mount an attack if you're questioning every detail of the battle plan. But what if you see you're charging into a trap? That's what I admire about Giada. Hey, don't worry. We're talking about Giada's situation. Anyway, this probably isn't how you wanted to start a new adventure, but we're glad to have you with us. Anyway, this can't be an easy time for Giada, but I'm glad to have her on our side. Anytime. These animancers don't agree on much, do they? You'd think arguing is a communal pastime. If you asked any two of them which way's north, you'd get 3 different answers. It's a wonder Fjord stood this long. Fair enough. I always thought adversity was supposed to bring people together, but they couldn't be more divided. A little friction, sure. They're producing enough to burn their operation down, only that they seem to love it. I hadn't thought about it that way, but you may be onto something. They're stuck between a crop blight, a skeptical governor, angry farmers, and about as hostile an environment as you can find. And half of them seem more interested in pursuing their personal projects than dealing with the blight. The freedom to seek, not the freedom to starve. But I don't know how you guarantee one without risking the other. Say what you will about Rauatai, but the demands of surviving together on a storm-battered rock are the backbone of our society. I don't think Fjord shares that, or anything like it. Oh, hey there. Something on your mind? It just took me back. I guess I'm still thinking about that woman we met in the woods. The one who was going dream thrall. Something about her reminded me of old times. War stories. Yeah, I've seen shades of that before. The meek trooper who develops a taste for killing. That was rough. No, the part that stuck with me was what she said about watching her partner turn. That wasn't what I was thinking about. Seeing someone you know, someone close to you, beyond help like that. I just want to know. You were blunt when you told her about Adelaro. Why? I just want to know. You were careful when you told her about Adelaro. Why? I just want to know. Why did you brush her off? Instead of telling her about Adelaro, I mean. I don't know that it was, but I can't fault your intentions. Sorry. I need a moment to clear my head. It clearly was to her. You know, the tragedy of the dream scourge isn't the fungal trappings we all get. It's the lives it upends, the bonds it breaks. I almost forgot you don't need a soul-altering disease for that. Sorry, I'm gonna need a moment. Beyond understanding? She may have thought we were all fish, but she knew enough to ask about him. Yeah, she did. And even in the state she was in, she handled it. Better than most. It probably was. Some part of her seemed to know. I still can't believe it. Dorso was betraying her brothers-in-arms, all in the name of saving Emerald Stair, and you helped her get away with it. At least she got what was coming to her. I don't know what awaits her, but I can't think of much worse than losing home. Well, no, it's not. She murdered her own envoy. I don't draw many lines, but that's one of them. Hey, about earlier. Sorry for going off like that. I haven't talked about Tom in a while. You and I haven't spent much time getting to know each other. I didn't mean to dive into choppy waters so suddenly. I haven't had much of a crew lately, and it's been easy to follow your lead. Seeing the choices you've made has put me at ease. It's strange. I don't always agree with the way you do things, but you know your own mind. There's something steadying about that. I guess the moment just caught me off guard. Maybe a little too much. First time for everything, huh? There. That's Tama's old house. Place feels different without him. Tama painted that? I had no idea. Giada's right. She turned on her own. Never. I told you I'd help you stop the dream scourge, and I meant it. Nothing's more important than that. I'm just trying to warn you. From personal experience. Fine. Look, I'm not trying to second-guess your every decision. Between that voice in your head and your emperor across the sea, you've got enough others to answer to. Gods know I don't envy your position. I saw this in Rauatai's campaign in the Deadfire. You start out with purpose. You're fighting alongside your brothers and sisters, battling pirates and slavers, bringing civilization to a lawless, divided land. But then, you're breaking up villages, turning tribes against their rivals. It gets messy, fast. War is battle, envoy. Give me a weapon and point me at the enemy and I can do my duty. Empires are hungry, envoy, and they devour their own too. Don't let your allegiances turn you into something you can't live with. It's the backstabbing and scheming that leaves me feeling like I need a good scrub down. Huh. Well, there's another thought to keep me up at night. Yeah, well, I guess that's why no one ever put me in charge. I'm less worried about who has a claim to the living lands than what Adir might ask of you. I'm not asking you to betray Adir, but do you have to side with a backstabber like Dorso? Well, yeah. But there are some lines you don't cross. Turning on your own people is one of them. I'd hope this one doesn't. But you're right. More often than not. Just please be careful. Yeah, okay, sure. You'd think that'd be an easy position to hold. But I've seen better soldiers than Dorso cross lines you can't come back from. She did. I think that's the part that haunts me worse than what she did. How do you keep yourself on the right path? Especially when there's so much at stake. Maybe. I was afraid you'd say something like that. I agree. It's just sobering to think she got to the point where murdering her own felt right. Same as Rauatai asked of us. Easier said than done. Of course. Wonder what he wanted me to find. He left something behind for me. Help me look around. Well, this place is bigger than it looks. Oh, so this is what the dwarves have been hiding out here. They don't seem used to outsiders. Is it just me, or are we getting some funny looks? Watch your step. Lava and steel garrote everywhere. Keep your weapon ready. Knew the steel garrote had to be up to something. And I thought Sala's Keep was big. I've never seen anything like this. We'd never be able to drag Yatsley out of here. Keep an eye on Yatsley, or she might decide to stay down here. To think, most of the Parkrunen don't know about this place. I had no idea the Godless built so much. Marius wasn't joking about this place. I'd hate to be here if that volcano goes off. This place makes Rauatai look like a garden. Let's stay close. This place doesn't feel right. I don't like this. Rauataians love to boast about how barren and rugged our homeland is, but we've got nothing on the Parkrunen living here. I can't fault your optimism, but would you think that if this was the only landscape you ever saw day in and day out? According to Marius, his people are forbidden from ever leaving the tusks. I'm all for pulling together, but that's just oppressive. Exactly. It's not a home if you have to lock people in it. But what's the point of all that if it's not making everyone's lives better somehow? Rauatai has a similar problem. Between the constant storms and the rocky soil, the land's never supported us easily. We venture out. We're encouraged to. Talking to Kostya, it's gotta be nice to meet someone who's happy to see adherence for a change. I have never wanted a bath this badly. Feels like I'm covered in ash. This place may not have much going for it. But that view across the acid sea is really something at night. I can tell he's struggling against the current, which is a shame because he's looking out for his people rather than an old building. I've got extra water in my pack if anyone needs it. We'll be covered in ash by morning, especially if it's all you ever see. So many of us find work as sailors and mercenaries. We explore the world as soldiers or as part of a trade mission. Yeah, strength through striving. Yeah, that's certainly part of it. Not everyone, of course, but Rauatai's hardly a dying country. Everyone in the Living Lands faces struggle, but people choose that, and usually to escape something worse. I can't imagine one that's worth it. I just don't understand how that could be so important. Forcing people into a lifetime of hardship for the sake of principle or tradition is a different matter entirely. Look, I'm not trying to defend or debate my empire's conduct, or yours. Never. The Pargrunen of Solace are notoriously suspicious of outsiders. Though, from the looks of this place, Solace's real concern has got to be keeping its people in, not keeping the rest of us out. Maybe not, but should Mihala? Because that's exactly what she's doing. Maybe so. Sometimes you just work with what you got. Yeah, it's too bad Mihala can't see it. Rawatai's grown over the centuries through dozens of expansions, conquests, and alliances. Many were bloody and hard-won, but I still can't find myself wishing for the alternative. Some would. Some wouldn't. You of all people would know there's no simple answer to that. The question is, do you really think Kostian's people are better off sticking around here than taking their chances with Adir? Or striking out into the living lands? Perhaps there's no one who should make that decision, but someone will have to. But you're the envoy. I'm wondering what you think about it. The air here's thick as a sandstorm. My eyes are stinging something fierce. We should hurry to Solace. We need to get to the keep. I hope you're ready to deal with your god when we find the garden. There's no time to lose. No reason to linger. Good luck finding a soft spot to bed down. How is it that the air up here is both thinner and thicker? Tradition and history have their place, but I just can't see putting it ahead of the welfare of the living. I never thought about it that way, but you're right. Probably a good reason for that, too. True, but I don't think it's a bad one for the Pargrunen. We wouldn't have lasted if we stayed a small Almawa tribe struggling against a barren, stormy spit of land. It does. I saw the dark side of that expansion in Deadfire, after all. But I don't think isolationism is the answer either. Don't get me wrong, I saw the messy part of that boldness in Deadfire. But I don't think isolationism is the answer either. Surviving. That just doesn't seem like enough. I only hope they get that chance. Fair enough, and that's not exactly the choice in front of the Pargrunen either. I've sailed halfway across the world. I've never seen anything like this. Tama. No. No. Thank you for facing that with me. Let's go deal with your god. This room, it looks just like Tama's. This place is cruel. Let's find your god, envoy.
What is this, envoy? This is your god's prison, not mine.
Is this really him? He looks older than I remember. Not him, then. If I'd stayed by his side. I guess that's a small mercy. If that's even possible. So he can't hear me?
I dealt with this. We stood at his memorial together. This can't be. I escaped this memory.
His deathbed. I can't tell. I can't focus on his face. His features keep blurring, changing. I'm not sure. I know it's him, but I don't recognize him as the Tama I knew. It's like he keeps changing in front of me. Does that make sense? I used to remember his face so clearly from that night. His rigid jaw, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners. He was in pain, but trying to hide it. You know, it never occurred to me how much he would have hated that. All his moments at once, joy, sadness, anger, heartbreak, stomachache. He's almost a stranger. Everything from the handful of years that I knew him and the decades before we'd met. I'm not. Yeah, it is. All this time I kept him frozen in his worst moment. When he was suffering and when I failed him. It's like he's free of that. You're right. I am. It's like you said. His memory is no longer a burden. It's like you said. I'm not letting my regret define me. It's like you said. I was so focused on my shame that I forgot about everyone else who was counting on me. For the longest, I was afraid to let go of this moment, like I'd be letting him go if I did. Now I see I was just holding on to something that was weighing us both down. Now let's go find this god of yours and end the dream scourge. When we reach them, what do you think we'll find? A victim? A villain? They've certainly suffered enough for one. True enough. I suspect you're right. Let's end this. I'll follow your lead, as always. It's hard to imagine the dream scourge coming from a blameless soul, isn't it? Me too. I won't make that mistake again. And we've got farther to go before this is over. It means something's finally got through my ridged skull. Despite my best efforts, I never realized what an injustice I was doing to us both. Sounds downright selfish of me when you put it that way, but this Tama's more than that. There was no artifice with Tama.
Whatever he showed you was exactly how he felt. That's the problem. I don't know what I expect anymore.
Then why does he look so unfamiliar?
No. I've spent too long looking away.
Then how come they look so unfamiliar?
Then what am I looking at? As long as we're both seeing the floating islands and the ghostly tree, I can't blame this on drugs. To be honest, that would be easier. He took a fatal wound saving me. And instead of staying by his side, I ran. But why immortalize a memory like this? I've seen this moment playing through my head so many nights, run from it each and every time, and still, somehow, it finds me here, in a crazy god's fever dream. Tom would say fair's got nothing to do with it. And he'd be right. And I thought Rowatayan naval punishments were cruel. I guess I should be grateful it's not really him. I'd hate to imagine him stuck in this moment. I can see why an emperor appointed you to handle his business. You got a knack for cutting straight to the heart of the matter. I've escaped ambushes, wars, and gambling debts, but I have never figured out how to get away from this. That he lived, and we laughed about it and grew old together, but I'd settle for remembering the good times we did have. Instead of this, I wish I could say yes, but I don't think I'm a better man now than I was then. He can't hear me. What does it matter now? Tama, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ran when you needed me. I'm sorry I've kept running all this time. You taught me how to keep sand out of my rifle and what it means to be part of a team, and now, despite my best efforts, you're teaching me how to let go. I can't change the past, but if Bareth brings us together again, I will make it up to you at the next turn of the wheel. No, I've lingered in this one too long already. Come on, I've seen enough of this place. Let's go find your god. Yeah? Huh. I just wish I'd said it sooner. In knowing that I'm a coward when it matters most. They say ignorance is bliss. Come on, let's go find your god. You aren't gonna let me off easy, are you? I get battle scars, but this feels like a wound that never healed. It's this raw, festering thing that's still hobbling me. And do what? Say goodbye to Tama. I missed that chance. I'm glad that facing the ragged edge of reality has indulged your sense of humor. It feels like I'm standing on a storm-tossed deck. When you find Sapadal, I hope you tell him how much I love what they've done with this place. I'm a man of hidden depths. What's not to love about floating islands and a spectral tree? Besides, as divine prisons go, I can imagine much worse. Let's hope they don't have any nightmares while we're here. And Sapadal definitely isn't docile. Not from what we saw on Mount Forja, or outside the ruins of Nakukubel. Elite, perhaps, but judging by our brushes with Sapadal at Mount Forja and Nakukubel, they're anything but compliant. Though maybe don't mention that to Sapadal when you meet them. No one likes being told they don't have it that bad. And from what you've shared, Sapadal doesn't exactly seem even-keeled. Exactly. And what are the odds that centuries of imprisonment have improved their temper? Setting them free means gambling with the lives of everyone in the living lands. It's not worth it, but it's not my call. Complicated. I've heard that before. It's never a good thing. I don't envy you having to deal with a loose cannon of a god, but I envy even less the mess you're going to have when we escape this place. Lucky thing your emperor sent his best representative as his envoy, right? You'll have your work cut out for you. While we're tracking down your god, things are heating up between your Adiran comrades and the locals. You may have averted the attack on Fjord, but this is one situation where it's the thought that counts. The Steel Garrote leveled Fjord. A lot of people aren't going to make that distinction. Even if Animancers aren't the most popular bunch, everyone gets nervous when fields burn. And yeah, I know that's on the Steel Garrote, but it's not lost on anyone that your people despise animancy. Not when Heelgard banned the practice in Paradise. Even if you believe that, no one else will. That's mighty principled of you. But your moral stance isn't going to cool any tensions. Not if Heelgard's still bringing soldiers into Paradise by the shipload. Oh, I wish I were finished. You helped Ludwig destroy Nakukubel, and while most people don't give a tarnished skate for godless ruins, they'll see that as a powerful demonstration of siege weaponry. Again, people won't see a difference, not when your groups have been working so closely. One thing I've learned about war: strife and distance have a way of reducing nuance. All anyone else is going to see is a threat display, On the doorstep of the Living Land's best cannoneers, no less. Ringram may have unleashed some powerful magic against the Dream Scourge, but she left a lot of corpses in her wake. That doesn't look good for your people. Not when Ludwig was also in the region, and your people had a garrison at Eagle's Reach. Try explaining that to people. They won't believe it. Not when they're already convinced there's an invasion on their doorstep. And then there's Solace, the oldest continuously inhabited stronghold in the Living Lands, the pride of the Pargrunen. You might have saved the keep, but no one's going to talk about the disaster that didn't happen. And that's not all. Now reduced to ash and rubble. Yep. And the other half will have stories about how the Steel Garrote and the sudden arrival of the Adiran envoy hastened their exodus. This is why I stuck to soldiering. They're going to talk about why Mount Forja erupted after all this time. You'd be surprised where people can find blame when they're spun up. And it looks real bad when a Steel Garrote force just so happened to be there when it went down. I don't think anyone else is going to understand the indirectly. Hey, I know you did it for the right reasons. Too bad no one else will. Fairly or not, a lot of blame's going to be laid at Adir's door. And if I had to guess, I don't think Hilgard's been helping matters while you've been out here. If and when we get out of here, we're walking into a powder keg, and you'll have to choose a side. That's the part I don't envy. I don't. And for what it's worth, I wouldn't blame you for choosing that. Fighting kin and countryfolk is a hard thing to ask of anyone. It's part of why I came out here. Yeah. Those were your orders. And if you make it back, you'll be the godlike Adiran who survived an assassination, treated with local leaders, faced a god, and stopped the Dream Scourge. That's a powerful symbol indeed. I wouldn't either. Look on the bright side. Maybe we die here, and then you don't have to. I lost my stomach for Rauatai's campaign in the Deadfire, but I wasn't going to turn insurgent against my own people either. I admire your principles, but don't underestimate what they could demand of you. Look, I've been there. I fought for Rauatai's interest in the Deadfire for longer than I like to admit, and lost my stomach for it eventually. That's how I wound up here. But I will tell you now, I never could have fought my own brothers and sisters. I hope that's not what it comes down to. But I'll understand if that's a line you can't cross. I don't mean to burden you. It's late, and you've still got a god to face. Just know that whatever you choose, I'll fight alongside you. I'm with you to the end of this. Good night, Envoy. Anytime. For all of her litanies on oaths, order, and justice, I forgot she's also the god of vengeance. Before we visited his memorial, yes. But I thought I'd broken free. Yeah. That's probably for the best. When you put it that way, I suppose it can't hurt to try, can it? For me. Right. Here goes. Can't say the ache is gone, but it doesn't sting quite as much. I suppose that's progress. Too late. It's already found mine. Well, almost. That's the problem. I can't picture him anymore. I did. I see everything. But now that I see him as more, yeah, better than I could have said it. We've spent long enough with my past. Whatever we find next, you won't face it alone. And you've got to enjoy it where you can find it. I thought you were into all this esoteric, metaphysical stuff. If you're thinking about the fact that this place is the epicenter of the Dream Scourge, or we've got a half-crazy god trying to break free around us, my advice is, don't. Focus on the problems you can see, and attack them as they come. Take every march one step at a time. Judging from their outbursts at Mount Forja and Nakukubel, they're skewing towards the danger in that mix. You make it sound like we have a ticking bomb under our feet. And judging from Sapadal's outbursts at Mount Forja and Nakukubel, you're probably not far off. They're a few provocations away from disaster. True enough. Makes me wonder if confinement was the real goal or simply the only option at the time. One thing's for sure, imprisonment has only riled Sapadal up. Judging from their outbursts at Mount Forja and Nakukubel, they haven't exactly taken this time to reflect and relax. I've heard that one before. Usually before a lot of tears, a lot of drinks, and a lot of, I should have known better. I hope you're right, because we are all in trouble if you're wrong. Still, you taught me that a person can grow beyond their flaws. Why wouldn't the same be true of a god? You're right. I don't think anyone would handle that well. And what does that leave us with? A god who's been locked away and driven half-mad in isolation. But it's worse to gamble every life in the Living Lands on the hope that Sapadal's done some real self-improvement. That's exactly what Tama would have said. But is it worth the risk? I'm not so sure about that. but it's not my call. I hate to burst your bubble, but I don't see how that's gonna happen. And some days you wake up and the deck of your ship's covered in bird shit. You can clean it up or you can step in it. That's the choice, especially when your Ambassador Heelguard hosted Ludwine in Paradise for as long as her assistance was convenient. Yeah, you've got bigger things on your mind right now. Just be prepared. Oh, I'd like to. No slight on your skills, but some problems can't be solved with talking. Wish Tama could have seen this. Something about this place makes me feel so small. It's like looking into the maw of that old Leviathan skull near Thirdborn. You think we're still above the acid sea? The giant roots. The acid sea, the chasms across the island. That's Sapidol's doing? Try to get some rest. You and I haven't always seen eye to eye, but I respect that you're the one making tough decisions. I never thought I'd meet someone I respect the way I respected Tama, and it means more than I could say that you've been by my side through this. So whatever comes next, I'll be by yours. But you've made some tough calls, and you've kept your head and your heart in the right place. So whatever comes next, I'm with you until the end. We've shared the road together, but in a lot of ways, it still feels like we're strangers. But you've stood by my side through this, which means more than I can say. If we make it out of this place, we'll have stories to tell. Wonder if anyone will believe them. You restless too? It's hard to tell how much time is passing. I've heard of strange colors in the sky and weeks of twilight in the white that wins. Wonder if it's anything like this. Rest while you can. We're almost at the end of this. I barely plan further than the next meal. And you're asking me? Maybe it doesn't seem fair to punish Sapidol further. You know, if Sapidol were only a smuggler, assassin, or bandit, I'd be right there with you. But knowing they could end us all with a temper tantrum puts things in perspective. I guess we've all got our limits, no matter what. Hey, it's not like you could possibly make the mess we're in worse, right? I don't know, Envoy. I just try to take each day and each battle as it comes, and you can see where that's gotten me. But I think it's possible to be too prepared. I know. That's got to make this difficult advice to follow. Something like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. You know what all of us think by now. Ultimately, you're the one who has to decide what to do with Sapidol and where your loyalties lie. My advice? Get a good night's rest, and when the moment comes, follow your instincts. Probably because I'm not the one making the decision. Don't forget that every soul in the living lands hangs in the balance. But look at it this way. Whatever you choose, you'll end the Dream Scourge, and you'll give the living lands a future. And I'd wager that's better than where we are now. Fair enough. I'm not trying to brush you off. You just surprised me. Okay, sorry. I'm not sure I'll be much help, but I'll try. And I stand by it. Next time you need to find a bakery, I'm your man. You're the one who found a god's prison. I hear you, though. It's easier to give that advice than to take it. I'm used to being the big guy on the battlefield, but that brawl was tougher than I'd like to admit. You know, the best advantage is having better gear than the other guy. Good thing you came prepared. The best advantage is having better gear than the other guy. I like your spirit. But there's no accounting for the quality we'll find that way. We're short on coin, but it's nothing a little work on the side won't fix. In fact, there's an animancer named Sapiento near the market. He's been looking for help, and he seems like the type who pays well. Sapiento could help us on that front once we find his luminous Adra. We can pick up some jobs from the bounty board. There's no shortage of scoundrels at large. You got everything you need to fix up your armor. Let's head to camp. With the supplies you found, we can improve your armor while we're camped. The Living Lands has no shortage of things looking to kill you, so good armor will serve you well. Use the makeshift workbench to work on your armor and weapons while we're stopped. Your armor could use some work. Let's check the watermill for supplies. And since that's not the last skirmish we'll find ourselves in, I say we take this opportunity to stock up on some better equipment. If you want a guarantee of getting the good stuff, I recommend Paradise's main market. Nice work. That'll help against whatever we face out there. Looks like you've already got the supplies you'll need to fix up your armor. Let's head to camp. You can work on your gear there. However, you still need some money before you can improve your gear. Oh, look, Paradise and Ladder. When heated, the resin forms a hard coat that strengthens weapons and armor. I think there's something on the upper floor. We might be able to reach it from outside. Those Arabs must have been scavenging supplies too. Wait. We should ask that apothecary about your assassin before we leave. I don't think we're going to be welcome here for long. Those sparrowhawks will be sniffing round here any minute. Don't get too used to the comforts of paradise. You know, for most people, getting sent to the living lands is a punishment. Listen, this is something I never thought I'd have to ask, but can we talk about you coming back from the dead? Not everyone warrants an assassination attempt, you know. You should be flattered. But, according to Cynric, you're the personal envoy of the Emperor of Adir himself. Quite a position. Sorry, most Adirans I've met don't appreciate bluntness. So what's your story? Who are you that the Emperor sent you all the way out here? Tall grass, huh? Even in Rawatai, you lot are the stuff of legend. I guess I should count myself lucky our paths didn't cross sooner. But that raises a bigger question. Why would your Emperor send one of his most accomplished warriors all the way out here? I should ask you for some good campfire stories later. Okay. Anyway, talk of the plague inland certainly has folks here stirred up. Is that why the Emperor sent his personal mystic to the living lands? I'd be lying if I said that didn't tempt me all the more, but I'll take you at your word. Talk of the plague inland has folk nervous enough as it is. You must have gone through one of Adir's famous academies. Tell me, is this your first time getting dirt under your fingernails? Though I should warn you, you can't rely on charm against Azurup. Now I've got to wonder what you did to get on his bad side. The Living Lands is a far cry from fancy parties and court events. The Living Lands won't disappoint in that regard. You'll get plenty of both out here. Then I hope you're prepared. The Living Lands is wilder than most. I can't imagine you had time for much other than your studies, so fair enough. I didn't mean to offend. What I really want to know, since hard questions are your specialty, is why the Emperor would send his best scholar all the way to the Living Lands. A word of advice, then. Practical application in the Living Lands usually involves a dagger, or bow, or baking mold, if that's all you have on hand. Don't ask. Though the experiences on offer here had been the end of plenty of intrepid sorts. But I welcome the exception. Good to know. Though people around here have reason enough to be twitchy as it is. Talk of the plague inland has folks stirred up. More than usual. And here I thought I'd seen it all. But that brings me to the real question. Why would the Emperor of Adir send a noble all the way to the Living Lands? I look forward to being proved wrong on that account. And I'll bet you know some excellent court gossip. This has to be Adiran modesty. I've heard too much about the famous envoy to believe you don't have a story. But I won't pry if you don't want me to. Tell me this instead. Why'd your Emperor send you all the way out here? Surely his trusted agent has larger matters back home. No need to be humble. We're traveling together, we might as well get acquainted. Then I dare say you're better equipped than most who wash ashore here. You must have some truly fascinating stories of past exploits. Either way, let me ask you something else then. I'll look forward to it. Well, we'll have to have a drink at the Grinning Ballarrock. Perhaps I can get you to tell me more. But in the meantime, I have to wonder, why does the Emperor send his most valuable agent to the Living Lands? Ha! That's a good... Wait. I can't tell if you're joking. In the meantime, tell me this instead. Oh, no. I've seen my share of corpses. You were very, very dead. Let's talk. As if Bareth didn't just drag you out of the grave. Well, even in the land of the strange, you have had the strangest experience I've ever heard of, and you haven't even left Dawnshore. That's quite a feat. Me neither. I saw you take an arrow to the gut and collapse. Your skin went cold and you stopped moving. It happened fast. By the time I got you to Liviana's, I don't think you had a pulse. You certainly weren't breathing. You must have spent 20 minutes as a corpse on one of her cots before you just came back. What did you see while you were gone? What do you remember? To be honest, this would be weirder if you did. So, this whole time you were in the beyond, and then you were just sent back. Did you see a way, did you get the sense, do you think there's a way to bring people back from the dead? That's not... I didn't mean... You must be tired. I know I am.
Watchers say souls can linger between this world and the beyond for a time. I've seen Runid talk to them a few times, almost in a trance. What happened next? The beyond. That's the realm of the gods, of souls. Well, that sounds kinda nice. What did you see there? Perhaps it's a mercy our souls don't recall their time in the beyond. Or perhaps they do. And that's what drives some to madness. I can't imagine otherwise. Wait. Someone? Who was it? Or what was it? So, someone is reaching out to you from the beyond. They saved you from death, and now they want you to free them from wherever they are. Fair point. Though they seem to have done you a favor in this instance. Agreed. Bereth guides souls through the beyond. They aren't trying to escape it, I hope. Do you trust them? Well, that's good. Imagine how much worse this would be if you had two cryptic entities clamoring for your attention. As I understand it, souls move through the beyond on the way to their next life. You'd know more about it than I do, though. If something's stuck there, though, that's concerning. I guess that's some comfort. Even if you wanted to leave them there, I get the feeling they're not going to leave you alone. That's wise. I feel crazy even asking this. That doesn't stop him from trying, I guess. Still, thanks for humoring me. Huh. I realized how silly that sounded as soon as I asked. It's getting late. Yeah, probably not. Hopefully, Runid will have some answers for us. There's still time. At least you have a sense of humor about it. You're welcome, I'll say. You see, I bottle them up for a while, and then I let them out all at once.
But don't dodge the issue. We're talking about your abbreviated death.
What, that? I'm just real good at dealing with my emotions. All I know is that you were very dead for a while. That makes sense. At least she wasn't charging. For now, let's get some rest.
Good thing you rectified that for him. The adherent court's more interesting than I had assumed.
Not at all. He was even more in awe of you when we found him in the cistern.
Me too, for that matter. What I find interesting is how you handled him, though you really had him at a loss when you let him go.
Though I'm not sure he'll get such kindly treatment from
Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. Decisively, I might add. I think the Living Lands has a way of wringing the tenderness out of those who survive it. Why'd you do it?
Fair enough. I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of this conflict, though. Egwolf isn't the only hothead in the Living Lands, and he's certainly not the only one with his hackles up about all you Adira newcomers, and Ludwig and the Steel Garrote are only making matters worse.
No doubt. The whole of Paradise used to be a lot more like the Sparrowhawks' territory, if you can believe it. More freedom, but more bodies in the streets, too. That's admirable. Admirable. Especially for a celebrated war hero. I suppose that's appropriate, coming from a scholar. Clever. Though I'm afraid he'll scurry off before you can learn much.
Clever.
Though I suspect he and his followers will scatter to the winds after this. I can see why your emperor relies on your resourcefulness, and I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of this conflict. It's possible. Though I'd rather live to regret an excess of kindness than cruelty. Things aren't always that clear, especially when you're staring down a man who tried to send you back to the wheel. I'm sure he didn't expect you to get back up and come after him. Then again, he forgot the first rule of the Living Lands. And you really had him at a loss when you let him go.
Though I suspect Ludwig and the Steel Garrote will take that shine right off him.
Though that awe didn't last long. Sorry, I don't mean to make light. I was just wondering why you let him go.
I doubt Ludwig and the Steel Garrote will give him much to laugh about.
You put an end to him, after all. You really had him at a loss when you let him go. More merciful, too. More cutthroat, too. I'd say he can learn a thing or two from you. But I don't think he'll be seeing the outside of a cell again. But he'll have to take that lesson to his next life. But I think you had him at a loss when you let him go. If that's your way of trying to bring justice to the frontier, you and your people have an uphill battle ahead. You know, you may fit in here better than I thought. That's the kind of thinking that led a lot of people here, one way or another. Living on the frontier does little to cool tempers, but your people have been struggling mightily to impose justice. A fair fight. It's always struck me as a funny notion. But what other chance does a lone man have against imperial power?
And who fights fair when survival is on the line? He shot you with poison from the shadows. Many would call that a coward's act. That's admirable, but it's hardly common practice, especially here. Yeah, few locals, other than the animancers of Fjord, are. Most debates get settled with sharp objects. Don't mistake me. I'd like to be wrong. Yeah, well, I think he would have said the same thing. Just that they're chafing at seeing a foreign empire bring foreign troops and foreign restrictions. Same as rebels everywhere, really. I think that's enough doom and gloom for one night. You don't miss much, do you? That's a story for another time. I've had all the doom and gloom I can stand for one night. Sleep easy, Envoy. As best you can. They're a match to a powder keg. Your ambassador and the rest of the Adiran forces have been dragging the frontier, kicking and screaming towards order and civilization. All the things that half of us moved here to escape. I don't know how you investigate a so-called plague of the soul, so better you than me. Being a godlike, I don't suppose your patron deity gives you any unique insights into matters of the soul, do they? Sorry. It's a rare sight, and these are strange times. I was in rough shape when I came to Paradise a few years back. Claviger Amond helped me get settled here. If he's gotten into trouble, the least I can do is help him out of it. He may be on his way back to the wheel, but he'd hunt me down in the next life if I let Paradise go to the dogs in his absence. I thought every godlike knew their god. I haven't met anyone who's really seen the Dream Scourge yet, but that hasn't stopped people from worrying about the rumors. Refugees are flooding in from outlying regions. The guards are restricting access to the city. And people are making offerings to the gods for everything from hangovers to indigestion, just in case. Now that we've seen the Dream Scourge, I understand what the fuss is about. And here I was hoping for good news. I like your confidence, just be careful how you express it. Unfortunately, the presence of so many Adiran troops and the rumored exploits of the Stilgarrote paladins supporting them is only making a tense situation worse. Not much. It's hard to separate fact from rumor. I've heard it changes people, makes them confused, disoriented, and eventually violent. No one seems to know exactly how it starts. I think that's why the Claviger accompanied your ambassador. Exactly. Paradise has been quiet lately, but I don't know how long that'll last. But what about you? What's your stake in things? Besides your orders, of course. Just be careful where you say that. I'll let you get some rest, but thanks for talking. It's good to be part of a squad again, even if it's just for a while. Someone once told me you need more than a little crazy to last out here. Sorry, these are unusual times. Don't get me wrong, we have had a welcome reprieve from the usual muggings and murders since your country folk started arriving en masse. Oh, that almost does sound like a punishment. We're talking about an island that has been largely settled by nomads, exiles, and dissidents, people who tend to be suspicious of authority. But I don't know how long that'll last. I get the feeling you'll fit right in. I used to march to a similar drumbeat back when I served in the Rowatayan Navy, but that's a story for another time. That's the kind of talk that may get people thinking you've got the Dream Scourge. Many people do. Most never make it back. Still, you seem more capable than most. That's one of the stranger things I've heard. And out here, that's saying something. Besides curiosity as to why a foreign war hero was sent to the frontier? Besides curiosity as to why a foreign mystic was sent to the frontier? Besides curiosity as to why a foreign scholar was sent to the frontier? Besides curiosity as to why a foreign aristocrat was sent to the frontier? Besides curiosity as to why a foreign agent was sent to the frontier? So for now, that means helping you get to the city. So, for now, that means helping you solve your own murder. Now there's a task, and hopefully shedding some light on the Dream Scourge, especially if he's following up on rumors of the Dream Scourge. A journey to the living lands is one way for most. This island's always had a way of swallowing people whole. An entire civilization disappeared here, if you can believe it. And this was all before the Dream Scourge. Now, much bigger.
but I like your certainty. Even though most of us come here looking for a second chance, it's rare that we offer one.
Then, one day, Ludwig and the Steel Garrote show up to reinforce the Adiran presence, and they're as harsh as Wodika herself. Judging from that meeting, Ambassador Hilgard and Ludwig don't see eye to eye. It remains to be seen whether Ambassador Hilgard and Ludwig are rowing in the same direction.
Strict is one thing. Fanatical's another. The Rawatayan Navy's known for harsh punishment. When I served, we watched a gunner hold a red-hot cannonball while she sang our empire's anthem, all for trading some of our supplies on the side, mind you. Mine, too. I understand discipline, but you've got to know when to give.
I'm afraid that means trouble on the horizon, especially if Ludwig starts operating around him.
But I fear there's trouble on the horizon, especially if the Steel Garrote's tactics win out. Could be both. Like it or not, their differences could make trouble for you, especially since the Steel Garrote is here under Adir's flag, and I worry about what that means for the rest of us. Like I said before, some of us still have to live here. Just thinking about Claviger Aemon, I let him down. I've let a few people down over the years. If you're going to put a stop to what we saw in the Strangle Route, I don't care what power you serve. None of us have a future if the Dream Scourge spreads. But I did promise someone once that I'd do my part to look after all of us riffraff who've made a home here. My best chance of doing that is helping you investigate this plague and keep a lid on tensions. And, hopefully, fend off any future assassination attempts. The feeling's mutual. It's nice to share a campfire again. I think that's enough doom and gloom for one night, don't you? Except it's more than your head on the chopping block. I promised someone I'd do my part to look after all of us riffraff who've made a home here. Nice to know I'm in good company. You'd make an excellent admiral, Envoy.
However, that approach won't win many allies in the Living Lands. As Ludwig will find out.
It also resulted in one of the most effective navies in Aora. Or so the argument goes. You're far from the only one to say so. Your people have been trying to bring justice to the frontier since the first Adiran bureaucrat made landfall. To Ambassador Hilgard's credit, this is about the tamest Paradis has ever been. In days past, your murder would have barely made the town crier's announcements. Now, open bloodshed is relatively rare. In most corners of the city, anyway. To some. Others, like Eagwolf, see the firm hand of authority closing around their necks. Only that Adiran ideas of law and order don't appeal to everyone out here. Expect the unexpected. Unfortunately for you, I think this means we haven't seen the last of this conflict. Dawnshore is most people's first view of the Living Lands, and last brush with civilization. Watch your step. Even in the street of the gods, folks will rob you blind. Don't let the walls fool you. This city's as dangerous as the wilds. Things are bound to be tense after Claviger Aemon's death. People seem more agitated than usual. Keep one hand on your coin purse. The Dream Scourge has driven people to the city. Means more bandits on the road. The local militia's lax at the best of times, which these are not. Between tensions in the city and threats outside, the militia's in over their heads. Want to chew the fat? Or maybe tell one of your ghost stories. It's nice traveling with another soldier. You'll have to tell me one of your war stories sometime. Something on your mind? This is a far cry from the feasts and featherbeds you must be used to. It's nice to take a break from the city. Can't imagine I'd want to close my eyes there if I were you. I guess you're used to camping in the wilds, though probably without the company. What's on your mind? Bring any good late-night reading? Or was there something you wanted to talk about? Nothing like a campfire and a good sea breeze, is there? You feeling okay? Seems like you've been having some odd dreams. Enjoy the ocean breeze while we're here. We should be safe enough. But I'll take watch. Just in case. Night, Envoy. I'll be here if you need me. It's the gateway to the Living Lands. A scenic port city that's as beautiful and dangerous as the wilds around it. Most visitors enjoy some mariner's porridge at the Ballarrock, a back alley shakedown, and then the sudden return of that porridge out of one end or the other. Then, if they've got any sense, they turn around and take their chances back where they came from, with authentic tales of their adventures in the Living Lands. Don't get me wrong. It's a great city. The Living Lands means a hard-won second chance for the people who settle here, in part because it's great at winnowing out people who have no business being here. Exactly. What's not to love? But first, you've got to survive it. And the island gives no quarter. These days, we have a few more would-be adventurers trying to leave their mark on the place. For a lot of people, the Living Lands is a last resort. They come fleeing war, debt, famine, the law. Take your pick. Used to be, if you could last out here, you could count on being left alone. For others, it's freedom. To seek glory, to redefine yourself, to live in a way you can't, maybe even on pain of death wherever you come from. It was, for some. Not always the types you'd want as your neighbors. Don't get me wrong, there are perfectly lovely people here, but most of us who stick around are a little odd. The folks who say that either last the longest or the shortest. That's what some fear. Hilgard's new embassy and his alliance with the Stilgarrote smell like the authority and order that a lot of people came here to leave behind. Dangers in the wilds is nothing new out here, but something about the Dreamscourge is. Little of everything. Rawatai is famous for storms and rocky soil, so I figured if I'm going to live in a hostile environment, why not pick some place where things grow? And if that weren't enough, a lot of people aren't too keen on Adir's presence and affiliations out here. But I don't mean to put that on you. I imagine you're tired of having to answer for every Adiran who sneezes into somebody's stew. It also has a reputation for making corpses out of people. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Rebellion's more like our natural state of being in the Living Lands. People on the island don't much like being told what to do. In fact, many come here specifically for that reason. Don't speak too soon, because they may have followed you here. And the Stilgarrote. Ludwine and her paladins have been busy in the hinterlands. It's all rumor and speculation, but I don't think they're making your cause any friends. Maybe so. But she's also confirming fears that Adir's mission is more than diplomatic. I don't like to gossip. Okay, I like fun gossip. They say she's hunting down so-called agitators, flattening entire settlements that stand in her way. Of course, all the news reaching Paradis is jumbled together. Stories about the Dreamscourge, the Stilgarrote, and the weird happenings that are almost commonplace around here. Paradis used to be a lot more violent. Now, bandits like the Sparrowhawks at least have to limit their activities. Of course, that change has come thanks to Ambassador Hilgard's Adiran troops, so it's hard to say what's true. If they're here under your banner, people will see their actions as representing you. I don't know that these rebels are all that organized yet, but where there's foam, there's rocks, as the saying goes. I think you're right. They say people afflicted with it have strange, vivid dreams and start confusing them with reality. I guess it sounded better than miasmal canker. What starts as a light daze becomes severe disorientation and eventually a bent towards chaotic violence. So Dreamscourge. No. Dreamscourge is different. It spreads all over. Well, you seem pretty lucid to me. I wouldn't worry. And then, fungal growths take over your body. Still, if you see any new mushrooms sprouting up anywhere unexpected, let me know. Until then, look on the bright side. The Living Lands is filled with people and things that are likelier to kill you first. Sure. What's on your mind? I'll tell you what I can. What do you want to know? Listen, I wanted to talk to you about Juliana. I've been meaning to talk to you about Juliana. I know you're not asking my opinion, but for what it's worth, I appreciate you understanding her situation. I know you're here representing Adir, but you've got to know when to step outside your role as envoy. I couldn't agree with you more. Out here, you've got to live and let live. Principles are one thing, but you can't let them get in the way of basic decency. I wish more of your countrymen took that view. Fair enough. Still, I'm glad you were able to recognize the greater evil. Good. Because it is the Dreamscourge, not Helia's parsley, that threatens all of us out here. I didn't mean to assume. Still, you wouldn't have been the first to blindly follow orders. Maybe so. But does your emperor really care if people across the sea use Helia's parsley? I can appreciate principles, but you have to know when to give a little. My superior officers used to say the same thing. Maybe you're right. And maybe that explains a lot about me. But if you're going to get anywhere out here, it won't be by taking a hard line on things. That's my advice anyway. This is the kind of thing that frightens people. Your ambassador planting the Adiran flag, imposing Adiran laws, and backing them with Adiran steel. I'm talking about you running to Hilgard and telling him about Juliana's business. You back Juliana into a corner.
And over what? He didn't need to know that. And you both got more important things to worry about. Honestly, I wish more of your countrymen shared your pragmatism and decency. I'm sure you had your own reasons, but I'm glad you helped those two fugitives get to Thirdborn. I don't understand. Your emperor sends you here to investigate the Dream Scourge, not hunt fugitives. Why couldn't you have just let that couple go on their way? Come on. Those two weren't merciless butchers. They fled their home for a land where even the plants can kill you. Isn't that punishment enough? I'm just saying that people deserve a second chance. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone out here who hasn't needed one. That sounds like something the Steel Garrote would say. And they certainly haven't improved matters. If I were in your position, I'd be more concerned with picking my battles and making allies. Adir could certainly use a better representative on that front. This again? Couldn't you stop being the envoy now and then and just be reasonable? Why does your emperor care if people across the sea use Helios parsley? Besides cheating at cards, telling bad jokes, and occasionally singing off-key? No more and no less than any other recovering soldier out here. Knight. Sure. A lot of people in your position would have left them high and dry. Or turned them in. Yeah, I thought so too. We've all been there. Can't argue with that. It's not that. Believe me, if the Rawatayan Empire had their embassy troops and paladin hirelings here, it wouldn't be any different. Not from what I saw in the Deadfire. I'm just glad to see people get a second chance, even when your official duties might suggest otherwise. And I'm relieved to know you're the kind of person who's willing to grant them. I can't wait to find out. I've been told I snore, so I hope you don't exile me from camp. Believe me, it's enough. By the way, now that we've gotten to know each other, let me know if you want to train together. I've been watching your form, and I think we could learn from one another. Yeah, it's too bad. Whatever progress you were making with him will be swiftly undone by the Steel Garrote. It's a shame. As odd as it sounds, I think he really would have left you alone. Don't get me wrong, I'm impressed. Not many in your position would have let him walk away. It's too bad. They'll quickly undo the progress you were making with him. Fair point. It's too bad. Now that the Steel Garrote has made an example of him, others will think twice before trusting Adir and Mercy. We've seen the last of him anyway. Hopefully that Watcher Runid will have some answers for us. I would have understood you sticking with Adir after all this, and I would have fought by your side. No time to waste. But the Steel Garrote, that's where I draw my line. So am I. No, you won't see me again. And if you do, you better keep your guard up. That ended when you agreed to take up arms against Parades on behalf of a zealot. Goodbye, Envoy. You and I never really got to know one another, so I shouldn't be surprised. Maybe that's what stings the most about this. I should have seen the signs. For all your skill and cleverness, I never really understood what matters to you. I really thought we understood each other, that after all this time, after Tama, it doesn't matter. I thought following a strong commander was enough. I'll always be grateful for how you helped me make sense of Tama's loss. And now I understand myself well enough to know that helping you would be a decision I couldn't live with. No one's ever accused me of being especially principled, but everyone's got a line in the sand somewhere. We've got nothing more to say to each other. Do what you're gonna do, Envoy. It's better if you just go. I saw enough in my soldiering days to know what it looks like when someone goes too far, and you've gone too far. Things moved fast while we were in the garden. Feels like half the living lands is here. We're not too late to join the fighting. Let's keep moving and find the people in charge. Let's press ahead. There's fighting ahead. Keep moving. Let's get some rest for the battle ahead. Ready to move when you are. After everything we've been through, I won't let you down. Just say the word. We'll finish this together. I'll keep watch. Get all the rest you need. Give me one more moment of your time. It's the last thing I will ever ask of you. Knew I should have brought a jacket. Thirdborn. If it weren't for the Leviathan skeleton in the middle of town, I'd hardly recognize the place. Well, that's what I'm trying to nail down. Thirdborn. This place has changed. Stay sharp. Dream thralls everywhere. Being here brings back memories. Shake the sand out of your bedroll before you settle in. I can take watch. I'll be up a while anyway. Look at those stars. They always seem brighter out here. And the longer I stayed away, the harder it felt to come back. Hey, let an old man have his delusions. That I abandoned. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But I thought age was supposed to bring wisdom. Something to balance out the back pains and creaky knees. I think what's eating at me is that Thirdborn seems rudderless. Temerity's leading them as best she can, but towards what?
What are we doing out here besides surviving? The Dream Scourge is one threat, conflict with Adir is another, or it'll go the way of the godless and their ruins. Not sure which idea makes me more uneasy. And right now, they're drifting. Yeah, for a while, I suppose. Eventually, you need more. What about you? You were sent by your emperor to investigate the Dream Scourge. Since then, you've died, met a secret god, and gotten swept up in tensions between your empire and our scattered settlements. Do you know what you're sailing towards, or are you drifting with the tides? 6 years ago. Feels longer now. You ever come back to a place and feel like the buildings are smaller and the colors are duller? No. Well, yes. But it's more than Tama. Thirdborn was always this rugged oasis. Dangerous and out of the way, but bursting with vitality. It was a harbor for larger-than-life types. People like Capo, the Leviathan Slayer, and Tama. Glory seekers, trophy hunters, warriors trying to leave their battles behind. People who built around their stories and their scars. Me too. Being back. It felt like we were watching Thirdborn die a slow death. Then you get it. It's not that I've gotten tired of the place. It's like it's shrunken and dried out. Like an old gourd. And home just wasn't the same. Something to be said for that. Left is a generous way to put it. I guess it felt like one, too. Hardtack and Merc brew after a long day's patrol tasted better than any feast. All that vigor's been wrung dry. True. But I can't help but feel that the Thirdborn I knew 6 years ago would have faced it better. The Living Lands is changing, and Thirdborn feels like a barnacle on a moving ship. It's not that. For the longest time, I was just running from Tama's death. Thanks to you, I'm starting to think about what I might head towards. I guess it is. Personal. Take it easy, Inquisitor, instead of drifting. Yeah, you've been consistent. You brought Egwolf to Adir's justice, and the Steel Garrote's attack on Fjord went forward. Between releasing Egwolf and thwarting the Steel Garrote and Emerald Stair, you've opposed your empire's interests. You released Egwolf, but you didn't stop the Steel Garrote's attack on Fjord. You brought Egwolf to Adiran justice, but then you thwarted the Steel Garrote's attack on Fjord. And it's nice to know I'm in good company. Thanks for talking. I hope Thirdborn is able to find its way somehow. That kind of clarity is rare. It's good to know what you stand for. I envy that clarity sometimes. That kind of clarity is rare. Your Emperor's lucky to have you. Where to start? It's a huge desert full of sandy wastes, canyons, and highlands. Thirdborn's missing a lot of familiar faces. And the youngsters who've grown up and the new arrivals, they seem green. I guess a lot's changed in 6 years. On a clear day, you can stand at one of the overlooks to gaze straight across the great sand sea and see no end to the dunes. Yeah, Rawatai didn't have much of that, so I guess I'm used to it. But Shatterscarp may surprise you. It's dangerous and stark. A lot like Rawatai, but in a different way. Sandstorms instead of typhoons. Guess that's part of what I liked about it. Familiar, but different. The story goes that a lot of the first arrivals were Rawataians without other prospects, too low on the ladder to take over the family trade, too poor to learn another. Exactly, more or less. Rawatai's an inhospitable environment to say the least, so my people have a proud tradition of seeking our fortunes elsewhere. Rawatai's got a big navy that always needs fresh blood, and there are plenty of opportunities for large, colorful mercenaries and bodyguards all over Aora. Of course not. We've also got poets, artisans, scholars, traders, you name it, just like anywhere else. But they're not the ones who built Thirdborn. You got it. It's hard to say when Thirdborn was properly founded. It started as a convenient harbor for pirates and mercs to lie low. Bold, or desperate, fishing crews from Rawatai would follow seasonal catches out here. That tells you something about the people willing to attempt it. Over time, those early arrivals built huts, a proper harbor, and walls to protect them from all the hungry things in the desert. Well, that brought in a steady trickle of veterans, ruffians, trophy hunters, and rugged eccentrics. People looking for fresh adventure, or running from the consequences of their old ones. Bit of both, I guess. Mostly the latter. I joined Rawatai's campaign in Deadfire as a young smolt. I came to realize that life wasn't for me. Your words, not mine. Tama's memory. Never knew how to separate it from this place.
I've got a lot of memories here. Who, me? I just don't like change. Like they're cut from a different cloth, a more delicate one. I really do sound like my grandfather, a marker of his service to Thirdborn's defense, and something that helps his comrades identify his remains, if needed. It's an old Rauatayan naval tradition that Thirdborn's kept alive, and another debt I owe him. I'd never met Nauki. Asui arrived a few months before I left Thirdborn. I knew their squad mates better. Uriki was a ship's carpenter with the Rauatayan Navy years ago, came from a military family, but she never saw much combat herself. Manu was a deckhand on a pirate ship, stopped in Thirdborn with his crew to resupply, and never left. I don't think piracy suited him. Kiri, he was a sweet kid. Born shipboard to a mercenary captain who left him here and never came back. For the longest, I thought that was for the best. Me too. Most of all, I'm sorry I wasn't here to better prepare them. No, they weren't. I never would have expected them to try something like this. A Thirdborn's in dire straits if they're sending people like this out to patrol, if you can believe it. Back in the rough country, they were part of the Rukapa, elite warriors in the service of the Ronganui himself, our tall grass, in a way. They were always intense, but I never would have thought they'd go that far. Yeah. The problem is, when you go looking, you're bound to find one. Thirdborn's under threat. But if loose cannons like them fire at everything that moves, they'll draw even more trouble to our walls. And they found one. Nor I. But this goes beyond defense. Or they'll have us fighting on too many fronts. You really think any amount of chest-thumping would turn away Ludwig and the Steel Garrote? Or the full force of the Adiran army if it came to that? The Living Lands is changing. We've got more ships coming to port every year. I think we both do. You and I both know better. If it's not Adir, it'll be someone. Hey, I never said I had answers. There's trouble on the horizon, but stunts like theirs are only going to speed it along. Stunts like theirs will only draw the ire of the Steel Garrote, or the full force of the Adiran army if they push hard enough. Believe me, I want to be wrong about this. Still, better not to give them one. Maybe you're both right. Thirdborn's only survived because the people were tougher than the wilds. I just hope the people living behind those walls know how to keep 'em standing. Harder than I thought. Until you came along, I thought I'd be able to avoid it forever. How about you borrow Yatsley's ladder so you can say that to my face? Snow and Shatterscarp. Now I've seen it all. I'm starting to think archmages have too much time on their hands. Be careful. I doubt the dangers are illusions. The dead swordfish serves an excellent fisherman's stew. It's only been 6 years, but I don't recognize half of these people. Thirdborn feels smaller than I remember it. I don't know how Thirdborn recovers from this. First the Dream Scourge, and now this. So many dead. Something about being back has me feeling restless. How are you holding up? I can't seem to get any sleep. Hope those dreams aren't keeping you up. 3 things you can count on here. Sand, monsters, and more sand. You're going to have sand everywhere by the time we make camp. Drink lots of water, or in a few hours you'll feel cannon fire in your head. Watch your step. This land has bled finer warriors than us. Listen, thank you for visiting Tama's memorial with me. There's still a lot we don't know about each other, but you stood by me when I needed it most. I won't forget that. I didn't think I'd ever trust someone the way I trusted him. But both of you have a clarity of purpose I've never seen in anyone else. I may disagree with you more often than not, but you stood by me when I needed it most. I won't forget that. I ran from that for so long. I never would have faced it without your help. I know. I'd forgotten what that feels like. I'm happy to be proven wrong. You should have taken them down when you had the chance, Envoy. You did what you had to do, Envoy. Putting them down was for the best. I didn't think it was possible to talk them down, but you managed it. And you say more than their foolish hides. Given the alternative? Yeah, those two fought for Rauatai in the Deadfire. They learned how to disrupt enemy movements and destroy supply lines. Plenty. They'll nip and poke at your comrades at Eagle's Reach until Adir finally snaps back. At Thirdborn, most likely. All while the 2 of them remain secure and defended in their tower. They'd have nipped and poked at your comrades at Eagle's Reach until Adir finally snapped back. At Thirdborn, most likely. All while the 2 of them remain secure and defended in their tower. Was there something else? You hope it won't, but you know it might. because there weren't enough seasoned soldiers to train them. He'd just given up, and we let him do it. But I'm glad you didn't give him the heart. Yeah, it was tough to see him like this. He still had time, and he should have held on to every minute of it. It should have been Chico's, too. For Chico's sake, if nothing else. You helped me come to terms with losing Capo owed them a proper goodbye. I just worry we've robbed Chico of that chance, instead of just subbing away like that. Maybe so. And about Capo's secret, I'm glad you shared the truth. I didn't think I would be. I wish you'd let it out. Strange as it feels to say this, but after dealing with my past, it'd be a shame for the people who knew him best to miss such a big piece of him. It'll be a shock, but the people who knew Capo will come to terms with it, without forgetting the man they knew. After dealing with my past, it feels like we're keeping a big part of the man he was from the people who knew him best. But don't get me wrong. I know these revelations are messy, but better to air them out than let them rot and fester. Got lost in thought. Forget I said anything. We should have kept that to ourselves. Revealing it now? What does it help? I'm glad you kept it. It'll just add hurt and confusion to Chico's grief. I'm glad we could spare them some of their pain. Sharing it would have brought nothing but hurt and confusion to Chico and the others who knew him. Better for the kid to remember their uncle the way they knew him. I've been meaning to talk to you about Katoa and Hayako. Seeing Capo like that was hard, Envoy. After seeing what he did with that dungeon, that's a fair point, too. He's always been the toughest among us. And even if he won't admit it, he doesn't want anyone seeing him at his weakest. But it's more important that he say his goodbyes. Properly. They would have taken it hard. I'm glad we could spare them that much. More than anything, I'm glad Chico will get a little more time with him. Those final moments stick with you. It's hard to deny an old man his final wishes, but his aren't the only ones that matter. Please, I need a minute. We've got a lot of blood on our hands. There wasn't much choice, but you made the right one. I know you did what you had to. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about what happened in Emerald Stair. I know your emperor sent you here to represent Adir, but the Steel Garrote raising Fior has gotta make things harder for you. With the Steel Garrote trying to raise Fior has gotta make things harder for you. I mean, for you, personally. The cruelty we saw, it's hard to reconcile that with the place you've called home. I just wanted to know how you're feeling about all this. Yeah, I did my time fighting under Rawatai's flag in the Deadfire. Seeing what we did there, what we allowed. I felt like the home I knew was changing, bit by bit, or maybe I was. Enough about me, though. I want to know about you. You'd think this island's big enough, wouldn't you? I admire your loyalty. But don't let it swallow every other part of you. No matter what you tell yourself, those feelings have a way of coming out eventually. Give yourself time. You're the only one who can make that decision, and you're the one who'll have to live with it. Anyway, I just want to check in with you. This may be your burden, but you don't have to carry it alone. I hear that. Unfortunately, I don't think this situation is going to get any easier. It makes venturing through the treacherous wild seem like a relief. Then why did your emperor send them? Maybe, but it's an alliance all the same. Look, I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire over this. Yeah, and they don't make your job any easier. Sure, but you couldn't have expected this. The cruelty behind the Steel Garrote's plans. It's hard to reconcile that with the place you've called home. You saved lives. Of course that counts, but that doesn't make it easy. Yeah. I told you about my time fighting under Rawatai's flag in the Deadfire.
Wasn't there supposed to be a cartographer around here? Didn't that cartographer's letter say she was near Naku Tedek? An arch with a seaside view. That's what that cartographer mentioned, right? That's strange. Think they'll be back? Well, there are worse places to go. It's okay to be nervous. Someone's slipping. Just remember that the next time I draw fire away from you two. I thought that's how you check for traps. But you're still here. That proves he didn't win. I can't think of who else would want to live in a place like this. I'm out of my depth. I'd ask Marius what he knows about this. Going back isn't always easy. Sometimes too much has changed. Other times, not enough has. It's only natural. You were gone a long time. I think we're all figuring this out as we go. You made it this far. I'd hate to see you turn back now. Marius, this is the infamous Adiran envoy. Envoy? Marius. Seems like a good place to start. I'm no expert, but that looks like poison. The dwarf there is Marius. Best tracker I know. Marius can handle himself. Of course, if you're bored, we could always start something anyway. I think this is about to get interesting. I'm with you. Ready to crack some heads. You know your stuff, but I doubt they do. Believe me, I know Marius, but they don't. Just watch. This'll be good. He's crafty, but he's no maniac. Just watch. Wait until you get to know him. You won't find many of those in the living lands. Besides, he's letting them off easy. We were both crossing the same patch of forest at the same time a couple years ago. There were some boars in heat I may have helped him with. Hey, I told you, he's an excellent tracker. The Mermaid's Den. Nice place. We should say hello to Juliana while we're there. This, again? Some of us like to enjoy our food just once. On the way down. Right here. This is where the envoy fell. That's the most apt description of Thirdborn I've ever heard. They're certainly making their presence known. Can't say they're making any friends, though. That's what the Steel Garrote's here for. To keep all of us in line. Yeah, I've seen floggings gentler than the scolding she gave Hilgard. One's tacking when the other's jibing, if you catch my drift. Taking in the slack is one thing. They look ready to strangle each other with it. Yeah. Much as Liviana misses our company, I wouldn't count on your mysterious friend reviving you a second time. Easy, Marius. Whatever this is, I don't think he has the Dream Scourge. Easy, Marius. Whatever this is, I don't think she has the Dream Scourge. Easy, Marius. Whatever this is, I don't think they have the Dream Scourge. We're headed to Fior Messi Verno to see if the Animancers know anything about the Dream Scourge, right? Maybe we'll learn something about your condition in the process. Most fun things are. The Living Lands is an odd place, period. I haven't been back in a while, but Fior is, an interesting place. It was founded about 50 years ago by a disgraced Valian duke and a handful of animancers who'd soured on politics in the republics. Don't take it personally. Marius only does this with people he likes. See what I mean? They're an eccentric bunch. You'll see. It turns out that academics are as ungovernable as the rest of us rabble. They've held it at bay, until recently. Their ingenuity, or madness, or heresy, take your pick, has fed a lot of people in the Living Lands. We'll find out soon enough. And while we're in Emerald Stair, there's something I've been putting off. An old friend from my time in Thirdborn had a cabin out in the woods. Tama. He passed a while ago, but he left something for me that I never got around to picking up. But since we'll be in Emerald Stair anyway, better late than never. Can't give him a reason to go haunting me, right? You won't regret it. Emerald Stair's lovely this time of year. Even the Delimgon bloom. Hey, they love me. You just gotta ask nicely. Compliment their foliage. They'll have their work cut out for them here. About half the people who come to the Living Lands are fugitives or exiles from something. Unfortunately, if you're marching shoulder to shoulder, some of their stink is bound to rub off on you. Oh, I hear you. Sorry, old sailor slang. They're working at cross purposes, and that's going to mean trouble for everyone around them before long. He means that with all due professional respect, of course. So they do mean us harm. Just mind how close you get. Their experiments don't always go as planned. Fair enough, but I wouldn't expect a warm welcome. Hilgard's already brought your homeland's prohibitions against animancy to paradise. But, rumor has it, some unnatural blight is destroying their crops. Hopefully there's nothing to that. But if there is, we'll find out soon enough. And while we're in Emerald Stair, just wait till you meet the Animancers. He's just trying to scare you. But he's also right. You and I have quite the adventure ahead of us, Envoy. What can I say? You keep making things interesting. That's the spirit. Come to think of it, I haven't been to Emerald Stair in a while, and the Envoy's never been. Know any good guides we could hire? That's okay. We can discover them together. Yeah. Who else is going to show us which mushrooms we can eat and which ones want to eat us? Hey, you don't have to butter me up. Exactly. You really want to bait more drunks at the Ballarrock when you could be meeting Delimgon with us? I hear wiggle room on the singing. Good to have you with us, Marius. It's like I said before. That plague you're investigating and the intrigues that follow you affect the whole island. What about you, Marius? What's next? An Eagwolf's death won't help matters. An Eagwolf's arrest won't help matters. Regardless, the Steel Garrote will see this as an excuse to crack down. I get the feeling they've been looking for one. Believe me, that's a relief. It's what most of us come here for. I only wish more of us really got one. Besides, the Steel Garrote's all too eager to take up that mantle. Unfortunately, the Steel Garrote will see this as an excuse to crack down. I get the feeling they've been looking for one. So on top of the Dream Scourge rotting your fields and turning kith and beast alike into monsters, now we've got a Death Guard Inquisitor and the Steel Garrote dogging our steps. Thirdborn's a rugged place that attracts rugged people. Do you think Ludwig will try something similar in Thirdborn? That's good to hear. We'll find allies in Shatterscarp, if it's anything like I remember. I bet Heelguard's tried that tack. Zealots like her aren't swayed by reason. But rumor has it something's amiss in Shatterscarp. Strange dreams, disappearances, or maybe that god poking around your soul could give us directions. I'll pass. I've heard too many ghost stories that start this way. So let me see if I got this straight. Anything. Right. I hope you're right. Thirdborners are tough by nature. More than a few have seen their share of battle. Then she better come prepared. Thirdborners are a rugged bunch, and they don't give ground. She'll have her work cut out for her in Thirdborn. Sleep well. We've got a long road ahead. Add to that a motley assortment of pirates, free spirits, and people who like living under the loosest grasp of the law, and you've got Thirdborn. Lots of Rowattians, scramble routes with no prospects back home, washouts from military or mercenary life, sailors in search of steady ground. That's what I'm afraid of. Fair enough. People wandering into the desert and never returning, or coming back, changed. Their bodies and minds twisted, corrupted. Some confused and disoriented like Belena, others violent like Adelaro. And Thirdborn will greet her with a sword in one hand and another sword in the other. We're looking for the garden, which might not exist. Our best lead is Yatsley, an eccentric scholar who's gone ahead to Thirdborn, where the Dream Scourge may be ravaging. Listen, I know we didn't get around to stopping by Thomas' cabin, but there's something I need to do in Shatterscarp. Listen, I hate to ask this, but while we're in Shatterscarp, there's something I need to do. Something I owe Tama. There's an old battlefield near some Pogrunan ruins. Area called the Shark's Teeth. Tama lost his badge there. I need to get it. Thanks. Not a bit. I know. We got the Dream Scourge, the Steel Garrote, and who knows what else to deal with. For all I know, it's long gone anyway. Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fjord, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front. I hear you. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plants and soul-altering corruption. Solace is gone, but its people aren't. You're still here, and we're still with you. Solace is still standing, and so are you. We're in this together. I'm a soldier. I prefer leaving these decisions to people like you, but if you're asking for input, I don't entirely disagree with Ludwig on this. Not a chance. We're a crew now, so you're stuck with me until the end. Marius? You're gonna get me going too. We're with you. All the way, and you don't have to. We pull together, and that's plenty. Fair weather or foul. I could make an exception for a god with the power to destroy us all in a tantrum. At least on the battlefield, you can count on getting stabbed in the front. I guess that's why you and Sapadal are due for a heart-to-heart. Or whatever you have with a god. And what? Lie low? I hate to break it to you, but you don't have a face for blending in. Don't kick up your feet just yet. We've got our work cut out for us before things settle down. Who knew an archmage could be so relatable? It's easier that way. For a while. She may be a monster, but she's not the only one the Living Lands has seen. Sapadal could render this whole island as barren as the tusks in a fit of anger. I feel crazy saying this, but Kostya was right. We should have let Solace keep fall, but you left. Stopping Kostya's plan was no less of a decision. You saw how hard it was for Amalia and her people to leave. Amalia and her people took up arms and turned to banditry, and they still weren't allowed to leave. They were only allowed to because you found an extraordinary loophole. If anything, I imagine Mihala and her traditionalists will only make it harder to leave now. You really think everyone in Solace is there willingly? You're right. There's no use in second-guessing it. Yatsley's right. And that's not all. You know your own mind. There's something to be said for that. Where's this coming from? Solace wasn't a home. It was a prison. We all saw that. Whatever life they want. Same as you chose when you left. We saw the evidence ourselves.
You saw how hard it was for Amalia and her people to leave. They were only allowed to because you found an extraordinary loophole. Amalia and her people took up arms and turned to banditry, and they still weren't allowed to leave.
Mihala would have kept the rest of her people bound to an ancient oath if we hadn't done something. Are we back in Dawnshore? Already? Are you seeing this? I don't think Paradise looked like this when we left it. Hey, at least you didn't let 6 years go by. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor, and steel garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good. We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there. I don't know about that. Those vines might have taken down that eyesore honoring the May Queen. It's who strikes last that counts. Because she probably is, if he didn't start this himself. Look at this place. It feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. You've saved the soul of the living lands. Now the survivors fight over its bones. Always better than the reverse. Right behind you. No offense. Andra's depths. Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal? It's a relief that the Dream Scourge won't be a problem. I only hope we can say the same about Sapadal. I'm sure it wasn't easy. But I think that's for the best, Envoy. Time will tell, I suppose.
You did what? What in Andra's depths does that mean? Hey, you're looking a little green around the gills. You all right? You seem different. Anyway, better gird your loins, Envoy, because it looks like trouble's brewing. Have you ever known them to act normally? Well, if it happens again, you let me know. We can find you a healer. Could be that traveling halfway across the living lands in the blink of an eye shook you up. Maybe.
Ludwig may have a skull for a face, but her fury was clear enough. If her path crosses ours again, it'll be ugly. Somehow, I don't think she'll let that stop her for long. I believe it. And we'll cross that bridge with you when we get to it. So it's tough odds. We've gotten this far together. The Envoy's the only one of us who knows Sapadal. Sapadal brought him back, and they've been in his head throughout the journey. The Envoy's the only one of us who knows Sapadal. Sapadal brought her back, and they've been in her head throughout the journey. The Envoy's the only one of us who knows Sapadal. Sapadal brought them back, and they've been in their head throughout the journey. Hey, we are all on the same side here, Marius. Let's just take a breath, Marius. You don't mean that. I've never seen Marius like this. Something's going on with him, but I don't know what. I hope so. One of us should talk to him. If something's eating at him, I don't like leaving him to his thoughts. You don't have to worry about Trust. He'll grumble, but he'll still give you his best, which is better than anyone else's. Whoa, let's all take a breath. It will definitely not come to that. You know her better than any of us. What's your read? It's not easy, putting your life in someone's hands and then seeing them on the other side of the battlefield. There's nothing more dangerous than a loyal fanatic who answers to no one. That's the spirit. Now we just need a pack of terriers. My vote's on a pack of small enthusiastic dogs. Yeah. Instead, think about the soul-corrupting plague that also threatens the living lands. While that parting is probably the closest Ludwig gets to friendly, I'm not looking forward to our paths crossing again. Yet she's got nothing but contempt for men like Hilgard, agents of Adir who are bound, at least in part, by its laws. Wait, was that an if? I trust you. If you've got a gut feeling about Sapadal, that's good enough for me. If we run into Ludwig out there, it's gonna be ugly. We need to talk. You let a mad archmage unleash death with a spell. I need to know why. Do you hear yourself? You both saw what kind of person she is. The twisted little world she built for herself. If ending the Dream Scourge means handing our fate to someone like her, then perhaps it's not worth the cost. Is that our answer now? Do we extract that price from every settlement in the living lands? I don't know. Maybe. Then why did we leave it to that archmage? So because you don't trust her, you'll throw your lot in with something clearly worse? Ludwig's a monster. But how can you say Ringram's any less of one? So you pick the one that delivered it instantly. Least of all, that archmage's. You understand the impulse? Where's this going? Then maybe we turn a few more of these ruins into heaps of rubble. I can't see anything good that's come out of them. Just remember, Ludwig's steel garrote before she's anything else. But, in this case, she was right to destroy the ruins. You both were. Cut the Envoy some slack. He made up his own mind. Cut the Envoy some slack. She made up her own mind. Cut the envoy some slack. They made up their own mind. I've heard enough. Even Ludwig wouldn't go that far. It almost sounds like you hate this idea only because it was Ludwig's.
Good find. Want to see what that leads to? Maybe that'll lead us to something good. You've got good instincts.
Let's just say we get some funny looks. That's one use for rigging. Give the envoy more credit than that. He did what had to be done. Give the envoy more credit than that. She did what had to be done. Give the envoy more credit than that. They did what had to be done. If that's the worst you can think of, you've made out all right. You've been listening to too many of Giada's ghost stories. This is definitely sounding like one of Giada's ghost stories. You could be twins. Except your hair's better. Congratulations, Yardsley. Now you're just like the rest of us. Yardsley, you could do all that on your own. Dream thralls. Get ready to fight. At least a volcano's easy to find. I almost feel bad for those Steel Garrote troops and their heavy armor. Almost. I'm starting to wonder if those gates are to keep strangers out or locals in. We won't let them get far. Yeah, let's move fast. I just hope this god of yours can be reasoned with when we reach the garden. We'll find another way. Keep moving. There's gotta be another way through. But just think of all the scenery we'd miss out on. Agreed. Eyes peeled and weapons drawn. We'll make 'em pay. Eyes peeled and weapons drawn. Don't worry. You're much better looking. Safe to say Andra's got a wealthy patron here somewhere. The Juana warship Andra as Ngati. My sergeant fainted the first time she saw their statues. See that worn spot? Hunters pet the wolf's head for good luck. Militia headquarters. Stay on their good side, and we won't have to go in. Is this what it's like to travel with an envoy? I could get used to this. Wish they had a back entrance. Your cronies here aren't popular. Don't forget to dust your shoes off. Every sailor knows. A gift for Andra, and one for Helia, too. Humor me. You've met the Adiran Queen. Does that actually look like her? Shame a perfectly good house has to sit around empty. The housekeeping isn't what it used to be. It's so quiet, you almost wouldn't know you're still in Paradise. I can't tell what they're looking at. Did those just blink at me? We should stop by Sansa's sometime. There's nothing like it, that's for sure. Looking for something? I hope whoever stuffed that covered their nose and mouth. Wouldn't want to mix your communal meals bowl with your ashes of the dead bowl. Admit it. You want to hit it. Just once. Did the two heads take turns, or was this guy twice as hungry? I don't like to hang around Berth's shrines too long. Just in case. Sometimes I think having money is really about the view. There's a joke about Paradise's government in here somewhere. I remember the family who lived there. I really thought they'd make a go of it. High Market. A haven of opulence in an otherwise nice city. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. I know I feel safe with the guard presence around here. Don't sign any petitions, no matter what anyone says. I had a guy ask me whether dreams had a taste here once. In the Deadfire, a Juana soothsayer conned 3 of my pals with the same story. The Dream Scourge is only going to bring more people like her out of the woodwork. I don't think the new owners like company. Guess Adiran discipline doesn't apply to pest control. Envoy, I've got something. Wouldn't want their diplomats going hungry or sober. Now, why would I want to leave a mark right by that pile of crates? I just don't get it. It's like there's something in the soil this year. Smile and be yourself. Or maybe just smile. Someone went to a lot of trouble to make sure that wouldn't be found. The hunters set that up as a way to earn some extra coin. Must not be hiring. You should see the drunks try to grab the lanterns. Gets me every time. Keep walking. Don't make eye contact. Best rum in the city if you can stand who you're drinking with. If the militia had any formal instruction, they'd get it here. Reminds me of Thirdborn. You break it, you buy it. Let's leave them alone. They look worried for someone. Whatever a man wins at cards, he's bound to lose it here. All my time in Paradise, and I never knew a painter lived here. You can teach a person how to draw, but you can't teach good taste. There. That's the apothecary. If you don't take it, the Adirans will. The other Adirans, I mean. That's just neglectful. Who lets a Pargroon building get that bad? I always thought they should move to High Market. Then they'd make enough to eat. Surprised they'll let us walk out of here. Sometimes we get more contraband coming through here than honest goods. That doesn't sound good. What's going on? Don't mind Marius. The only gardens where he comes from are full of mushrooms. Wonder who he crossed. Doesn't take much out here. This may not be the prettiest part of town, but it's got the grinning Balrog, Wodica. She's gotten a lot more popular since your people arrived. He was a good man. and a better hunter than politician. I hope your ambassador has answers.
Despite the name, the Living Lands isn't an easy place to make a life, but it breeds resourcefulness. Good find. I get the feeling sometimes that this island has it in for all of us. In Rawatai, you don't abandon good supplies. I wonder what happened here. Maybe it's my Navy days talking, but I hate to see good supplies left to waste. The Living Lands is scattered with old Pargrunan ruins like this. Good builders and explorers. I don't agree with all of your Adiran laws, but you're right to be suspicious of animancy. It's okay. The drop isn't as high as it looks. This is why I don't tangle with animancy. Pargrunan built these walls and much of Paradis centuries ago. Much of their work still stands. If there are more of those dream-scourged bears, we'll need more than a few guards to hold them off. Everything out here's been getting more aggressive. Militia's trying to hold the wilds out however they can. Reminds me of the Rawatai Navy's punishment for desertion. Odd. Didn't used to be this overgrown. I can take care of that if you want. Where did all these brambles come from? And so quickly. It's almost like the brambles are trying to crush that house. Old fella who used to live here ended up in one of those shanties by the dock. Now I see why. Most watchers can only see souls in the presence of coin. But people say Runeed's the real thing. If she discovers any embarrassing secrets, I'll keep them to myself. Promise. Past this watermill, we're in the wilds. Keep your weapon ready. Castel's Folly. A reminder that nothing good comes from messing with powers you don't understand. Been seeing a lot more bandits since the Dream Scourge has driven people out of the interior. Keep your eyes peeled for spiders. Something on that corpse over there. I'll let you do the honors. Just don't do that to anything load-bearing. I can't drag you back to Liviana's if we're both buried here. Some people have way too much time on their hands. If this can hold me, you'll be fine. Just don't look down. I got a bad feeling about whatever that bear's chomping on. That's a bad way to go. Zarups. They don't usually venture out here. Wonder what's got them riled up. This way's blocked. Whatever you did cleared the brambles by the stream, though. Whatever the Inquisitor's like, she can't be worse than that bear. Can she? Take it easy, Marius. I'm sure she doesn't bite. What's gotten into you? I've seen you enter an ogre's den with less reluctance. Don't tell Liviana I said that. Now, the last of them live in an old keep in Galawain's tusks. This island's never taken kindly to settlers. They don't look friendly. This is where the assassins are hiding? A temple seems like an odd choice. You know what that web means. Be ready. Didn't think that one through, did he? Heelguard's gonna blow his spout when he hears who's been lurking down here. Traders used to come through here. There might be something useful around. Incoming Zarups! I'll be damned. You first. Poor guy. Didn't even stand a chance. A freezing spell would break through that. Or an Eye of Remergond if you got one. Just like the Strangleroot. Envoy, you gotta tell me your secret. Hey, Envoy. Back with us? Look out! More of them! Get ready. My money says our assassin's on the other side of that door. Look, we can jump across now. That is some kind of power, Envoy. This is where you fell. Don't count on anyone cleaning up the bloodstain anytime soon. The so-called godless people disappeared centuries ago, but left plenty of ruins to remember them by. The downside of Adir's new arrivals. Paradis doesn't have room for everyone. Something here feels off. Yeah. Pretty sure the arrow came from the rooftop above the Adiran embassy. Bad luck to hang around a graveyard. Maybe we should move on. Even Pargrunan walls can't stand against this place. Zarups. They may be small, but they'll overwhelm you if you're not careful. That looks valuable. Want to do the honors and open it? Whatever's grown over that Adra doesn't look natural. Keep your guard up. They don't look like the type to negotiate. A lot of explorers end up dead here. But, hey, they're not you. Mogren's Fury. Keep it away from gunpowder, or you'll be as bald as me. If you're going to shoot that barrel, keep your distance. We can open it if we find another way around. If you want help burning through that, just say the word. Tread lightly, Envoy. Drowned sailors don't make for friendly wisps. Wonder what they were looking at, or who they were waiting for. First rule of godless ruins, don't touch anything. If I didn't know better, I'd say you wanted us to get ambushed. Those must be your ambassador's men. That's a bad sign. Careful. Looks like spiders nearby. Zarups ahead. Wilds are getting deadlier by the day.
But people have to eat. This used to be a good fishing spot, until something started dragging people away. Don't worry, this place is sturdier than it looks. Even here, you can't beat the view. That lighthouse has been under repair since Adiran ships began filling the harbor. Can't tell you how many ships have come to a bad end on those rocks. Another godless ruin. Your countrymen turned that one into a shrine to Wodica. Yours isn't the only ship that's gotten into trouble around here. Hey, that looks like a totem to your burned queen. Looks like another piece of that Wodica totem. They usually avoid Kith settlements. Odd to see one so close to town. A squad mate took a bet to steal an ogre's club. He lost that bet. And both arms. The so-called godless people disappeared centuries ago, but left plenty of ruins to remember them by. With all the new folks in town, it's been harder to get a good day's catch. Hope you don't mind spiders. This used to be a shortcut to Emerald Stair. Then the land got other ideas. Lady named DeHangen lives here. She really let this place go. This is DeHangen's place. Or was. It's the Zarup's now. Clabager Amond? Oh, that can't be. He's faster than he looks, and a dead eye with that crossbow, so I'd listen. Not at the rate Adir's been overtaking the city. Many didn't. Paradise doesn't have room for all of the Adiran new arrivals. No, I just skipped a bath. What's that Zarup doing out here all by himself? Beautiful view from these cliffs. A real long way down, too. That's the Zarup's taken care of. Let's see what brought them inside. That wasn't in the training plan. They weren't much of an artist, but I think that's upstream by the Pargroon Wall. Well, nothing ventured, envoy. Maybe it's superstition, but Audra like this usually marks a good spot to rest. What a way to go. Not bad. It's got natural light, right on the river, just needs a little upkeep. I'm always telling visitors we're not as crazy as they've heard. Never thought I'd feel sorry for a Zarup. If anyone can get away with looting a temple, it's a godlike. They're strange looking, but the cheese they produce is delicious. Pargrunen left these beacons all over the island. They're good for finding your way around. Looks like poison. We should find Marius. He could tell us more. Isn't that the herb those Adiran refugees need? Those are the papers the Adiran refugees are waiting for. Make sure you wash your hands. You are full of surprises, envoy. I'd heard godlikes have strange powers, but I've never known one to heal an entire grove. Guess your emperor really did send the right person for the job, huh? Still, you have your work cut out for you in Paradise. Enjoy the calm while you can. Let's talk the next time we're at camp. I feel like I should know more about you. Soldiers ahead. By the watchtower. What's our move, envoy? That's strange. When did the bridge collapse? And when did the farms decline? The Dream Scourge worked fast with her. I've got a powerful feeling we weren't supposed to see this. Are those roots tearing the bridge apart or holding it together? The local fauna had their way with this one. Here's another. I'd wager we're on the path to something. Something's not right here. Stay ready. What a horrific fate. Gone in minutes. No wonder they're having trouble farming these days. Oh, smells like a whale's insides. Remember the strangle root. Be quiet. This is no ranger camp, envoy. You know, it's almost comforting to smell Zarups at this point. Granted, I don't come here often, but when did it get this bad? Well, now I have to know what's in there. They wouldn't have put it all the way out here if it wasn't something good. I smell rot. There's something unnatural here. Those are no ordinary farm hands. Now we know what they're coming for. Leave something alone long enough, and the living lands will take it back. Think the Delimgon did all that? Or maybe the land itself, as if people weren't hungry enough. Oh, more of this stuff. Has anyone figured out how to get rid of it? Why do they call it that anyway? They're coming for the queen. Take her out. High ground. The ruin's natural defenses. Good place to post up. Any port in a storm. Or shrine. Wonder if Helia answered them. Small. Vertical advantage. Like a crow's nest. These rangers know their stuff. This is one of the Living Land's main export hubs. Or, it used to be. So he was here all along. Those bodies are wearing steel garrote armor. Is this what Alfir was planning? Beacons are lit. Fjord's rangers are better organized than they look. Watch for spiders. I've met too many like her who develop a taste for killing. You did the right thing. This reminds me why I never liked climbing the rigging. I think those were Giada's parents, or
Whatever's left of them, or something like that. Envoy, when we first met, I thought I was going to keep you out of trouble. If you'd asked me how many steel garrote could pack into a cave, I'd have been very wrong. They've kept quiet and busy, preparing for war by the looks of it. This must be the steel garrote Camp Dorso mentioned. Be careful. Those are steel garrote banners. I don't like this. Poor Giada. To think she's been living with this right under her nose. Stay alert. Just in case.
That workshop is beyond repair, but maybe its stock isn't.
A valley of lava. You do take us to the most interesting places. Ha! Isn't that a beautiful sight? The pressure. Heavy. Dark. Like the bottom of the sea. It's a magnificent keep. I just hope it doesn't become their prison. Might want to give that water a wide berth. Look, you can just make out wagon tracks. If the expedition broke camp, they left an awful lot behind. I'll be damned. You could see a ship from miles away with that. Looks like an old mining operation. I'd make a joke about it, but mine are all terrible. The water looks clear now. Be ready. From the tracks, we won't be alone for long. Looks clear enough to me. Whoever came through here, they headed east in a hurry. I'd say those footprints probably had something to do with it. That's gotta be the tree the book on Molderlung described. Well, she's smitten. Water's deep enough to swim under the tower, as long as you hold your breath. Even I can't reach that far. There's gotta be another way. That water's not going anywhere until we clear those vines. Those tracks, they're not headed towards the keep. I don't see any survivors. Are we sure we need to be down here? Envoy, I'll give you this. You know how to leave an impression. Takes a special kind of clarity to do what needs doing. Especially when it looks like this. This is the hidden door cost you mentioned. What was the phrase he taught us? Of all the treasures to which one aspires, none greater than those wrought of sweat and fires. I used to wonder if the stories about the tusks were just a trick to keep the rest of us out. I will never complain about Marius' laundry habits again. Think they use those towers to watch for invaders? Or their own people? You sure do know how to show us the sights, Envoy. Guess we're finding another way across. Is it just me, or does it look like that volcano's burning hotter now? I'm saying my prayers to Mogren tonight, just in case. Who knew the Pargrunen could have so much in common with the Steel Garrod? They could have traded with Thirdborn or Fior. Why struggle like this? So little grows here, but the Dream Scourge still takes root. Figures. Looks like everyone made it out. Sabadon made all those people dream thralls. You've been living with that in your head this whole time? They were bad enough as paladins. Get ready to fight! Don't let the dream thralls surround you! Don't let up, they're still coming! More coming from the camps! Ludwin's down, but we're not out of the woods yet! Come on, let's finish off these dream thralls! Time to deal with Ludwin! That's the last of them! Wonder if Yahtzee brought our ladder. Nice of someone to mark that spot for us. Don't look down. Never understood Wodika's appeal. Still don't. I liked them better when they were dead. Stay on your toes. Incredible. Let's look around. There's got to be a mechanism somewhere around here. I'm starting to think these people killed themselves off. Let's take a break before we continue. Now I see why your emperor sent you alone. I never knew I wanted to see something so badly. Is he really an archmage? I get the feeling I'd actually like him. I can't tell what's real anymore. Well, that's convenient. Just look at this. I've never felt so small before. Keep your guard up. We gotta live to tell this tale. You seen this too? No. This can't be. There's something about that building over there. Looks like the kind of place Yahtzee would love. Does this feel like the start of a cautionary campfire tale to anyone else? Can't say what caused damage like that, but it must have been massive. Andra's depths. This was no accident. You, think it's sleeping? Look out. Some kind of trap overhead. Never a dull moment with you in charge. They're having fun. Ready to make an entrance? A hidden god in the living lands. Who knew? Your work was your home. You're allowed to mourn it. Not as long as there are people who remember it. Take a few more deep breaths. We're not going anywhere. We'll fight them with you, Giada. I see survivors ahead. Lots of injured, but this looks like most of Fior. Come on. Let's look for Giada's mentor, Quilici. I couldn't agree with you more. Let's get to the farms. If there's trouble, we can help. Me too. Subtle. Next time, they ought to go for X marks the spot. At least you can't complain about their instructions not being clear. Now, Why would someone leave that flag in that specific place? Hey, we're not the only travelers in need, you know. Now would be a good time to run. I'd rather take my chances with a maelstrom than a mine. Let's be quick. I should have known there'd be spiders. Oh, good. That's how many eggs? So much for that tunnel. Maybe there's another way. Helak. Hate that he was alone in those last moments. Hard to believe it's been 6 years since I saw this place. That's what'll happen to everyone in Thirdborn if we don't stop this. There's always a back door somewhere. I'm for going round the back. You want to ask for the banner nicely, that's on you. Stay sharp. Someone's been here. Recently. Not much of a guard presence over here. I'm just saying. Now they're just asking for us to sneak in. Whatever's going on here, it's none of our business. They had to get the banner up there somehow. Let's keep looking. I've seen parlays with pirates that were more cheerful than this. I've seen worse. Some paint, a mop. Maybe I haven't seen worse. Now we know what they were doing instead of housekeeping. They probably took Petru to the Ash Forest for this. Hope the Zarops haven't found him. Whoever did this is probably somewhere in the Ash Forest by now. Hope the Zarops haven't found him. That's getting high. We shouldn't stick around. Watch your step. Even you wouldn't come back from that fall, Envoy. Sluice gates ahead. Let's find Kostya, fast. Don't think, just jump. Come on, we don't want to be down here when Kostya does whatever he's planning. This whole place feels like it's gonna come apart. Lava's high, we gotta hurry. Well, that's that. Good work, but we shouldn't stick around. These bodies are still warm. Kostya must have passed by recently. We should move. Oh, I thought Helia was all about art, birds, and pretty things. A good campfire will feel nice after this. You know, swamps are always more colorful than I imagine. All that. For us? Either the rigging is coming loose upstairs, or that's a godlike, same as our envoy. Mogren's got plenty of followers among Rawatai soldiers, too. Wodika, huh? I guess the Pargrunen have that in common with Adir. If I were going to have a drink with one of the gods, I'd pick Abidin. Are they going to throw us in the volcano if this goes badly? Water. Will you look at that, envoy? I am back in my element. It is carved from stone. Deep breaths, Marius. We're right here. So, Claviger Aemon not only knew about the rebels, he also gave them access to a hideout in the cistern. The cistern is almost as old as Paradis. Supposedly, it was built by the island's original Pargrunen settlers. On to the Temple of Andra, then. It's east of here, just across the canal, in the plaza with the big statue. Look, everyone who settles in the Living Lands comes from somewhere, but until recently, those settlers have been people, not nations. None. I knew he was protective of Paradis, but I never would have dreamed he'd get in bed with organized rebels. I knew something was up. I didn't buy her innocent acolyte bit for a second. Don't be so hard on yourself. We all did. Maybe we should bring reinforcements. I bet Heelguard would be happy to spare some of his guards, if we asked nicely. I knew he was crafty, but I had no idea he was working with the rebels. If there's anything worth finding, it'll be in here. But it hasn't been in use in a very long time. I'm surprised there's still a way to get down there. He's not the only one, as you've seen firsthand. But when Adir built an embassy and filled it with dignitaries and troops, some started to worry that your laws and governors would follow. At least we know where we're going. The temple's east of here, just across the canal. Hey, I looked good in those. Bandits. You'd think they'd have the decency to wait until he's in the ground. I'm starting to see why Aemond was going gray all of a sudden. Once I got drunk and lost back here looking for the chamber pot. Aemond threw the best parties. Well, that didn't take long. We won't let them down. Reminds me of the good old days. I'm with you. Fair weather or foul. That makes it all the more important that we get you to the garden first. Hang on. What if that path is under the keep? Someone must have told Ludwig. Even amongst a tight-knit group like the Pargrunen, there's always someone with a price. Ludwig's bold, but she's a strong tactician. I don't see her leading her people in a reckless assault, not without a very good reason. They've got Solace Keep circled on that map. Whatever this means, it isn't good. Are these Pargrunen books? Like campfire reading? I wonder how the Steel Garrote got them. This is a mess. And the Steel Garrote aren't the disorderly type. They must have left in a hurry. Very closely, from what we've seen. Somehow, I think the Pargrunen would be a lot more riled up if there was a death guard on a killing spree. Good. Now I don't have to feel embarrassed.